Chapter 601 Three-Color Porridge, Mysterious Little Loli. While the outside world was in turmoil, as the initiator of everything, Yang Ming and a group of small shop employees were leisurely basking in the sun on the deck, without a trace of tension. At this time, because the summoning time had arrived, Senju Hashirama had already left. Seeing Yang Ming so calm, the corner of red-haired Shank's mouth twitched fiercely, and he felt sad for those people outside. With such a boss, I'm afraid many people will suffer at the auction. However, Shanks was also curious about the resurrection dishes, and couldn't help asking. Yang Ming, how much do you think the resurrection dishes can sell for at this auction? Shanks naturally wanted to revive someone, so he took advantage of this opportunity to ask Yang Ming first to get ready. Yang Ming took a sip of iced lemon tea and felt refreshed from beginning to end. He hadn't rested like this for a long time. So, Yang Ming didn't care about the sharpness in Shank's words, stretched out a finger, and said casually, "At least this number." Shanks frowned, his expression was particularly solemn, and asked carefully, "Is it 10 billion? No, no, no." Yang Ming waved his fingers, "It's 100 billion. Poof. Hearing this, Shanks was almost pissed off to the point of vomiting blood. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't make up the number. Seeing Shanks's face change drastically, Yang Ming secretly laughed in his heart and said lightly, "Actually, I was teasing you." Shanks. Shanks' mood at this moment was like a roller coaster, and he almost had a heart attack. Yang Ming teased Shanks, and his mood became even happier. He stretched lazily, and seeing that it was almost noon, he stood up and walked to the kitchen. It's time to cook. This time, Yang Ming planned to cook the three-color porridge that was rewarded for completing the system task last time. In fact, this three-color porridge is not just three colors, but can be mixed with multiple colors, but this is too much, as the saying goes, 3 times is not enough. The three-color porridge uses a variety of grains, with all 5 colors, and can be matched as you like. The 5 colors of red, yellow, green, black, and white represent a variety of nutrients, including minerals, proteins, vitamins, etc. Yang Ming grinds brown rice, mung beans, soybeans, pumpkin seeds, black glutinous rice, koya seeds, buckwheat, mushrooms, seaweed, etc. into powder and puts them aside. Then, Yang Ming puts rainbow rice, sago, and pandan leaves into water and cooks for 15 minutes. Stir constantly during the cooking process to make them as soft as possible and mix them together. The flavors penetrate each other and gradually become sticky. After boiling, add rock sugar and cook it over low heat for a while. When the rainbow rice is half transparent, Yang Ming turns off the heat, puts the dried longan into the pot, and then covers the pot and simmers. At this time, Yang Ming takes out the grains he prepared before. Since the three-color porridge can be matched at will, Yang Ming makes them separately. He steams the purple sweet potato and grinds it into a paste. Then he takes out the base porridge just cooked and pours the purple sweet potato paste into it, occupying about 1/3 of the area, dyeing this area purple. Afterwards, using the same method, Yang Ming added matcha powder to the base porridge to make green porridge, added red yeast rice powder to the base porridge to make it red porridge, added strawberry powder to the base porridge to make it pink porridge, added pumpkin powder to the base porridge to make it yellow porridge, and added bamboo charcoal powder to the base porridge to make it black porridge. There are 6 different colors of porridge, which means there are 36 different combinations. The original porridge is rendered into 3 distinct colors. Just a glance will make it particularly appetizing. It doesn't feel unappetizing because it is porridge. When Bai picked up bowls of hot porridge and put them on the table, everyone was disappointed at first. "Oh my god, this is not meat." Shanks half crouched on the ground in a funny way, silently drawing circles on the ground and cursing Yang Ming. "I'd rather die without meat." Even the employees of Yang Ming's shop felt lost. After all, they were used to eating big fish and meat. Suddenly eating a bowl of light porridge was simply a torture. When almost everyone was unwilling to eat, Bai stood up and said in a delicate voice, "If you don't eat, I will." As he said that, Bai picked up the spoon and scooped up a full spoonful. The steaming hot air carried a faint fragrance, which was the fragrance of matcha. Ah! Bai Zhu opened his lips slightly, exhaled a breath to cool the hot air on the porridge, and then slowly put it into his mouth. The light fragrance of early summer, the food made with matcha, no matter what kind of matcha, the light bitterness and fresh tea fragrance are all refreshing. With the rolling of the tip of the tongue, Bai's taste buds are given a different feeling. Soft and smooth, the porridge tastes extraordinary, the matcha fragrance is rich, light, and palatable, and with a little bitterness, sweeping away the greasiness of eating too much meat. The body and mind are upside down without knowing it, and I know that there is a true taste in the world. Perhaps, just like Su Dongpo's poem praising porridge, it may be appropriate to describe Bai's mood at this time. Slurp. 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 Seeing Bai tasting this bowl of three-color porridge with relish, everyone present couldn't help but show suspicion. Is it really that delicious? Koji grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth, which was full of greasiness. He really didn't want to drink porridge, as it felt like it couldn't fill his stomach at all. Beside Koji, Ningji couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Just keep eating this kind of junk food, and see how fat you are. As he said that, in order to get closer to Bai, Ningji immediately left Koji behind and joined Bai's team. Originally, Ningji just wanted to taste it. So, he casually scooped a spoonful of cucumber porridge, but when he put it in his mouth, the unique smell of pumpkin suddenly surged into his nose. The smell with a little earthy smell made people feel as if they were in a world of field flowers, with the red sun above their heads, their feet on the ground, and breathing the fresh air brought by the breeze, as if they were integrated into nature. So delicious! Ningji couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then he wolfed down the porridge in his hand to avoid being snatched away by others later. Seeing Bai and Ningkai speak out, the others were immediately moved. But before they could make any move, they heard a clear and pleasant female voice from outside. Yang Ming, come out, you have to be responsible for me. At the same time, as the voice fell, a black shadow drew a beautiful arc in the sky, accompanied by a shrill wail, and slammed into the center of the deck on the ship. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused, and they saw a pretty little loli standing on a person with a swollen face, looking around angrily, as if looking for something. Recalling what she said just now, everyone looked at Yang Ming with strange eyes. Chapter 602 Red Hair, let go of that little loli, let me. But before they could make any move, they heard a clear and pleasant female voice from outside. Yang Ming, come out here, you have to be responsible for me. At the same time, as the voice fell, a black shadow drew a beautiful arc in the sky, accompanied by a shrill wail, and slammed into the center of the deck of the ship. Everyone's eyes suddenly fixed, and they saw a cute little loli standing on a person with a swollen face, looking around angrily. Recalling what she just said, everyone looked at Yang Ming with strange eyes. Boss Yang Ming, save me. The young man with a swollen face stretched out his hand to Yang Ming as if asking for help, but was suddenly stepped on by the little loli. With a click, a tragic wail sounded, and the hand he stretched out was instantly broken. Everyone could not see at all that this little loli had such a terrifying violent gene in her small stature, and she started to beat people without saying a word. This little girl looks very delicate, like a Barbie doll, with 2 horns on her head, which looks very cute. What's more, she looks so cute, but she actually imitates the queen and wears a leopard print tights, showing off her petite figure. The little girl hugged her arms in front of her chest, snorted proudly, and said, Kid, did I ask you to speak? As she said that, the little girl exerted force on her feet and twisted violently. Suddenly, Kid's miserable wail was heard again. It turned out that the person who was casually abandoned by this little loli was Kid, the leader of the 11 supernovas. A 7-foot-tall man, a great pirate who galloped on the sea and acted arrogantly, now suffered a loss at the hands of this little loli, but dared not say a word. How could it not be shocking? After teaching the disobedient kid a lesson, the little loli twitched her nose and frowned cutely. Yang Ming, come out here, you did such an excessive thing to me, don't you dare to admit it. Seeing this, everyone was immediately in a mess, thinking that this scene was simply a plot of a little loli being abandoned by someone, and then learning the news of the creditor, and rushing all the way to seek justice. However, when seeing Kid under the feet of the little loli, the employees of Yang Ming's shop suddenly showed a strange smile, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Ahem. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Ming could no longer remain calm and walked out of the crowd leisurely. Well, Kaido, can I say this is a misunderstanding? As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked. Red-haired Shanks and his group were like petrified, staring at the little loli in front of them. This is not a joke, right? Such a cute little loli is actually Kaido? The man who is big and strong, thinking about how to commit suicide every day, the man known as the strongest creature? But Kaido is a burly man, comparable to a giant, a muscular man, how could he become so cute? For a while, many people in red-haired Shanks and his group felt that they were going to be turned gay. The reason why Yang Ming knew that this little loli was Kaido was actually because the sound of the system prompt sounded. Hidden mission, paid help. Mission description, there is no free lunch in the world. Kid has no apparent value to the host. It is better to make use of it. Give him the Nianghua Spring and let him lurk beside the 4 emperors Kaido and turn Kaido into a woman. Mission reward, Manhan banquet recipe. Mission completed, reward issued. This was the mission Yang Ming had given Kid to complete before. Originally, it was just a casual deal. I didn't expect Kid to keep his promise and really turn Kaido into a woman. But the effect of this Nianghua was really beyond Yang Ming's expectations. In the past, Yang Ming only used the Nianghua Spring on Orochimaru, and the opponent had an extra buff of a big relative. But I never expected that using it on Kaido would turn him into a little loli, and it seemed that even his personality had changed. I don't care. As everyone learned the truth, their jaws dropped and their worldviews were shattered. Kaido put his hands on his waist and said in a tender voice, "You made me like this, you have to compensate me." As he spoke, Kaido stretched out a small jade hand and lifted up the burly Kid without much effort. "I heard from Kid that you are a good cook, Yang Ming, as long as you make satisfactory dishes for me every day." Kaido smiled like a devil at Kid. "Kid, you are not lying to me, right?" In the eyes of others, Kaido's Barbie-like face showed a sweet smile, but in Kid's eyes, it was no different from a devil's smile. On that day, Kid risked his life to put the Nianghua Spring in Kaido's usual meals, and he has been tortured by Kaido in various ways. God knows how Kid survived during this period. Perhaps Kid was stimulating the trembling attribute in his body? Well, one top and one bottom, social harmony, it is really gratifying. Suddenly, Kid had a sad face, and he almost raised his hand to swear to the sky. "My aunt, I promise I'm not lying, Yang Ming is really good at cooking." Kaido's little loli twitched her nose and snorted arrogantly, "You can only know if you try it." Kaido stared at Yang Ming, "If you can't satisfy my appetite, I will dismantle little red hair's ship." Hey, hey, hey. Hearing this, Shank's mouth twitched immediately. What does this have to do with me? Also, don't call me little red hair, I'm not little at all. Shanks almost roared, I get goosebumps just hearing that. Tisk. Kaido's little loli looked down for a while, with a look of disdain in her eyes. "Just your golden soul silver needle, it's just so-so. Well, it turns out that you are such a little loli of Kaido. So black-bellied and poisonous. How can a man say no?" On the one hand, he was venting his anger, and on the other hand, he was also testing whether this little loli was really Kaido. Shanks suddenly jumped up. Shanks drew the sword, unsheathed it, and put it back as smoothly and quickly as flowing water. A shocking sword light suddenly appeared, and the power of the sky was released, like a waning moon flying towards Kaido little loli. Who, knowing that Kaido little Lolita had no intention of dodging, she only stretched out a small jade hand to resist for fear of tearing her leopard print tights. Tear. A tearing sound was heard, and blood flew. But unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful sword light only scraped a layer of skin on Kaido little Lolita's hand. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a bud of flesh grew, and her hand returned to its original state. Shank's pupil shrank. It seems that she is really Kaido. Chapter 603 3 Good Things About Lolita. After withstanding the attack of red-haired Shanks, Kaido little Lolita opened her big eyes, blinking as if she could speak, staring at Yang Ming. Yang Ming never expected that this time, the Nianghua was so amazing that it not only turned Kaido into a man, but also bent his originally arrogant personality, turning him into a delicious Lolita, a cute little sister. Faced with such a little Lolita's request, as a chef, how could Yang Ming refuse her request? However, Yang Ming did not cook a full banquet. Because Yang Ming and his party were still on the pirate ship of Red Hair Shanks, there were no ingredients for cooking. Fortunately, Yang Ming prepared some common ingredients. This time, it was to make a dish of mapo tofu. Because soybeans are easier to carry and can be stored for a longer time, and can supplement the nutrients that are often lost at sea, it is a very cost-effective raw material. Here I will not go into details about how Yang Ming made tofu from soybeans. When Yang Ming finished making this mapo tofu with skill and served it out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Kaido little Lolita almost broke her neck stretched out long, looking at her greedy look, like a cat that has never seen meat. Under the attention of everyone, Yang Ming smiled slightly, did not tease their appetite, and simply opened the lid on the plate. Suddenly, a fragrant spicy aroma hits you in the face, making you want to take a deep breath. Slurp! 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 The sound of deep breaths rang out, one after another in the boat. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up, and they felt that they were so happy from beginning to end. How could such a delicious food be bad? With a longing for this dish, Kaido little lowly stared at it intently. I saw that on the snow-white and tender tofu, there were brown red minced beef and oily green garlic sprouts, and a circle of translucent red oil on the outside, like jade inlaid with ember. The inch-long garlic sprouts stood upright inside, emerald green and blue, and the oil was very bright, as if they had just been picked and chopped from the field, vivid, which made people's eyes bright and aroused people's deep desire. Damn it! It looks so good! Kaido Lolita loosened her grip on Kid's wrist. She had actually prepared to snap off Kid's third leg if he lied. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Because Yang Ming's Mapo tofu far exceeded Kaido Lolita's expectations. Is it easy to miss her? She has been drifting on the sea for a while, and she is about to vomit after eating those sea kings raw. Kaido Lolita almost couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of white and tender tofu, but saw that the red-hot chili oil was poured on it, with bursts of pleasant light smoke floating, and 2 or 3 green garlic sprouts fell on it, adding a little novelty to the monotonous color, which looked very beautiful. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Kaido was not in a hurry this time, so he patiently put his mouth close to it and blew gently. Whoosh! 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 Wisps of light smoke fluttered in the wind, like a dancer's thin gauze dress. Feeling that the time was right, Kaido took a small sip. When her lips touched the smooth surface of the tofu, Kaido's eyes lit up immediately. It was like sucking the skin of a young girl, as smooth as silk, which made people feel excited. Well, although she is a woman now, her soul is still a man. What's even better is that when Kaido sucked it with her mouth, the tofu seemed to be made of water and entered her mouth obediently. It was hard for Kaido to imagine that what he was eating was actually a piece of tofu. When the white and tender tofu slid into his mouth, Kaido felt the hot taste spreading on the tip of his tongue, and suddenly his body shook, feeling that all the cells in his body were cheering, and he almost groaned with joy. Ah! A tingling sound came out of Kaido's mouth inadvertently, and immediately made Kid on the side stunned, feeling that he was almost melted by cuteness. Vent! Vent! Kid shook his head violently, shaking out the mess in his head. Kaido didn't pay any attention to these, and was still immersed in tasting the food. That taste was like a suction cup, constantly stimulating the tongue, the spicy taste that makes Kaido little lowly drool, strongly shocking the esophagus and stomach wall, making the appetite involuntarily ignite, plus the fresh taste, blended with the salty and fragrant beef. The taste is simply indescribable mystery, the vitality that was originally lost due to the heat, all reappeared. Mapo tofu has a unique flavor of numbness, spicy, hot, tender, crisp, fragrant and fresh, but because everyone's tongue has different tolerance, the degree of feeling is also different. Especially the incomparable spicy taste, like a small plush needle, constantly stimulating Kaido little lowly's tongue, making her sweat all over, and the taste buds on the tip of the tongue are all evacuated. There is only one word: cool. Very cool. Just like a virgin who hasn't touched a woman for decades, once he has in-depth communication with a woman, he will feel cool from beginning to end. This is so delicious. Little Kaido thought of the time when she had been drifting on the sea and ate raw sea kings every day until she wanted to vomit. After such a comparison, she burst into tears and couldn't help herself. Little Kaido swept away the Mapo tofu like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. I don't know if it was because of the spiciness or something, but her face was rosy and looked very satisfied. Even the juice left in the dish of Mapo tofu was not let go by little Kaido, and she licked it clean with her tongue one by one. She felt a slight heat on the tip of her tongue, and waves of spicy flavor surged up like waves. Under this wave, little Kaido was just a lone boat and soon lost in the ocean of food. Kid looked at Kaido's little lowly with a blushing face, holding her little face with 2 small jade hands, with a happy and comfortable expression, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's so cute. What the hell am I thinking about? After a while, Kid's eyes regained clarity, and he secretly blamed himself for falling in love with Kaido, who is a man. However, soon, Kid found that he was not the only one in this situation. He glanced and saw that many bachelors in the group of red-hair shanks showed a perverted expression to Kaido. This kid seemed to think of a terrible scene. The picture was so beautiful that he shuddered fiercely. It was really terrible. For more unorthodox stories, please read the new book, Konoha Supreme System. Chapter 604 Big Eater. After tasting the deliciousness of mapo tofu, Kaido finally had a deep feeling about Yang Ming's cooking. This taste should only be in heaven. How many times can you taste it in the world? Yang Ming's cooking skills are simply superb, and people will have endless aftertastes after eating it once, and people can't stop. Kaido touched her still shriveled belly and said to Yang Ming in a tender voice. Yang Ming, give me another portion. Hearing this, red-hair shanks and his group rolled their eyes. You still have the nerve to ask for another portion, you have eaten up our portion of mapo tofu. If Kaido was still the rough guy he used to be, red-hair shanks would have driven him away long ago. Alas, as expected, good looks really allow you to do whatever you want. Yang Ming shook his head secretly, but following the principle that customers are God, Yang Ming still satisfied Kaido. In Yang Ming's view, if customers are satisfied with the food, it is the greatest response to the chef. With this in mind, Yang Ming walked into the reservoir inside the ship, where a group of freshwater fish were raised. This is where red-hair shanks is extravagant. There is actually a reservoir as big as a room in a pirate ship to raise fish. He is not like Luffy. You know, there are many people on Shank's ship, and the space on the ship is very limited. Boiled fish seems to be a primitive method, but the actual workmanship is very sophisticated and fresh, and fierce live fish must be selected. This reservoir just provides the freshest freshwater fish. In this way, not only can the pepper fully exert its effect of keeping warm, replenishing chi and nourishing blood, but it also removes the fishy smell of the fish and keeps the fish fresh and tender. At the same time, the cooked meat will not become tough at all, and the taste is smooth and tender, and it is not greasy. Generally, when eating boiled fish, you only need to taste the fish meat to see if it is tender enough to know whether it is fresh. Yang Ming took out the cooked fish, and the fish, which were as long as an arm, jumped around and looked fresh. It is worth mentioning that the kitchen in Shanks' ship is a bit like a bar, with everyone sitting around it, and Yang Ming cooking in the middle. Therefore, they were able to see Yang Ming's knife skills. Everyone felt their eyes brighten, and saw Yang Ming kill the fish, clean it, chop off the head and tail, and chop the remaining fish fillets into several pieces. Then, Yang Ming laid the fish body flat, took out the dragon-slaying knife, and used the sharp knife to separate the two large pieces of fish meat and the fish fillets flatly, and then continued to cut the two large pieces of fish meat into appropriate fish fillets. The dragon-slaying knife has the characteristics of being sharp, not to mention fish bones. Even beef bones can be easily cut since the fish slices were cut open. Yang Ming cut them very easily and comfortably, as if he was in an empty space. During the whole process, Yang Ming seemed to have practiced it countless times, and his knife skills were smooth and pleasing to the eye. What surprised everyone the most was that the fish slices cut by Yang Ming were crystal clear, and each slice was as thin as a gauze dress. When you pick it up, you can still see the scene behind. It looks delicious. Kaido little lowly supported her chin with one hand, blinking her eyes as if they would glow, and her saliva was almost flowing out. During the cooking process of boiled fish, wisps of spicy aroma slowly drifted out along the ventilation ducts, falling into the air, attracting the attention of all creatures. Whether it was the seagulls flying in the sky or the fish in the sea, when they smelled the fragrance, they seemed to be unable to control their bodies, and moved towards Shank's ship like puppets. Gilu! 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 Some people's eyes almost popped out when they smelled the fragrance. They looked up in ecstasy and tried their best to smell the fragrance in their breath, wishing to inhale it all into their lungs. I want to eat it. Little lowly Kaido drooled, wishing to immediately snatch the boiled fish that Yang Ming was cooking. However, when she saw the vigilant eyes of red-hair Shanks and his group, she immediately gave up the idea. This is nonsense. Shanks and his group were waiting for this dish, and the flowers were almost withered. How could they be willing to see little lowly Kaido eat alone? Finally, Yang Ming finished it and served it to everyone in bowls. Little lowly Kaido looked at the hot-boiled fish, with thin slices of fish placed on the top layer, and bright red peppers surrounding it like stars holding the moon. The spicy fragrance that spread 10 miles away was floating from it, and little lowly Kaido's eyes were popping out. Kaido little lowly dared to bet that she had never been so eager to eat a dish as today. She didn't care about the heat, and directly picked up a piece of fish fillet with chopsticks. When she picked up the fish fillet, Kaido little Loli could see that the red oil was dripping from the fish fillet, and wisps of smoke were floating, tempting Kaido little Loli to eat it in big mouthfuls. I'm welcome. It's so hot. So hot. Kaido little Loli was too lazy to blow, and put the fish fillet into her mouth very simply. Because the fish fillet was stained with a layer of red oil, it kept a very high temperature at all times, and it immediately burned Kaido little Loli's tongue red. Like the roar of a fire dragon, the burning spiciness and heat quickly spread in the tongue. But she couldn't bear to spit it out to cool it down. Instead, she opened her mouth like a puppy and blew a breath of air. One hand fanned the wind in front of her mouth to lower the temperature in her mouth. Haha. Hiss. So spicy. Hiss. So refreshing. Yang Ming used special peppers to make boiled fish. When Kaido Loli ate it, she felt an exceptionally good taste. Because everyone's tongue has different tolerance, the degree of feeling is also different. Although there are a lot of peppers and the spiciness is very strong, Kaido Loli doesn't feel hurt at all, but feels strangely comfortable. In this piece of fish fillet, the fragrance is spicy, but it is not dry and spicy. It retains its original flavor and will not feel greasy. It smells strong, spicy but not dry, and the taste is rich and mellow, which makes Kaido Loli unforgettable for a long time after tasting it. Kaido was sweating as she ate, as if she was in a sauna. She kept sweating and her face was flushed by the spiciness. At this time, Bai was very considerate and brought a glass of water with many small ice cubes in it. Kaido didn't bother to be polite with him and drank it directly, even the ice cubes were crushed in her mouth. Hey! I'm saved. After drinking a glass of cold water, Kaido calmed down the spiciness a little and said with a comfortable face, but it's really spicy. But... Looking at the little bit of boiled fish left in the bowl, Kaido wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is it so little? Kaido said that he could usually eat several cows, and this was not enough to fill his teeth. Ahem, I have a sushi feast for lunch today, so I don't have time to write, please forgive me. For more nonsense, please read the new book, Konoha Supreme System. Chapter 605 Eat. Sashimi. Kaido said that she can usually eat several cows, and this is not enough to fill her teeth. Facing such a big eater, for a chef, it is both an honor and a torment. The honor is that she can eat all the dishes carefully prepared by the chef, and the torment is that it will be very tiring, just like having sex 7 times a night. After satisfying the big eater, I am afraid that Yang Ming will have a sore back and can't get out of bed. But facing the customer's request, can the chef refuse? The answer is no. It is a great honor to see the customer finish the food. A satisfied smile from the chef is the greatest favor to a chef. Helplessly, Yang Ming had to enter the reservoir in Shank's ship again and fish out a handful of salmon. Speaking of deliciousness, the deliciousness of salmon varies slightly depending on the season. Generally speaking, salmon in summer has the richest fat, and when made into sashimi, it tastes sweet and mild. Among them, the fat content of salmon in midsummer reaches more than 10%. The sashimi cut according to this standard has a melting feeling in the mouth, which is really delicious. Generally, in flavor shops, sushi or sashimi made with salmon are pickled in vinegar to prevent spoilage. However, this is actually a wrong practice. In fact, truly knowledgeable flavor shops will not use vinegar to pickle salmon, because salmon is more delicious when eaten raw. If it is pickled in vinegar, it can only mean that the salmon used in this shop is not fresh. Yang Ming looked at the salmon in the 2 buckets. They were plump and full of vitality. Even in the buckets, they were still restlessly bumping against each other, making clanging sounds. To make sashimi, the fish must be fresh first, and this one already satisfied that requirement. Yang Ming grabbed a large salmon. Even though it had scales on its body, making it slippery, Yang Ming used ice escape to instantly stick it to his palm, making it unable to move. Speaking of sashimi, even if the system did not need to provide methods, Yang Ming had already eaten it many times in Konoha village, and he had learned it by osmosis. Yang Ming picked up the kitchen knife and cut the fish tail on both sides. He did not cut off the fish tail. After cutting it, he put the fish in a basin of water and spent some time to let the fish slowly bleed out. When the fish blood was almost drained, Yang Ming took it out and turned the kitchen knife in his hand. Knife skills. Birds pay homage to the phoenix. A blade of energy splashed out, turning into a small sparrow, passing through the salmon. A magical scene happened. In the surprised eyes of Kaido little Lolita, in just a blink of an eye, the scales on the whole salmon fell off, as if it was raining lightly, and the scales fell on the chopping board. It looks so amazing. Kaido little Lolita's big eyes flickered, staring straight at the salmon, and it was obvious that all her interest was in eating. Then, Yang Ming took out the salmon's internal organs and cleaned the fish head. Then, it was the highlight. Next, Yang Ming needed to separate the fish meat and bones, including the bones on the belly, and then separate the fish meat and skin. It was very difficult to rely on intermediate knife skills alone. Yang Ming grabbed the kitchen knife and chopped it 10 times in a row this time. Knife skills. Birds pay homage to the phoenix. Birds chirped suddenly. Then, more than a dozen knife-like birds of the same size flew out. This time, it no longer just flew along the surface of the salmon, but went deep into the salmon. Just like dicing a cow, in just a blink of an eye, the salmon was split apart, and the pure fish meat was separated and clearly separated from the other parts. Although Yang Ming can only release more than a dozen knife-like birds at most now, this skill is still very sharp. Then, Yang Ming wrapped the separated fish meat with a white towel and used the towel to absorb the little blood on the fish meat. Because fish meat with blood is very unpalatable and will have a very strong and pungent fishy smell, if it is not removed early, it will affect the final taste. Yang Ming cut the separated fish meat into very thin slices with his intermediate knife skills. The fish pattern on it is clearly visible and even a little transparent. Then, Yang Ming used the ice escape to create a large ice platform, which was square and concave on both sides, making it easier to hold it with hands. He placed the sliced fish meat on the ice separated by the insurance film, so as to keep the fish meat fresh. The cut salmon can be eaten directly. Next, Yang Ming followed the same method and cut all the remaining salmon. Finally, Yang Ming made a few more seasoning plates, which were filled with ginger, minced garlic, vinegar, mustard, chili sauce, and other condiments, and took them out together. Gurgle. Gurgle. Looking at the full salmon sashimi, everyone present couldn't help swallowing. In particular, Yang Ming followed Master Jitty in the world of Little Master and made up for the plating skills. He turned the sashimi into petals, stacked them up in a circle, like a blooming peony, which was very beautiful and added a bit of appetite. It can be seen that each piece of sashimi has its own unique fish pattern. When they are combined together, it is like a masterpiece of an abstract master. The tortuous white silk pattern looks philosophical and gives people a strong visual impact. Although Kaido little Lolita had eaten a lot before, she suddenly became hungry when she saw this exquisite salmon. There was no table at all. Etiquette directly stretched out his big hand and grabbed a handful of sashimi without even touching the seasoning, and threw it directly into the bloody mouth. Yang Ming cut a thin layer of salmon with a sharp knife and put it on the ice. The stimulation of the frost made the fish slices quickly covered by heat when they entered Kaido's mouth, which immediately made her feel like the fish was reborn in her mouth. Just like the salmon was slippery when it was alive, when the sashimi entered her mouth, Kaido felt that it was slippery and tender, like the skin of a young girl, making people love it. In particular, the salmon was very fresh. When it was chewed, it would burst out with a unique sweetness of fish meat, rich and delicious, great. Seeing this, the others followed suit and swallowed it whole, like hungry ghosts reincarnated, stuffing a lot of sashimi into their mouths, stretching their mouths uncomfortably. What needs to be emphasized here is that salmon sashimi with wasabi is simply delicious. Although wasabi is heavy and pungent, it is not a problem for gourmets. Wasabi can remove the fishy smell of fish and give people a different taste. It is really a godlike combination and a seasoning that cannot be missed when tasting sashimi. Brothers and sisters, the new book will be recommended next week. This is a novel that was first released in the Book City. The old Book City has 70,000 collections. Friends, where are you? Come and have a look. This is a novel that is expected to become a boutique. Chapter 606. Yang Ming said that my waist is broken. To Yang Ming's surprise, even if he made a lot of salmon sashimi, it still couldn't satisfy Kaido's little Loli's stomach. She was like a bottomless pit, and she couldn't fill it up no matter what. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt a little dizzy. Is he really going to, it's overwork, cough cough, it should be the rhythm of backache. Facing customers who can never be full no matter how much they eat, for a chef, it is a painful and happy thing. Yang Ming rolled up his sleeves and immediately felt full of fighting spirit. He must fill Kaido's stomach. At this moment, what he wants to make is a home-cooked dish, dumplings. Dumplings, also known as boiled dumplings, are a kind of semicircular pasta with stuffing. Because of their slightly flat shape, they are also called flat food in some places. Qing Bai Lei Chao said, there are stuffing inside, or it is called powder corner, and it can be steamed or fried. Boiled in water with soup is called boiled dumplings. Yang Ming once entered the world of Xiao Dejia and learned a special way to make dumplings in Yangchuan restaurant. That is, shrimp dumplings. As a special dish of Yangcheng, shrimp dumplings are different from other places in China in terms of stuffing and the making of dumpling skin. First, Yang Ming cooked the fat meat, and then cut them into small dices with his basic knife skills, each of which was the size of a mung bean. Yang Ming put the cut fat meat dices in a bowl for later use, then took out a kitchen knife, peeled the shrimp meat, removed the fishy thread, washed it, and then wiped it dry with paper. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. If the moisture of the shrimp meat is not absorbed, it will not be easy to stick together when the stuffing is mixed later. Then, Yang Ming used the blade of the knife to flatten the shrimps. During this process, Yang Ming was extremely careful, fearing that if he accidentally hit it too hard, the shrimp meat would be beaten into meat paste, which would not taste good. Then, Yang Ming cut a knife in the middle of the back of the shrimp meat, so that the shrimp meat can be better steamed during the steaming process. Of course, it is also possible to use only these as stuffing. However, in this way, the dumplings made will appear too monotonous and easy to get greasy. Therefore, Yang Ming also specially prepared water chestnuts. Water chestnuts are refreshing and sweet, which can improve the taste of dumplings and increase their flavor, killing two birds with one stone. Yang Ming washed and peeled the water chestnuts, and cut them into small cubes of the same size as the fat cubes with his elementary knife skills. Then, Yang Ming poured all the fillings into a large bowl. Then, salt, chicken essence, sugar, sesame oil, white pepper and egg whites were added, and chopped carrots and coriander were added. Yang Ming used his hands to mix them in a clockwise direction, and at the same time, he picked them up and beat them in the bowl. Through this beating, the flavors of various condiments can be integrated into the fillings, which is usually called flavoring. It can be seen that with the passage of time, the fillings that were originally distinct gradually merged into one after some stirring, becoming one in me and the other in me, and it is difficult to separate them from each other. After the fillings are made, it is the turn of the dumpling skins. Yang Ming first washed his hands with clean water, focusing on removing the odor on his hands, before starting to make the dumpling skin. Because the fillings need to be marinated for a while after mixing, so the dumpling skin is arranged later. As for why shrimp dumplings are different from other dumplings, here we will reveal the mystery. Because the dumpling skin of shrimp dumplings is not only made of starch, but also added with wheat starch. Yang Ming first put a pot of water in the bottom, and when the water boiled, he turned off the fire, immediately poured the clarified flour and starch into it at the same time, and stirred it quickly in the same direction with a rolling pin. In this process, the speed must be fast. Absolutely not slow. Otherwise, the whole flour cannot form a ball and it is easy to fall apart, and then you have to do it again. The flour stirred in this way is very strong and almost sticks together. Yang Ming needs to use a rolling pin to get it out piece by piece, put it on the chopping board one by one, and then add some lard as a lubricant, and then knead it into a smooth dough with his hands. While the flour is still hot, Yang Ming dare not waste any time and quickly starts to roll the dough. Yang Ming took out a small portion of flour and rolled it into a thin round sheet with a rolling pin. Because of the addition of clarified flour, it looks almost transparent. Then it is to wrap the shrimp stuffing. Yang Ming has been familiar with this in Yangchuan restaurant for a long time, and everything is so smooth. Almost at the same time, he used his left index finger to push the skin, and pinched and folded it with his right thumb and index finger. Making shrimp dumplings is different from making ordinary dumplings. They must be small and delicate, that is, small in size, folded evenly, and not dense. After wrapping, shrimp dumplings are generally smaller than other types of dumplings. However, compared with other dumplings, the skin of shrimp dumplings is very thin and crystal clear, and the meat filling inside can be clearly seen from the outside. Especially when you see the whole shrimp, you will be more appetizing, and your saliva will really fall like a waterfall. Yang Ming made full use of the space on the plate to arrange the shrimp dumplings into several concentric circles, and then steamed them in the hot pot that had been prepared. Along with the clouds and mist, a stream of fragrance spread out, which made people's appetites open, and they wanted to eat a big meal quickly. From the kitchen, a stream of fragrance suddenly came. This fragrance, mixed with the freshness of shrimp meat, made people salivate even more. This is the best shrimp dumpling. The skin of these shrimp dumplings is as white as snow, as thin as paper, and translucent. The filling inside the skin is vaguely visible, shaped like a bunch of bananas, which looks extremely tempting. Where has Kaido Little Loli ever seen such delicious food? Seeing this, Kaido Little Loli's stomach was like a huge wave, and a series of thunder-like sounds suddenly exploded in this small kitchen. Gurgle! 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 Hearing the sound, Yang Ming suddenly came back to his senses from the state of focusing on cooking. Yang Ming looked at Kaido Little Loli leaning against the door wall, his eyes wide open, a look of drooling, and his heart couldn't help but be happy. If you want to eat, take it. Yang Ming said lightly. Then I won't be polite. Kaido Little Loli said in a familiar manner. As she spoke, Kaido Little Loli strode forward and grabbed a dumpling. When she got closer, Kaido Little Loli found that the size of these dumplings was limited to 1 bite. These shrimp dumplings have a half-moon spider belly on the outside, with a total of 12 skin folds. The whole is crystal clear, and with the tender and red shrimp meat inside, it looks beautiful. Kaido Little Loli opened her red lips slightly, revealing her white teeth, and gently bit off a corner of the shrimp dumpling. Although the shrimp skin is thin and transparent, it is soft and tough when bitten, and it tastes very good. Of course, this is also thanks to the addition of starch inside. After chewing for a while, Kaido Little Loli couldn't wait to swallow the whole shrimp dumpling into her mouth. The whole shrimp dumpling tastes refreshing, fresh, delicious and tempting. It is simply the best in the world. Chapter 607 The Unsatisfied Guest. Smack, smack. Little Kaido Lolita is like a greedy kitten, smacks her lips, stretches out her sexy red tongue, and licks her lips. Her graceful demeanor immediately attracted the attention of the strange uncles, and even the red-haired Shanks' hand couldn't help shaking, feeling that he was about to be bent. Seeing this, Yang Ming could only sigh that the effect of the Nianghua spring this time was really too powerful. Burp. Little Kaido Lolita ate all the dumplings like a remnant of wind and clouds, and burped. Seeing this, Yang Ming thought that she was finally full. But who knew? Little Kaido Lolita said. Please give me another serving. Puff. Yang Ming said, I am so tired. However, in the face of Kaido's cute, pleading eyes, Yang Ming finally gave in. There was no other way. The customer needed him. As a chef, he had to carry on no matter how tired he was. This time, Yang Ming changed his dish again and planned to cook steak, which he hadn't cooked for a long time. The balance of wonderful flavor and fat and lean meat is particularly important for a good piece of beef. If there is only too much fat, although the taste is excellent, you will feel full if you don't eat too much. Therefore, if the lean meat is mixed with fat meat appropriately, it will become a high-quality beef, which will not feel greasy and you will not be able to stop eating. This type of beef has a unique name, called frost-covered meat. The meat is as its name suggests, with white frost falling on the ruddy beef. For lazy chefs who want to eat delicious food without spending too much time and energy, frying steak is a good choice. Because a good steak does not depend on how the chef processes it, but on the quality of the beef itself. The chef is just the icing on the cake, bringing out the deliciousness contained in the beef. So, the simpler the steak is, the more diners can really taste the flavor of the beef. With his intermediate knife skills, Yang Ming easily cut 3 slices of beef, each of which was not thin, with a small section of thumb width, and could be clearly seen, with white patterns all over the body, which was very beautiful. It is better to cut the steak a little thicker, because if it is too thin, the outside will be fried to a crisp, and the inside will be overcooked, so the taste will be very awkward, and it will be even more uncomfortable for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yang Ming first poured a little oil into the pan and heated it over high heat. Because beef is very fatty, a lot of oil will escape during the cooking process, so only a little oil is needed to dip the bottom of the pan to prevent it from sticking to the pan. While heating the pan, Yang Ming did not forget to marinate the steak. When the pan was hot and a strong smell of oil came out, Yang Ming spread a piece of steak in the middle. Crackling. When the steak was put into the pan, it made a slight explosion like burning firecrackers. At the same time, there was a fragrance that made people salivate. For frying steak, controlling the heat is extremely important. Putting the steak in the middle of the pan can evenly distribute the heat to every part of the steak, so that it will not be raw in one place and cooked in another. Yang Ming then drizzled a layer of olive oil on the top of the steak, because he would turn it over later, so there was no need to add oil to the pan. It is very important not to turn the steak over too quickly. If you turn it over right away, it will easily stick to the pan, and the beef will have a white layer, which is not very good looking. Yang Ming turned the steak over almost every minute, and after frying for about 5 minutes, it was ready for serving. When a hot steak was placed on a white porcelain plate, a fragrance lingered around the dark-colored beef, attracting attention. After frying the steak, Yang Ming did not rush to cut it, but let it stand for about 2 minutes to let the juice in the steak absorb back into the beef. In this way, when you bite into the beef, delicious juice will splash out, which will make people linger. Moreover, when this kind of steak is cut, the meat in the middle will be pink, and there will be no blood juice, which is the ideal 70% rare. Yang Ming did not add any miscellaneous condiments to the steak, such as ketchup, cumin powder, nothing at all. Only the most original steak is the best steak. If you put in those condiments, they will overshadow the main dish, and people will only have a mouthful of condiments, and will not be able to taste the deliciousness of the beef. So the steak looks very clean, revealing the slightly scorched skin, and a mellow aroma overflows, which accelerates the secretion of taste buds and makes people want to eat a big meal quickly. Even if Kaido Little Loli eats a lot of food, she can't help but move her nose slightly and take a deep breath of the aroma. Suddenly, the aroma goes straight into the body through the throat, as if the whole chest is bursting, and it is full of fragrance. Kaido Little Loli is not in a hurry to eat now, but like a lady, she sits straight like a pen, picks up the tableware elegantly, and cuts the steak with a knife like the most educated aristocrat. When the knife touches the surface of the steak, Kaido Little Loli feels a little resistance, as tough as rubber. However, Kaido raised her arm and exerted a little force, and then she cut the steak in half like cutting tofu, revealing the pink side of the middle section. From the cut section of the steak, you can see that from the outside to the inside, the color gradually changes from brown to pink, layer by layer, and it looks very beautiful. Just from this point, Kaido can see that the steak is well cooked, it is a perfect 7 well done, which can best make people taste the deliciousness of beef without a fishy smell. Kaido tried to use a fork to make a hole in the golden skin of this steak, and the rich and tempting aroma immediately came out. Ah! Kaido sniffed it lightly, and the mellow barbecue smell entered her mind, which made her feel a little dizzy. She took a bite of the steak, and the fresh juice and sauce flowed into her mouth, and her saliva immediately flowed from the corner of her mouth. Swish! Kaido Little Loli hurriedly wiped off her saliva, looking at the steak that was only half bitten on the fork, and the secretion of her salivary glands increased rapidly and uncontrollably. This is so delicious! It's really a heavenly dish. Kaido Little Loli cut a piece of beef the size of an eraser with a knife, XL length, picked it up elegantly and put it into his mouth. Ah! He took a bite and his mouth was full of fragrance. Kaido's little Lolita's teeth were extremely sharp, like a small knife, and after a while of grinding, he ground the beef into pieces. Kaido's little Lolita did not forget the purpose of her visit. She closed her eyes and quietly tasted the taste. The beef was like chewing gum, very chewy and very exciting to eat. The thick juice concentrated in the beef, accompanied by chewing, burst out suddenly like a grenade explosion, setting off a sweet torrent that flooded the entire tongue. Chapter 608 The Guest Who Made the Chef's Backache. Kaido's little Lolita's teeth were extremely sharp, like a small knife, and after a while of grinding, he ground the beef into pieces. Kaido's little Lolita did not forget the purpose of her visit. She closed her eyes and quietly tasted the taste. The beef was like chewing gum, very chewy and very exciting to eat. The concentrated juice in the beef, along with chewing, burst out suddenly like a grenade explosion, setting off a sweet torrent that flooded the entire tongue. Kaido's little Loli made an ambiguous sound from her mouth, and sighed with unsatisfied feeling, it's so delicious, so satisfying. At this moment, after eating the food cooked by Yang Ming, Kaido felt that he had lived like a dog for the past few decades and lived in vain. So, Kaido begged Yang Ming again with a pitiful face, please give me another serving. Puff. Hearing this, even a big foodie like Shanks couldn't help but widen his eyes. No way, this can still be eaten? Your stomach shouldn't be a black hole. Yang Ming touched his sore waist and immediately showed a bitter smile. It was really a torture to meet such a guest who couldn't eat enough. In this case, I can only cook some dishes that are easy to fill the stomach. Yang Ming's mind raced, and in his mind, there were several dishes that met the requirements, one of which was zongzi. Fortunately, the ingredients prepared in Shank's ship were relatively rich, otherwise Yang Ming would have a headache. With this in mind, Yang Ming began to act. Yang Ming took 2 zongzi leaves that had been scalded by boiling water. At this time, the leaves faded their original color and became dark. Yang Ming placed the smooth side of the leaves inward, overlapping them in opposite directions. Then, bend the zongzi leaves at about 1/3 of the way, and fold them back to form a funnel. Then, Yang Ming put an appropriate amount of glutinous rice in it, and then put in candied dates, covered the candied dates with glutinous rice, and then pressed them. At this time, it was the critical moment of making zongzi, and no carelessness was allowed. Yang Ming held the rice tightly with his left hand. When holding it, Yang Ming exerted force on his hand to prevent the zongzi from falling apart. After pressing the rice, he pushed it into a triangle. Then, Yang Ming's right hand kept moving, pushing the zong leaves forward from the back, closing the zong leaves, and then folding out the sharp corners. At this time, Yang Ming took 9 cotton threads of different colors, wrapped the cotton threads from top to bottom, tightened them and tied knots, and cut off the excess cotton threads. The edge of the dark green zongzi was pierced by the 9-color cotton threads, like a rainbow across a dense forest, which was extremely conspicuous. Yang Ming boiled the hot water and dropped the zongzi in. The water should soak the surface of the zongzi. After the water boiled again, it was turned to a slow fire and boiled for a while before it could be eaten. When the zongzi was cooked, Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot, and a long suppressed steam suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption, carrying hot air to the face. At the same time, a faint fragrance unique to the zongzi leaves was revealed with the hot air eruption, which made people feel happy and appetite. What is this? Not only Kaido, but even Shanks was attracted by the strange appearance of the zongzi. It's obvious that this must be a very novel dish. This time, Shanks said before Kaido, "Yang Ming, give me some to try." Yang Ming nodded, took out the zongzi, cut the cotton thread, and pulled apart the tightly wrapped leaves. In the steaming mist, the glutinous rice and the zongzi seemed to be continuously stuck together, and the heat seemed to tremble in the air, with an intoxicating fragrance that made people salivate. Yang Ming gestured to Shanks, "Here, take it and try it." Shanks' throat moved up and down, picked up the chopsticks, tore off a corner of the zongzi, and threw it into his mouth. Snap! Snap! Shanks made a chewing sound in his mouth, his expression moved slightly, and an unprecedented deliciousness suddenly surged into his heart. It's delicious! This delicacy from China conquered Shanks in an instant. Zongzi brings a unique and refreshing taste to Shanks. Fresh zongzi leaves that have been slightly boiled and washed, and raw glutinous rice soaked in soy sauce. Because it is original, it is pure and cannot be copied. The moment the zongzi leaves are taken out of the hot water, they will carry the unique fragrance of the leaves, accompanied by the sultry water steaming. The air is just like the smell of summer. This is the charm of pure handmade, which cannot be compared with mechanical processing. Tisk tisk tisk. Shanks breathed a sigh of relief and felt refreshed. 9 sun zongzi is 9 zongzi of different sizes and shapes connected together. After making a triangular zongzi, Yang Ming changed the method. This time, when Yang Ming wrapped the zongzi, he selected zong leaves of similar size and overlapped them, carefully placed the leaves in his left hand, and then rolled the zong leaves into a cone shape. The tip of the cone was not on the edge of the zongzi leaf, but on the leaf surface, and the extra part was folded into an angle and overlapped on the cone surface. During this process, Yang Ming looked extremely focused, fearing that he would accidentally use too much force. Otherwise, the zongzi leaf would easily crack along the veins, which would only ruin all the previous efforts. So before wrapping, Yang Ming did not dare to be careless, and casually touched the veins on the leaves from head to toe, so that he could safely follow the veins and roll out the shape correctly. The zongzi Yang Ming had made before was just a trial, and the ingredients were simple. This time, it was different. Yang Ming added rice and meat to the zong leaves, 1 lean and 1 fat or 2 lean and 1 fat, and they couldn't be all the same, otherwise the taste would be greatly affected. The glutinous rice soaked in soy sauce and slightly cooked brown hid the meat, and the rice filled the zong leaves, and then used the leaves to cover the entrance and exit of the glutinous rice, and tilted the outer layer to the corners and turned a few circles to reinforce the wall. Then, Yang Ming took out 9 different colors of cotton thread, red, yellow, blue, white, green, purple, black and pink, and then wrapped it with cotton thread, put it in a pot with water and slowly steamed it in a comfortable posture that was neither tight nor loose. When it was taken out of the hot pot again, the unique fragrance of the zong leaves overflowed, and the lovers were pleased. When Yang Ming cut the cotton thread and opened the layers of the zongzi, a strong aroma of glutinous rice came to his nose like a tidal wave, catching people off guard and completely intoxicated in the ocean of fragrance. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks and slowly pulled apart the surface of the glutinous rice, as if exploring a secret, uncovering a layer of mysterious veil, and a smell of meat came. Inside the zongzi, the reddish-brown or purple-colored meat was still there, but the fat had melted a little, melting in the middle of the glutinous rice. After opening it, the greasy oil flowed out and stained the white plate. Even those who don't like to eat fat meat, when they see the gurgling juice, will feel that it should be fun to eat a little bit of the thin crystal from the fragrant glutinous rice. Yang Ming, give it to me. This time, Kaido little lowly said, snatched it from Yang Ming's hand, and took a bite. The rice dumplings made by Yang Ming did not feel weak when she ate them, but were full and had some toughness. When she bit them, she could tell the graininess of the rice grains. They would never stick to her teeth or feel dry, but they were clearly a whole and would not fall apart. It was simply amazing. Chapter 609 Return to the Sabayati Archipelago. Even those who do not like to eat fatty meat would feel that it would be fun to eat the thin crystals from the fragrant glutinous rice when they saw the gurgling juice. Yang Ming, give it to me. This time, Kaido said, and snatched it from Yang Ming's hand and took a bite. The rice dumplings made by Yang Ming did not feel weak when she ate them, but were full and had some toughness. When she bit them, she could tell the graininess of the rice grains. They would never stick to her teeth or feel dry, but they were clearly a whole and would not fall apart. It was simply amazing. In order to make Kaido burst her belly as soon as possible and free herself from the endless cooking, Yang Ming tried his best this time and cooked greasy food such as streaky pork. Streaky pork is also called three-layer meat. It is located in the abdomen of the pig. There is a lot of fat tissue in the abdomen of the pig, and there are muscle tissues in it. The fat and lean are separated, so it is called streaky pork. The lean meat in this part is also the most tender and juicy. The selected streaky pork has the most perfect layer ratio in the front part of the abdomen near the front legs. The fat and lean meat are intertwined and the color is pink. Yang Ming quickly picked out the streaky pork and scraped off the fur. Then he washed the streaky pork and boiled it in a boiling water pot for 5 minutes. In the steaming water, wisps of unique pork fragrance floated out. Kaido could even see through the transparent lid of the pot that the color of the originally ruddy pork slowly began to change. From the initial bright red, it slowly faded and then began to turn white. Yang Ming put scallions and ginger slices on the bottom of the Wanbao purple sand pot as a base to prevent the pork from sticking to the bottom, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Then put the pork belly neatly on top and add rock sugar, light soy sauce and dark soy sauce. Of course, the most indispensable thing is wine. In Yang Ming's opinion, pouring wine and stewing is simply a stroke of genius, like the finishing touch, making the pork belly a god. Perhaps due to the special nature of the ingredients, it didn't take too long. After only half an hour, when Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot and poked the surface of the pork belly with chopsticks, it was easily if the pork is pierced through, it means that the pork is already crispy. At this time, a large amount of wine has evaporated, leaving only a small pool of thick black liquid, quietly lying at the bottom of the pot. The originally whitish pork has also changed a lot because of the seasoning, just like a poor boy turning into a tall, rich, and handsome man. The rosy skin of the pork belly is as tender as a blow, like a red agate inlaid on a crown. When gently touched with chopsticks, it shakes left and right like jelly, looking lovable. And the fat and lean body shows a fault-like beauty. The middle layer of the pork belly is yellow like a water, like a soft ribbon, surrounding it, and it looks not so fat. The bottom layer is dark lean meat, covered with fragrant seasonings, like a simple and ordinary farmer in society, supporting the two gorgeous layers above. The streaky pork is bright red, pleasing to the eye in yellow, and delicious in black. The red, yellow, and black complement each other, making it pleasing to the eye. As for the strong aroma before, it was also integrated into the skin and meat of the streaky pork during the slow fire stewing, washing away the lead and retreating the exaggeration, leaving only the essence after precipitation, quietly waiting for the moment it blooms. Gurgle. 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 Seeing this, Kaido little lowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely, and her eyes almost stared straight. Yang Ming took out a stack of silver white plates, put the streaky pork on it, and untied the thin rope by the way. Finally, like a fairy scattering flowers, sprinkle the chopped green onions and embellish 1 or 2. At this time, Kaido little lowly will not feel full because of seeing so much fat, and will have a fresh feeling visually. On the silver white plate, Dongpo pork is quietly placed, like the tender meat of flame red, which immediately attracts her attention. I saw that Dongpo pork had a gorgeous red skin like agate, yellow-white fat like silk ribbons, and thick dark lean meat. Such a peculiar shape is really unprecedented. Since the shape is so peculiar, how will it taste? You're welcome. With a little trepidation and a little expectation, Kaido Little Loli picked up the chopsticks. With a light pinch of the chopsticks, Dongpo pork trembled like jelly, looking very cute. Ah! Kaido Little Loli opened her gluttonous mouth and ate it in one bite. As soon as Dongpo pork entered her mouth, she immediately felt a taste different from other pork. Originally, she thought that the skin and fat of Dongpo pork were so thick, it should be very hard and affect the taste. Now, she knows that she is wrong. And she is very wrong. As soon as the teeth bite down, they immediately touch the elastic pig skin. But it did not encounter much resistance, but easily broke through the defense of the pig skin and went straight into the fat. The soft fat, like cotton, was as good as water, wrapping the teeth that were unstoppable, and then letting it continue to move forward. Finally, when the teeth touched the soft pork, a sweet taste mixed with sweetness exploded instantly. Just as Kaido was about to say the word delicious, a drop of juice suddenly spurted out, splashing the corners of her mouth with oil, and she quickly closed her mouth and chewed slowly. Dongpo pork was unexpectedly very chewy, so good that people couldn't stop eating it. It was incredible. What's even more amazing is that the unique structure of Dongpo pork with distinct layers also creates a different taste. The smooth and elastic pig skin, the thick and smooth fat, and the firm and mellow lean meat, 3 different tastes, are like leading Kaido into a fantasy world and feeling the magnificent epic. After finishing a piece of Dongpo pork, Kaido Little Lolita smacked her lips, looking unsatisfied. This is simply too delicious. The Dongpo pork not only has thin skin and tender meat, bright red color, but also has a rich flavor and rich juice, is crispy and tender without breaking, fragrant and glutinous without being greasy. After eating it, it still has endless aftertaste, and I really want to eat another piece. Unfortunately, this Dongpo pork is indeed a greasy delicacy. If you eat a few more pieces, the fat in it is too high and it is not easy to digest. Even a big eater like Kaido Little Lolita said that she couldn't eat it anymore. Seeing this, Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally dealt with this big eater. Unknowingly, time passed quickly, and the Shanks pirate ship carrying Yang Ming and his party had returned to the Sabayati archipelago. Yang Ming watched from afar, looking at the auction that had been built, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. As a world-class auction, it's time for people all over the world to see the wonderful Manhan banquet. Chapter 610 Strange People. Xiaqi Blackmail Bar. Give me a cup of mixed coffee. Pluto Rayleigh sat down, opened the newspaper in his hand, and said to Xiaqi without looking up. Okay, wait a minute. Xiaqi nodded. But when Xiaqi came to the kitchen, she was surprised to see Yang Ming came back at some point. Yang Ming looked at the coffee in Xiaqi's hand and said, "Let me help you." Yang Ming was deeply touched by the previous stealing and learning skills, so he decided to try his hand. Xiaqi was so happy that Yang Ming, the chef, came uninvited. How could she refuse? She quickly handed the coffee to Yang Ming. Mixed coffee is a mixture of 3 or more different coffees. Xiaqi only has 3 kinds of coffee powder, so the taste of Xiaqi mixed coffee in the bar is basically fixed. Customers don't need to say anything more. They just need to order mixed coffee to taste what they want. A cup of coffee with a faint steam was quickly brought over. Pluto Rayleigh was absorbed in reading the newspaper. He just nodded to Xiaqi mechanically and asked Xiaqi to put the coffee in front of him. When Xiaqi returned to the bar counter, Pluto Rayleigh picked up the coffee and took a sip. He was about to put down the coffee as usual, but his hand suddenly froze. The taste of this blended coffee is different from what he usually drinks, very different. Rich, mellow, delicate, the 3 different flavors of coffee intertwined in his mouth, giving him an endless aftertaste. Pluto Rayleigh couldn't help but take another sip. He didn't usually drink like this, looking at the newspaper and slowly savoring a cup of coffee was his greatest pleasure. After the second sip, Pluto Rayleigh was not satisfied, he couldn't help but take a third sip. And when he wanted to take a fourth sip, Pluto Rayleigh suddenly found that he had drunk the coffee in 3 sips. This was unprecedented. Give me another cup of blended coffee. Pluto Rayleigh couldn't help but say to Xiaqi at the bar. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Xiaqi started to get busy at the bar, took out the coffee and went to the kitchen to find Yang Ming, and soon sent another cup of blended coffee over. A unique aroma. Pluto Rayleigh had put down the newspaper in his hand. He sniffed his nose, smelling the aroma coming out of the coffee cup. After Xiaoqi walked a little further away, Pluto Rayleigh immediately started to taste it again. Compared with the first time, he deliberately controlled the speed of drinking this time. And the more he did so, the more Pluto Rayleigh found that this coffee was really delicious. Smooth and delicate taste, rich and mellow coffee aroma with rich layers. He could tell that this was the coffee he usually drank, but the taste was so different. No. This is not the coffee made by Xiaoqi. Pluto Rayleigh had long been accustomed to the taste made by Xiaoqi, so how could he not taste the difference? Although it was the same kind of coffee, it was made into a very different taste in the hands of different people, just like the mortal world, just like the fairyland, like a natural moat between the two. Pluto Rayleigh put down the cup and looked at Xiaoqi with half-closed eyes. Is Yang Ming back? You can't hide anything from me. Xiaoqi shrugged helplessly. I thought I would give you a surprise. Well. Pluto Rayleigh stroked his beard, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Go ask Yang Ming if there is any greasy food. After drinking 2 cups of coffee, Pluto Rayleigh felt his appetite was whetted. It was not long after lunch, but he had the desire to eat, especially greasy food. I'll go in and talk to him. Xiaoqi said, twisting her pretty waist and returning to the kitchen. Hearing Xiaoqi's request, Yang Ming's mind moved, and he had an idea and said. Then let's have a fried steak. When Xiaoqi's words were relayed, Pluto Rayleigh immediately became energetic. After drinking Yang Ming's mixed coffee, he was quite looking forward to Yang Ming's fried steak. Yang Ming was in the kitchen. After some movements, a faint sizzling sound soon came. About 8 minutes later, Yang Ming brought out a grilled steak that was still steaming hot. Yang Ming is back, and I, an old man, will have a treat. Pluto Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt like he was a dozen years younger, full of energy. Gurgle. The grilled steak was just placed on the table in front of Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh hadn't even moved the knife and fork in his hand. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva just by looking at the grilled steak. Fat. Juicy. The juice in the steak seemed to break through the burnt surface of the steak and flow out at any time. An alluring fragrance wafted over, and Pluto Rayleigh couldn't help it anymore. He stretched out his knife and gently cut it open. The rich juice flowed out from the cut of the steak. Pluto Rayleigh couldn't help it anymore and forked a piece into his mouth. Delicious. So delicious. The moment the steak entered his mouth, Pluto Rayleigh felt his mouth was immediately filled with the delicious juice of the steak. Along with the delicious juice, the steak's tender and plump taste spread. Pluto Rayleigh didn't even he swallowed the steak without chewing it. As the steak went down his stomach, Pluto Rayleigh quickly cut the remaining steak on the plate as if he hadn't eaten for a long time, and ate it up without even letting go of the juice on the plate. Give me another fried steak. Feeling that he couldn't eat enough, Pluto Rayleigh said to Yang Ming with an unsatisfied look. Xiaoqi smelled the tempting aroma of the fried steak, the juicy steak, and looked at Pluto Rayleigh's enjoyment. She couldn't help but ask for a fried steak. Obviously, Xiaoqi was the boss here, but in front of Yang Ming, Xiaoqi didn't look like a boss at all. Xiaoqi's nose twitched, and she took a light breath, and a pleasant aroma came to her nose. What a delicious smell! I can't believe it. This is the smell of steak. I'm really looking forward to it. Fried steak can be said to be the simplest food. Xiaoqi has eaten all kinds of fried steaks, but it's the first time she has smelled the fragrance of Yang Ming's steak. Xiaoqi carefully cut a small piece and put it into her mouth in a very ladylike manner. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. How could it be so delicious? She looked at the steak in disbelief. The cooking time was just right, so that the flavor of the beef was thoroughly cooked, and coupled with the slightly drunken taste, it was simply amazing. It can be said that this is the most delicious steak Xiaoqi has ever eaten. In front of Yang Ming's steak, what she had eaten before was simply not worth mentioning. At this moment, Bai ran in from outside. Boss, there is a strange person who wants to see you. Strange person? Yang Ming asked curiously. Who is it that makes Bai so surprised? Chapter 611 Kagaya Otsutsuki appears. The most luxurious lineup in the entire ninja world. At this moment, Bai ran in from outside. Boss, there is a strange person who wants to see you. Strange person? Yang Ming asked curiously. Who is it that makes Bai so surprised? Pluto Rayleigh was also very curious and accompanied Yang Ming out of the bar. But when he saw this person, even though Pluto Rayleigh had experienced countless storms, he couldn't help but be moved. Is it you? Ah! This strange person sighed, after decades of separation, we meet again, Rayleigh. This person spoke in a literary manner, sounding very educated, very much like the tone of aristocrats. This person not only spoke like aristocrats, but also dressed in luxury. He wore a red high-collared suit, a scarlet abalone, and a cane in his hand. Although he was grey-haired and old, he was still in good spirits. He raised his head high, and his hooked nose was more conspicuous. He is Beloric Redfield. He is known as the Lone Red and the Red Count. He is extremely powerful and can fight on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. He was imprisoned by Garp to Impel level 6 because he was powerless after the battle. Later, he escaped from prison during the commotion caused by Blackbeard. This Red Count is an original character in One Piece 3DS, Infinite World Red, and cannot be compared with the characters in ordinary theatrical versions. The Red Count is a great pirate of the same period as Roger, the Pirate King, but compared to other great pirates, the Red Count alone is comparable to a legendary pirate group. He once fought against the current Marshal of the Army, Navy, and Air Force alone and won the battle. Even Roger, the Pirate King, had to give him 3 points of courtesy. Yang Ming only quickly passed this information in his mind. Although his heart was already in turmoil, he did not show any expression on his face. What did you come to me for? The old Red Earl rubbed the cane in his hand and made a slightly hoarse voice. I heard that you can cook resurrection dishes, I want to taste them. Yang Ming shook his head, if you came to me for this matter, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I will only sell resurrection dishes at auctions. At this time, hearing the news of the Red Earl's appearance, even red-haired Shanks and Kaido Little Lowly were alarmed. But whether it was Pluto Rayleigh or the 2 emperors, when they saw the old Red Earl, they still did not dare to be careless, but showed vigilance. Are you kidding? The Red Earl is a legendary existence that is comparable to a legendary pirate group. It's not too vigilant. Ah! The Red Earl leaned on his cane and looked up at the blue sky, his hooked nose seemed to pierce the sky, although I knew this would happen, it seems that I still have to use force. As soon as he finished speaking, the employees of Yang Ming's shop drew their weapons and protected Yang Ming, not daring to be careless. However, the Red Earl did not take action immediately, but stared at Yang Ming with his eyes. Do you know? I can read the strong people you have seen through your eyes. They. Red Earl said, his face flushed like a sickly color. I really didn't expect that in your world, there would be such a beautiful and powerful person. When he said this, Yang Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Sure enough. The Red Earl took out a pen and quickly drew on a leaf. In just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a bang, Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Kisame was shocked, and his whole face was full of fear. Kisame followed Yang Ming into the ancient period of Naruto, but he saw with his own eyes how terrible the Six-Path Sage brothers were. Not to mention, their mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, how terrible would she be? After Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared, the Red Earl's pen tip did not stop, and continued to draw quickly, and then one by one, the famous big figures in the Naruto world appeared. Otsutsuki Hago Romo, Otsutsuki Hamura, Ashura, Indra, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Even the employees of Yang Ming's shop, the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages, the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the Red Earl were all drawn and summoned behind him. This is the most luxurious lineup in the entire ninja world. When these people appeared in front of everyone one by one, the rest of the people in the One Piece world didn't feel anything, but Yang Ming and his party took a breath of cold air one after another, and felt goosebumps all over their bodies. People felt like falling into an ice cellar and felt a bone-chilling cold. Red-haired Shanks felt confused. When he saw that even Uchiha Itachi, who was usually calm, showed a look of horror, he knew that the situation was not good, and couldn't help but ask. Itachi, are these people strong? Gilu. Uchiha Itachi's throat moved up and down with difficulty, and he twisted his neck stiffly. That's not just strong, it's so strong that it's unjust. At this time, Yang Ming sighed, knowing that he and his group came from another world, he could no longer hide the news, and couldn't help but explain. Let's put it this way, in fact, we are not from this world. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, he immediately caused an uproar among the others, and a look of so that's it flashed in their eyes. They had long been wondering why Yang Ming and his group had no news before, as if they were born out of thin air. After learning the truth, although it was incredible, there was also a sense of understanding. Yang Ming pointed at Kagaya Otsutsuki, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. In our world, this woman is comparable to the God who created the world. God! What an unattainable, yet sacred title! How terrifying is this beautiful woman who can be crowned with the title of God by Yang Ming and his group? Shanks and the others felt a turbulent wave in their hearts, and their scalps went numb. Shanks swallowed his saliva with great difficulty, and looked at Yang Ming with horror. So, where does Hashirama Senju rank among you? Yang Ming sighed. At most, he ranks 6th. This does not include the Otsutsuki clansmen in other worlds. In front of Hashirama Senju are Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hamura Otsutsuki, Hago Romo Otsutsuki, Indra, and Ashura. Hiss! Upon hearing this news, red-haired Shanks took a breath of cold air. Although the Red Earl, a character summoned by the description, is weaker than the original, and is still a paper tiger, just like the clone created by the clone technique, it will be destroyed if it suffers any damage. However, there is nothing that can be done about the Red Earl's ability to summon infinitely. Moreover, he summoned Kagaya Otsutsuki, a great god comparable to the god of creation. What else can be done? Shanks and his party also feel desperate. Chapter 612 The Terrifying Kagaya. Valoric Redfield. Known as the Lone Red and the Red Count, he is extremely powerful and can fight on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. After the battle, he was imprisoned by Garp to Impel level 6 because he was powerless. Later, he escaped from prison during the commotion caused by Blackbeard. This Red Count is an original character in the game One Piece 3DS, Infinite World Red, and cannot be compared with the characters in ordinary theatrical versions. The Red Count is a great pirate of the same period as the Pirate King Roger, but compared to other great pirates, the Red Count alone is comparable to a legendary pirate group. He once fought against the current Marshal of the Army, Navy, and Air Force alone and won the battle. Even the Pirate King Roger had to give him 3 points of courtesy. Some readers didn't understand yesterday, so I will talk about it again today. The Red Earl's ability to summon people like Kagaya Otsutsuki is not his own ability, but the key lies in the pen in his hand. The pen in the Red Earl's hand is also his pet, called Peidong, one of the mythical beasts of the animal system, with a raccoon form, which can transform into a cute raccoon cat. The ability of this pen it is to turn the pattern written on the leaf into a real object. Even if the Red Earl draws an airplane or a cannon, or even a nuclear bomb, it will have strong destructive power at the same time. Of course, compared with the original, the destructive power will be much weaker, and it is a paper tiger that will break with a poke, which is a flaw. The Red Earl himself can retrieve the appearance of the strong men that the other party has seen in the past through the other party's eyes, and then draw the pattern on the leaf to summon these strong men. Of course, behind this seemingly powerful appearance, these characters summoned by the description only have fighting instincts, without any thoughts, and will burst like bubbles with a poke. The premise is that you have to hit them. Ah! The Red Earl looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and opened his arms with emotion. I have these loyal subordinates, and the Pirate King will be mine sooner or later. He looked at Yang Ming and his group and threatened. Yang Ming, under such circumstances, you still won't agree to my request. Yang Ming shook his head and said firmly, not possible. Is that so? The Red Earl showed a helpless expression, and then raised the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? As he said, the Red Earl picked up the pen in his hand and quickly drew on the leaves. Come out, Yang Ming. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, as the Red Earl finished drawing Yang Ming, a figure exactly like Yang Ming appeared behind the Red Earl. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Red Earl laughed wildly, his face full of pride. Yang Ming, even if you don't agree to me, I can still get the resurrection food. Red Earl is already very old. Originally, he planned to find a mythical beast fruit after escaping from prison, become a vampire, absorb the life of others, and become young again. However, now with Yang Ming's resurrection food, Red Earl no longer has to worry about this problem. At this moment, the voice of the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, destroy Red Earl. Task description: the author of One Piece has a pit in his brain. He actually drew such a powerful character. Destroy him immediately. Task reward: depends on the situation. Seeing this task description, Yang Ming felt that the system seemed to be furious. However, thinking of Red Earl's ability, could it be that the Yang Ming that the other party drew and summoned also has another system in his body? If so, it can explain why there is such a task description. Yang Ming turned his head and said to Kaido little lowly, if you want to eat my cooking in the future, you must help me get rid of this guy this time. Kaido little lowly nodded heavily, twisted her wrist, made a crackling sound, and said in a delicate voice, no problem. Then, Yang Ming looked at Red Hair Shanks and Pluto Rayleigh. But before Yang Ming could speak, they took the lead and said, don't worry, we won't let him succeed. Seeing Yang Ming and his party reach a united front, the Red Earl was not worried at all, but poured a glass of red wine and drank by himself. You guys! The Red Earl shook the goblet in his hand, looked at Yang Ming and the others through the gorgeous red wine, and the corners of his mouth were raised high, then let me show you what fear is. Go, Kagaya Otsutsuki! God said, I want light, so the world has light. When Kagaya Otsutsuki made a move, before Kaido little Lolita could react, she only saw Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes wide open, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on her. White eyes. Pressure. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki is God, and if God wants you to die, you have to die. Puff. Little Lolita Kaido had no time to react at all, and the whole person seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and the internal organs in the body seemed to be dislocated. The chest suddenly sank, the face suddenly changed, and the beautiful eyes bulged out in horror. Then, she saw that her two legs left the ground, like a kite with a broken string, and was thrown far away. So scary. Seeing this, red-haired Shanks and Pluto Rayleigh looked at each other in shock and speechlessness. They originally thought that what Yang Ming said before was a little exaggerated, but when they saw Kaido, one of the four emperors, had no power to resist, and was just glared at by Kagaya Otsutsuki, and was heavily knocked out, their hearts were really shocked. Fortunately, Kaido is known as the strongest creature, and it is not a false reputation. In just a moment, she covered her chest, stood up with blood on the corner of her mouth, and a crazy look in her eyes. Although Kaido has become a little lowly now, one of her past habits has not changed, that is, looking for stronger stimulation. In the past, in order to find excitement, she kept committing suicide, and even jumped into the sea from more than 10,000 meters in the sky. Unfortunately, her body is too strong, and she didn't die from falling like this. Now, after seeing the powerful strength of Kagaya Otsutsuki, how could Kaido not be ecstatic as if she had found her favorite toy? Suddenly, Kaido moved. She had a crazy look on her face, and she ran towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like a crazy jackal. What a pity! Kagaya Otsutsuki just glanced at her lightly, and then stretched out a hand as white as jade. Kill the grey bones together. A bone spur suddenly pierced through her palm, a little cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon, piercing the body of Kaido. Originally, Kaido was very confident that she had the body of the invincible King Kong, and there was no need to worry at all. But the next moment, her face suddenly changed. Chapter 613 You know nothing about power. As the creator god of the ninja world, even if Kagaya Otsutsuki just sneezed, it would be a big deal. What's more, what about the joint-killing ash bones, one of her close combat ninjutsu? The Book of Formations commented on the joint-killing ash bones, flying across time and space, scattering, decaying with bones. The joint-killing ash bones is a very disgusting ninjutsu. By changing the composition of the skeleton, it becomes a tough weapon technique, shooting bones from the palm, and the body of the person pierced by the bones will gradually collapse like the impure world reincarnation. At this time, Kaido little lowly originally relied on her strong body recovery ability, and did not give in at all, and endured the blow. Then, she was shocked to find that the part of her body that was hit was actually collapsing. That's right, it was collapsing. Even though Kaido is known as the strongest creature and can't be killed no matter how hard he tries, in front of the joint-killing ash bones, these are not enough, and her body quickly disintegrates. How can there be such a person in the world? Kaido little lowly was horrified, looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki. For the first time in her life, a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Could it be that she is really a god? In a hurry, Kaido's little lowly had veins on her hands, and she used brute force to break the grey bone. Then, she stepped on her feet and quickly moved away, pulling out the grey bone inserted in her body. Ugh! Kaido's little lowly was injured in her body, and she suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. She looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki breathlessly, and was horrified. She was about to find teammates to deal with her together. But when Kaido's little Loli glanced and saw other battlefields, she was stunned, and her whole body felt like falling into an ice cellar, and she felt completely cold. At this time, red-haired Shanks and Hades Rayleigh faced the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura respectively, but they were no match at all. The Six-Path Sage looked at red-haired Shanks coldly and raised his hand indifferently. Although he didn't say a word, red-haired Shanks felt an inexplicable fear, which stung him like a needle, and he had goosebumps all over his body, as if the god of death was breathing in his ears. Six Paths. Shinra Tensei. A powerful force suddenly burst out from the hands of the Six-Path Sage. The repulsive force was much stronger than the ordinary Shinra Tensei, and it shook the air with visible ripples, as if the entire space could not withstand the huge force, and it attacked Shanks like a wave. Under the feet of the Six-Path Sage, the entire ground was broken inch by inch, and countless cracks burst open, as if they were lifted up like a carpet, and then they were all shattered under a transparent pressure. In the blink of an eye, from the Six-Path Sage, the ground seemed to be plowed, revealing a piece of red soil. It was so terrifying. Red-haired Shanks frowned, and a layer of worry covered his eyebrows, squeezing out a river shape. He never expected that the Six-Path Sage would be so powerful. Now he wanted to dodge, but his speed was completely insufficient. He could only fight hard. Shanks put one hand on the hilt of the sword, held his breath, and concentrated on a strike. He did not make any movements. He drew the sword, unsheathed it, swung the sword, put the sword back into the sheath. The whole movement had been honed and integrated into his bones, as if it was innate. He did not need to do anything more. Then, the whole world seemed to be darkened at this moment, because there was only the sword light in that moment between heaven and earth, which attracted all the light in the sky. A sword Ling Chen, the light chilled the four seas. Tear. The terrifying repulsive force touched the terrifying sword light, as if a corner of precious silk cloth was torn open, making a crisp sound. Shanks loved the sword and was extremely good at the sword. He exerted the sword way far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This sword light focused on one point, breaking through the surface with one point. No matter how terrible the repulsive force in front of him was, he still bravely moved forward, carrying the momentum of crushing his bones, and destroyed nearly half of the repulsive force in one fell swoop. The remaining repulsive forces were dodged by Shanks before they could get forward. However, Shanks's expression did not relax, but became more solemn. Because he knew very well that the previous attack was his all-out effort, even extraordinary performance. However, his opponent, the Six-Path Sage, only struck casually. With just this one confrontation, the winner was immediately determined, no further explanation was needed. Although Shanks had also heard from Rayleigh that the characters summoned by the Red Earl were all paper tigers that would break at the slightest touch. But in this situation, he didn't even give him a chance to get close. Shanks glanced at the Red Earl, but saw that this guy cherished his life very much, and was protected by Indra, Azura, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even if he wanted to carry out a decapitation operation, he had to face this self-respecting god first. Ah! The Red Earl was like an aristocrat, skillfully pouring red wine into the glass, holding one hand underneath and shaking it. Through the shaking wine, the Red Earl watched Yang Ming and his group fall into dire straits, and felt more refreshed than ever before. He arrogantly opened his arms, as if to embrace a new world. Yang Ming, this is what happens when you refuse to give me resurrection food. You know nothing about power, and you will only end up in failure. Upon hearing this, everyone's foreheads went dark, and they almost cursed this guy for being shameless. If you have the guts, come out and fight him. Facing a pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, the Red Earl didn't care at all, but showed a comfortable expression. From today on, the door to a new era will be opened by me. You should feel honored to be here to witness me becoming the Pirate King. Perhaps because he couldn't stand his arrogance, Uchiha Itachi suddenly shot a kunai towards him. Ding! Unexpectedly, the Red Earl didn't care at all, but just a thought, and the copy of Uchiha Itachi appeared out of nowhere, blocking the kunai in the way. The Red Earl swayed the wine in his hand and looked at Uchiha Itachi with admiration in his eyes. To be honest, you are a young man with great potential. Your talent makes me jealous. What a pity! The Red Earl said with emotion, you met me, and you are destined to die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Uchiha Itachi summoned by the Red Earl had no worries at all. The windmills in his eyes spun wildly, and 2 lines of blood and tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. Amaterasu. Because it was a summoned replica, although the power of a single one was much worse, the black flames that erupted at the cost of blinding his 2 Manjiki Sharingan made even Uchiha Itachi himself feel a palpitation. Encountering this madman who drove out good money with bad money, Uchiha Itachi also felt an unusual headache. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Chiba, Uchiha Madara wears women's clothes. Chapter 614 Itachi vs Madara. Amaterasu. The Red Earl had no mercy on Uchiha Itachi's clone, and directly made him sacrifice his eyes and burst into a terrifying black flame. 2 black flames erupted and gathered together in mid-air, forming an extremely large flame, 2 stories high, plus its indestructible characteristics, enough to make people's scalps numb. As the master, Uchiha Itachi himself was well prepared and took out a few scrolls from his arms. Fire Seal. A strange suction force was born from the scroll. Even though Amaterasu had the characteristics of indestructibility, it was as if it had suffered a nemesis, and its body was involuntarily pulled in. Seeing this, the Red Earl's hand shaking the cup suddenly choked, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. I wanted to show off, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon, and it was a crackling sound, and my face was almost swollen. After sealing Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi stepped on the ground, and he was like a ghost. A dark cloak flashed by and came behind his copy. A trace of cold murderous intent flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and he said coldly, "The Uchiha clan cannot be desecrated." As he said that, he did not hesitate and suddenly inserted the kunao in his hand into the heart of the copy. Bang! As if poking into a balloon and puncturing it, accompanied by a muffled sound, a puff of light smoke came out, and Uchiha Itachi's copy disappeared instantly. Only a leaf fell from mid-air, and a crack cut it in half. Uchiha Itachi picked up the broken leaf with 2 fingers, and looked at the image of him depicted by the Red Earl on it, and couldn't help frowning. What a magical ability! Then, Uchiha Itachi exerted force in his hand and easily crushed the leaves into pieces. Although the Red Earl could continuously draw and summon strong people, it was a pity that the counterfeit was still a counterfeit after all, and when facing the real person, it would appear powerless. However, the Red Earl was not moved at all, and there was no emotion on his face. He raised his hand and said to Uchiha Madara beside him, "Go, don't be stingy with your strength." Summoned by the Red Earl, Uchiha Madara came out with a stiff face, just mechanically obeying the Red Earl. After receiving the order from the Red Earl, a face suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's chest. It was Hashirama Senju. Suffocating chakra flowed out of Uchiha Madara's body, first the hideous bones, then the majestic muscles, and finally the mighty armor. Complete Susanoo. Like a god of war summoned from ancient times, a 1,000-foot-tall figure stood on the ground, with his head poking into the clouds, towering like a mountain, exuding a cold aura that chilled people all over. On the head of the complete Susanoo, 2 faces, one in front and one behind, wore Tengu masks, and a pair of gorgeous wings spread out from behind, raising a gust of wind and dust. The Red Earl stood behind, watching this scene, his face full of intoxication. Ah! The Red Earl opened his arms and sighed, "What a perfect power, it's so pleasing to the eye." Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, he ate a lot of food cooked by Yang Ming on the way back to the Sabayati archipelago, and his Manjiki Sharingan finally recovered to be usable. Whoosh! 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 The wind whistled, blowing his hair, and under the slightly messy bangs, there was a pair of cold scarlet eyes. The black windmill rotated rapidly in his eyes, and the chakra in his body was like a dam releasing flood, pouring out crazily, forming a giant hundreds of feet high outside his body. Unfortunately, in front of Uchiha Madara's complete form of Susanoo, he was comparable to a child, half a head shorter. Fortunately, this Uchiha Madara was just a fake, and his strength was not as strong as the original, so Uchiha Itachi also had the capital to fight. Go! With a loud shout from Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo roared to the sky, waved his huge fist, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Whoosh! Whoosh! The huge fist rolled up a gust of wind, like an engine, causing a rumbling sound in the air. Facing all this, Uchiha Madara just stood there proudly, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, as if he didn't take Uchiha Itachi's attack seriously. "Do you look down on me so much?" A strange color flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. "But you are just a replica." With an unwilling roar in Uchiha Itachi's heart, Susanoo carried a sky-high force, as if to penetrate everything in front of him, and punched the complete Susanoo hard. Bang! A deafening muffled sound suddenly appeared, which was so oppressive that it made people uncomfortable. Like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, it vibrated waves of sound in all directions, and even the white clouds in the sky were blown away, revealing the vast blue sky below. However, Uchiha Madara was like looking at a naughty child, and he never made any move. Because Uchiha Ataka's Susanoo, that punch did not shake Uchiha Madara at all. The complete Susanoo was like a natural chasm, blocking Uchiha Atake in front of him, an obstacle that could not be crossed. Is the gap between us really that big? At this moment, Uchiha Atake had a bitter smile on his face. You know, the strength of the replica is much worse than that of the original. Uchiha Atake could easily fight 3 of his replicas. Originally, he thought that even against Uchiha Madara's replica, he would have the strength to fight. But now it seems that he underestimated Uchiha Madara's power, which was far beyond his imagination. Ouch! The perfect Susanoo roared suddenly, and the sound waves from its mouth alone caused ripples in the space, spreading in all directions like waves. Then, it kicked out fiercely. Boom! As still as a mountain, as fast as the wind. This sentence is just the right time to describe the perfect Susanoo at this moment. Although Uchiha Atake saw the opponent's movements clearly, his body could not keep up with the speed at all, and he could only watch the opponent kick his Susanoo. Crack! A shattering sound was heard, and the place where the perfect Susanoo kicked, the armor that was originally very defensive, instantly cracked into cracks. Then, a terrifying force was like a waterfall hanging upside down, pouring in one breath. Uchiha Atake's face changed, and he was unable to control himself. He flew backwards with his Susanoo, like a can kicked open by someone, and fell heavily in the distance, creating a human-shaped deep pit on the ground. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Atake suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and spit, looking at Uchiha Madara with a look of horror. New book, Konoha Supreme System, your friend's moral integrity has been lost. Chapter 615 You are surrounded by me alone. Just as Uchiha Atake was trapped during the hard battle, the employees of Yang Ming's shop also had their own opponents. Although, the replicas of the employees of Yang Ming's shop would be easily defeated when facing the real body. But don't forget that the Red Earl even brought out the 5 shadows. Zabuza looked at the Tsuchikage and Onoki floating in the air, and his wolf-like eyes burst out with terrible murderous intent. It's really troublesome. I actually have to face a big man like you. Beside him, Leia chuckled and said, Why, you are not afraid, right? Zabuza raised the beheading sword as high as a person, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Afraid? How is it possible? I am. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes flashed a gleam of light, the demon Zabuza. Zabuza pointed to the sky with one hand, first there were wisps of smoke, and then the majestic mist gushed out, covering the area within a few miles in a fog. Tisk! Watching Zabuza's figure disappear with the smoke, Leia chuckled. Really, you didn't even wait for me. As he said that, he quickly placed Kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique around him for emergency use. As a copy of Onoki, when Onoki saw the fog, he knew something was wrong. His body became lighter and flew into the sky, intending to get away from the fog. After all, in this fog, even if he wanted to use the dust release technique, he couldn't find the target and could only grope around alone. At this moment, Zabuza's devilish whispers came from all directions. Do you want to braise it? Or steam it? Or pan-fry it? However, Onoki was just a copy, without any personal thoughts at all, and only had a pure killing instinct, and he didn't pay any attention to Zabuza's voice. It's really unromantic. Zabuza curled his lips, and the whole person appeared in front of Onoki like a magic trick. Navy 6 styles. Moon step. I heard that a clone like you can be broken with just one poke. Let me try it first. Zabuza raised his head with a grim smile, raised his beheading sword with both hands, and exerted terrifying power on it. A cold knife light flashed by. Like a bright semi-arc moonlight, it drew a sharp arc in the air and slashed straight towards Onoki. Facing this attack, if Onoki himself was present, he could have many ways to deal with it. Unfortunately, this is just a clone, and he dared not be touched at all. Earth escape. Rock Golem Goron. A strange stone statue suddenly rose from the ground, and at the critical moment, it jumped suddenly and used its body to block the knife. Tear. The hard stone skin of the stone statue could not block it at all. A deep knife mark was cut from the left shoulder all the way down. The inside of the stone statue could be seen, and the edges were even broken. However, it finally blocked Zabuza's shocking attack. At the same time, Onoki put his hands together. Then, a little light burst out from his hands. When he opened his palms, a prism with dazzling light shot forward at a high speed. At this moment, because the stone statue was a bit large, it blocked Zabuza's vision, so he didn't notice the danger at all. But this scene was seen by Rega, and his soul was immediately scared and exclaimed, "Stupid, get out of the way." After being reminded by Rega, Zabuza was shocked and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport out. Boom! As soon as Zabuza left, the prism of the dust release technique had already smashed into the stone statue. A point of light shone in all directions, a dazzling light bloomed, followed by a thunderous roar, and a heart-pounding power bloomed. This is the power to annihilate everything. Even if the stone statue's defense is extremely strong, it can be affected. In just a blink of an eye, it was shattered into molecules that are difficult to find with the naked eye. Then, the aftermath of the explosion spread, and the replica of Onoki had no time to dodge, and was covered by his own unique skills. With a bang, the leaves of the original body were also destroyed under this terrible annihilation power, leaving nothing behind. Although as a replica, the range of Onoki's peeling technique is relatively small, but the annihilation power is real, terrifying, and suffocating. It's a close call. I almost died. Zabuza looked back, wiped off a cold sweat after realizing it, and still had lingering fears in his heart. He never expected that this copy of Noki would be so shameless, not caring about his own safety at all, and was willing to take him down with him even if he died. If he hadn't used the Flying Thunder God technique just now, he would have really been buried there. At this time, Rhea came forward and said triumphantly, "You have to thank me this time, remember to treat me when you go back, let's have a drink." Zabuza rolled his eyes, "I promised Bai that I wouldn't drink. Are you a henpecked husband?" Rega didn't know Bai was a boy yet, so he couldn't help but tease. Zabuza silently gave Rega a middle finger in his heart, but his face showed no expression. "Let's go, we still have to deal with other cages. This battlefield is just a microcosm of all battlefields." For the employees of Yang Ming's shop, although the original bodies of these shadows are very powerful, they are no match for the employees of Yang Ming's shop in the form of copies, and they are quickly wiped out. At this time, boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, flames, and smoke. Then it was seen that Uchiha Ataka's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground far away like a kite with a broken string. In the flames, Uchiha Madara walked forward step by step with a grim face. As if welcoming the arrival of the Emperor of Fire, these arrogant flames retreated obediently to the sides, leaving a safe and wide road. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, looked around, and saw the other employees of Yang Ming's shop rushing over, protecting Uchiha Ataka behind him, and staring at him vigilantly. All this fell into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Although he was just a clone, everyone could feel from his eyes an attitude of looking down on the world and being invincible. Multiple wood clones. As Uchiha Madara made hand seals, hundreds of wood clones appeared in front of everyone. Then, Susanoo! 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 One after another, giants hundreds of feet high, like giant soldiers from mythology, gathered around the 1,000-foot-high complete Susanoo like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the employees of Yang Ming's shop. At this moment, they had only one strange thought in their minds. Uchiha Madara surrounded them alone. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Your Friend Has No Moral Integrity is online. Chapter 616 Yang Ming's Trump Card. The Red Earl knew very well that the clone he had described and summoned was just a clone after all, and its strength was much worse than the original. Therefore, he did not need any trial at all, and directly made the clone Uchiha Madara burst out with all his strength. Dozens and hundreds of wooden clones, dozens and hundreds of Susanoo. Just ask if you are afraid. Ah! The Red Earl shook the goblet in his hand, and the red wine looked more crystal clear and pure in the rippling. What a wonderful scenery! Yang Ming, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and said to his employees, "Come on together." Yes. The employees of the store shouted in unison, and the overwhelming offensive swept over. Zabuza and Kisame's water escape, Rega's lightning escape, Uchiha Ataka's fire escape, Giant Panda Yuan's bamboo escape. All kinds of attacks, like the sky falling, poured down with a bang. Facing the counterattack of Yang Ming's store employees, dozens of Susanos were immediately angry. Roar! 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 Nearly 100 giants, as if stimulated, roared to the sky, and actually went upstream against the raging ninjutsu. Boom! 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 The Susanoo in the front row, just touched the surging ninjutsu torrent, and just stalemated for a while, then disappeared with a bang, leaving no residue. However, even if these are all fake, they can still block half of the power, creating conditions for the Susanoo in the back row. Yasakani no Megatama. A long-range attack unique to Susanoo. Dazzling beams of light burst out with a bang, as if to tear the sky apart, to cut the world in half, forming a terrifying laser curtain, pouring down crazily. The whole world, as if at this moment, was robbed of color by the light curtain, only the light at this time was eternal. Even if these Susanoo are fake, under normal circumstances, 10 of them cannot beat a genuine Susanoo. But when so many of them pile up, the quantitative change leads to qualitative change, forming an extremely shocking offensive. The shop employees were horrified, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to take others away from this Jedi. Boom! A dazzling white light, and the belated roar reached the ears, making people dizzy, as if at this moment all the sounds of the world were taken away, only the light of that moment was creepy. Yang Ming looked back in horror, and the place where Xiaoqi had ripped off the bar had turned into a hell on earth. There were no houses left, only a mess. In the center of the collective bombing of the light column curtain, a bottomless hole appeared, as big as a football field. Its edge, affected by the high temperature, gradually melted like magma, emitting hot air, and steam was everywhere. Pervading everywhere. Simple. Brutal. For the Red Earl, there is nothing to worry about and they can run rampant. The Red Earl is like the king of all kings, strolling in the sky with the help of the moon step. The scarlet clothes, like the king of blood, are the most conspicuous symbol that cannot be ignored. Ah! The Red Earl opened his arms and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In front of him, Kagaya Otsutsuki acted as the vanguard, and anyone who dared to offend His Majesty would be devastated by Kagaya Otsutsuki. And beside the Red Earl, every famous strong man, Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and others, is just an ordinary guard. With the most luxurious lineup in the entire Naruto world, what else in this world can stop his steps? The Red Earl really can't think of it. Being invincible is lonely. The Red Earl took a sip of red wine, which tasted sweet and mellow, but it was far less refreshing than the feeling in his heart at this moment. When awake, he holds the power of the world, and when drunk, he lies on the lap of a beautiful woman. Every man has such a life goal, and for the Red Earl at this moment, it is just within reach and can be easily obtained. The Red Earl looked at Yang Ming coldly, with a face full of pity, and shook his head and sighed. Yang Ming, what a pity. You have the ability to cook magical dishes, why do you want to go against me? The Red Earl stretched out his hand to Yang Ming and said sincerely. I am kind and can't bear to see your talent buried in the crowd. I will be merciful once and give you one last chance. The Red Earl stood in the sky, looking down at Yang Ming, as if he was a god, high above, full of arrogance. Are you willing to join my team? For the Red Earl, the pen in his hand can draw and summon characters. But the clone is still a clone, and its ability is much weaker than the original. For his own immortality plan, out of cautious considerations, the Red Earl invited Yang Ming again. The Red Earl believed that in front of their gorgeous lineup, any words were pale, and only the real threat of death could make people bow down. Any smart person would know what to do at this time. What a pity. He was facing Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head and raised a middle finger to the Red Earl. Sorry, I'm not ready to work for others. I just want to be a chef quietly. Quiet. Incomparably quiet. The Red Earl had never thought that as the future king of all kings, he had been so humble and courteous to recruit Yang Ming, but he was still rejected. Slap in the face. Yang Ming's slap was undoubtedly a hard slap in the face, and it was a crackling sound, making the Red Earl's face swollen. How dare you? The Red Earl exerted force in his hand, and the goblet broke with a sound, and the red wine inside leaked out, flowing all over his hands. The Red Earl looked at Yang Ming coldly, as if suppressing a raging anger, and said in a deep voice. Why, you reject my kindness like this? Damn it! The Red Earl was furious, and the old man's wrinkles on his face crowded together, looking extremely twisted and hideous. Kill them for me. The Red Earl raised his hand. In addition to keeping Indra and Ashura by his side to protect himself, he sent out all the clones to make Yang Ming feel regret and fear. Led by Kagaya Otsutsuki, a powerful ninja lineup immediately set out. Seeing this, red-haired Shanks and others showed horrified expressions on their faces. Yang Ming, what cards do you have? Stop hiding them. Even Shanks was chilled by the terror of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He really didn't want to face such a strong man. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. To be honest, he really had a card. Hidden task, refuse forced marriage, start with you. Task description, as a man, how can you be conquered by a woman? If you want to do it, it is the host who conquers the woman. Please do your best to dispel Aunt Charlotte Linland's idea of getting married. Task reward, a random item. In this task reward, Yang Ming got a very shameless item. I don't know if you remember. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Your Friend Has No Shame is online. Chapter 617, Save the World with Hatsune Miku? Hidden mission, refuse forced marriage, start with you. Mission description, as a man, how can you be conquered by a woman? If you want to do it, it is the host who conquers the woman. Please do your best to dispel Aunt Charlotte Lingling's idea of getting married. Ren mission reward, a random item. In this mission reward, Yang Ming got a very shameless item. I don't know if you remember. After getting this item, to be honest, Yang Ming really didn't want to use it. But under the pressure of the Red Earl and the hopeful eyes of his people, Yang Ming gave it his all. Even if he didn't want to save face, he had to show the Red Earl that if a tiger doesn't show its power, don't treat it as a sick cat. Then, Yang Ming took out an inflatable doll. Anti-river crab. Inflatable doll. Doll. If you look closely, you will find that the doll looks like Hatsune Miku. Seeing this, red-haired Shanks and others were so surprised that their jaws dropped. Yang Ming. Is this your trump card? Shanks couldn't even speak clearly, and his face almost said, "Are you kidding me?" To be honest, you all know how to use an inflatable doll, it's very shameless, isn't it? Ahem. Yang Ming's face froze, and he pretended to be calm and said, "It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat, don't worry about it." But Shanks looked at the inflatable doll suspiciously, and really doubted whether it would be useful. Yang Ming's expression became serious, and he said with finality, "Okay, don't worry so much, buy me some time, I want to inflate it." Many employees of the shop looked like they wanted to laugh but couldn't. They were used to seeing boss Yang Ming always bringing out weird props unexpectedly. But this time, the inflatable doll was really hilarious and made people want to laugh. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura, like a dark cloud covering the sky, descended on everyone. Led by Kagaya Otsutsuki, the six-path sage Hamura Otsutsuki and Madara Uchiha worked together. God! Chibaku Tensei! A black star that was condensed to the extreme, floating in the center of the sky, looked ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. But how could the earth-shattering star used by the four people together be ordinary? The next moment, a surprising attraction suddenly erupted from the black star. It was like a black hole, absorbing everything it saw and making it a part of it. Oops! Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were immediately horrified. The whole earth began to shake violently as if there was a super earthquake. The ground cracked, and cracks as wide as roads appeared. Pieces of stones broke away from the ground, like chicks returning to their nests, flying towards the black star. What the hell is this? Kaido is fearless, but what happened today completely overturned all her past understandings. First, Kagaya Otsutsuki hurt her immortal body with one move, making her feel that death is approaching. Now, this black star in the sky makes Kaido's whole body shudder, and every cell in his body is trembling, as if he saw something terrible, which makes Kaido extremely surprised. Uchiha Itachi raised his head and said solemnly, "We must gather the power of everyone to destroy it, otherwise if we are sucked in, we will be trapped in it for the rest of our lives and die." Ha ha ha. Just as Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, the Red Earl laughed arrogantly. The Red Earl seemed to have heard some jokes, and tears were about to come out of his eyes. Then, his expression was restrained, and he stared at everyone with cold eyes. "This gift is specially made for you. How could it be destroyed by you?" As he spoke, the Red Earl quickly drew on the leaves, and then swung the leaves in his hand. Bang! 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 Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the 5 Kage, many famous ninja masters appeared again. And they were just cannon fodder summoned by the Red Earl to intercept the employees of Yang Ming's shop. Because this divine Chibaku Tensei requires 4 people to work together, and no other actions can be taken, otherwise it will fail. Damn guy! Seeing this, Naruto's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, containing thunderous anger. The lecherous immortals are not people you can blaspheme at will. As Naruto roared, he suddenly burst out with a huge amount of scarlet chakra, and his whole body turned into the appearance of the 9 tails. Tailed Beast Cannon. 9 Tails. Naruto opened his mouth, and a dark black sphere was born, containing the power to destroy the world, all concentrated together. Then, it suddenly ejected. 9 Tails. Naruto's tailed beast cannon can easily sink a small island. However, he is now facing the right one is the most luxurious lineup in the entire ninja world. Even though these are all copies, they are all fakes, and their strength is much worse than the original, but their unique abilities are still terrifying. Tsuchikage Onoki stood out from the crowd, put his hands together, and formed a small and exquisite prism in his hands. Facing the incoming tailed beast cannon, Onoki calmly threw the prism in his hand down. Dust escape. Original world peeling technique. Boom. Just like a comet hitting the earth, the two collided, tit for tat, and it was impossible to accommodate the existence of the other. In the sky, the explosions of the two first condensed to the extreme, and then turned into a straight line, like the horizon, dividing the entire world into 2 halves. Rumble! Rumble! The roar that resounded through the sky continued, like thunder, even people thousands of miles away could hear this deafening sound. What should I do? 9-tailed Naruto showed a look of despair. If he fought alone, he would not be afraid of these clones. As long as he spent a little time, he could easily defeat them. But now, 9-tailed Naruto felt a great attraction, which continuously burst out from the black star. Many times, he could not control it and was absorbed like a chick returning to the nest. Brother, hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. Yang Ming was also very anxious. Unfortunately, he could only blow the inflatable doll by himself and could not rely on the power of others. Just when 9-tailed Naruto could not bear it anymore, his limbs left the ground and began to fly towards the black star. Hey, finally done! Yang Ming spent a lot of effort and finally inflated the inflatable doll at this critical moment. Go! Hatsune Miku! Yang Ming threw the inflatable doll in his hand into the sky fiercely, and a brilliant light suddenly burst out from Hatsune Miku's body. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Your Friend Has No Moral Integrity is now online. Chapter 618. I ended it as soon as I made a move. Although, I don't know when the system has become more and more immoral. But one thing will not change, the system's products must be top-notch. When the inflatable doll Hatsune Miku was thrown into the air by Yang Ming, an unparalleled light suddenly burst out from her body. This light was like the first light at the beginning of the world, covering the noisy battlefield and covering everyone present. Light. Endless light. Seeing this, the Red Earl suddenly changed color. This. What the hell is this? The Red Earl felt that he seemed to have lost something precious at this moment. In his sight, the characters he had originally drawn and summoned were like ice and snow in summer, melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the replica of Kagaya Otsutsuki was no exception. It seemed that in this light, nothing could stop it. But strangely, the Red Earl was in this light, but there was no change, but he felt warm and comfortable. I don't believe this. The Red Earl was furious, panicked, picked up the pen, and drew on the leaves again. But no matter how he drew, he could no longer summon anyone, as if he had lost his ability. No. To be precise, in this endless light, the Red Earl's ability was forbidden to be used. How could this be? The Red Earl was like a gambler who had lost everything, panting, wide-eyed, looking at the leaves in his hand unwillingly, as if doing so would allow him to summon the characters again. Unfortunately, no matter how long he watched, it was useless, his ability was sealed. On the other hand, Shanks and Yang Ming's shop staff seemed to be unaffected, and they came to the Red Earl in a flash. Kisame moved his wrist and grinned, "You were so arrogant just now. Come and taste my fist." As he said that, Kisame punched out. Originally, in Kisame's opinion, the Red Earl, an old man in his 70s and 80s, with one foot in the coffin, should be very weak. But who knew that Kisame's punch missed, and was easily dodged by the Red Earl? This old man. Seeing this, Kisame frowned. As a person comparable to a legendary pirate group, the Red Earl's fighting ability is also quite strong, apart from his ability to depict and summon powerful figures. Even though he was old and weak, the Red Earl was more than capable of fighting 3 Kisame alone. Kisame glanced at the inflatable Hatsune Miku doll and found that in such a short time, the light that originally covered a very wide range had a tendency to shrink. He couldn't help but say, "Let's go together, otherwise if he recovers his ability, we will be in trouble." The others naturally had no problem and nodded in unison, and then together they attacked the Red Earl. But strangely, they did not use any ninjutsu, but only relied on physical skills. It turned out that they were also forbidden to use ninjutsu. What Kisame noticed, the Red Earl also noticed. The Red Earl suppressed his ecstasy, his eyes turned, thinking about how to delay time. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi and his group were all shrewd people, just looking at his appearance, you can know what he is thinking. There is no chivalry at all, Uchiha Itachi and his group just fight in groups. Punches, kicks, turned into black shadows all over the sky, forming a storm-like offensive, falling on the Red Earl like raindrops. Damn it! Seeing this, a trace of hatred flashed in the eyes of the Red Earl, and he shook his body in a panic to avoid the attacks of Uchiha Itachi and others. Although there is a relatively wide space in the sky, it also means that the Red Earl will be hit more widely. Moreover, even without using ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi's group's physical skills are also extremely strong. No matter how strong the Red Earl is, he can't beat many people with his 2 fists, and he can't stay alert all the time. Look, Naruto grabbed an opportunity and punched the Red Earl hard in the face. Bang! Naruto hated the Red Earl for describing and summoning Jiraiya and the others, and thought it was blasphemy, so he attacked with anger, carrying the power of thunder, without any courtesy at all. As the Red Earl moved left and right, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes, and a misstep would bring eternal regret. Naruto punched out, sinking deeply into the Red Earl's cheek. Because of the terrifying impact, the Red Earl's profile was even twisted, and a mouthful of old blood with a few broken teeth fell out and flew to the bottom. Naruto's attack seemed to blow the assembly call, and the others took action one after another, falling on the Red Earl like a storm. The Red Earl was old and his health was not as good as before. In addition, he was besieged by so many strong men. His whole body was like a broken leaf in the rain, letting the rain and wind blow it away, but he could do nothing. When Hatsune Miku, the inflatable doll, lost its function and the light in the sky was gathered back into her body, the Red Earl also came to the end of his life. He was like a hedgehog with a lot of ambitions and fell into a permanent sleep. Bang! Bang! Hatsune Miku completely lost its function and fell to the ground like a rag bag. His originally full body became shriveled. At the same time, the Red Earl was the same, falling alone into the abyss created by the previous attack. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at Yang Ming with respect. Although Yang Ming did not take action from beginning to end, at the last moment, it was still Yang Ming who came out to pull the tide and save everyone. If the Red Earl was allowed to do what he wanted, the terrifying Daibokuten star would form a huge moon, trapping all of them inside, and they would never be able to escape from the darkness and loneliness forever. When the people in the know thought of that end, they shuddered and dared not imagine it at all. "Boss, our mission is complete," Uchiha Itachi reported to Yang Ming on behalf of the store employees. Yang Ming nodded, then looked around. The area within a few miles had already turned into ruins, and it was a mess everywhere. "Next, you will help Xiaoqi and help her rebuild the blackmail bar. By the way, find out the information of other victims and compensate them. I will pay for all the money and materials. After all, it is because of me that such a disaster occurred." Uchiha Itachi understood Yang Ming's meaning and said in a deep voice, "Boss, don't worry, we will get this done." Yang Ming patted his shoulder, "I feel relieved with your words." Then, Yang Ming found a secluded place. Because just now, Yang Ming received an extremely shocking news from the system. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Your Friend Has No Moral Integrity is online. Chapter 619 The Truth. The True Face of the System. After destroying the Red Earl, as expected, the sound of the system prompt came to Yang Ming's ears. Hidden mission, eliminate the Red Count. Mission description, the author of One Piece has a brain hole. He actually drew such a powerful character. Eliminate him immediately. Mission reward. Mission completed, reward issued. Something that made Yang Ming feel creepy happened. This time, the system's voice was no longer serious and earnest, but a boy's voice came, full of humanity. That's why Yang Ming looked for a secluded place to check the reward for this mission. Yang Ming's face was more solemn than ever. You are not the system, who are you? In the past, the system's voice has always been mechanical, how could it be a boy's voice, S voice? Actually, something that shocked Yang Ming still happened. I am the system, and the system is me. What does this mean? Yang Ming frowned. Don't you find that my system is becoming more and more shameless, and issuing some crazy rewards more and more frequently? Hearing this, Yang Ming was shocked, but he stopped talking, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. As it is said, Yang Ming actually had doubts about this problem early on. When Yang Ming first obtained the system was very rigid, and both the tasks and rewards were well behaved. But since the issuance of the Nianghua Spring for Orochimaru, the system seemed to have changed, and issued shameless tasks intermittently. Especially recently, these actions of the system have become more frequent, but Yang Ming has become accustomed to it, so he didn't find it strange. But now, when Yang Ming heard this male voice reveal the truth, his heart was in turmoil. Actually, I was originally a human, and also a homebody. Yang Ming's face changed drastically, his eyes full of horror. Then how did you become a system? Yang Ming had to ask, because this might be related to his life and safety. The system sighed. I was forcibly refined by an unspeakable existence, turned into the current system, and added many functions to me. In fact, as you continue to complete tasks, the shackles that originally sealed my soul will gradually be untied. For some reason, Yang Ming felt uneasy when he heard this. Gurgle. Yang Ming moved his throat with difficulty and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What will happen if your seal is completely lifted? There was a silence. Then, a slightly hoarse male voice came. Not only will you die, I will die too. As for the reason, sorry, that unspeakable existence left a secret door in my body, I can't tell you. At this moment, Yang Ming felt cheated. If it is according to this statement. Damn, don't forget the main task 3. Which requires Yang Ming to build a food capital. Once Yang Ming completes the construction of the food capital, it will be the time of his death. How can this not make people feel a sense of being deceived? Angry. Surprised. All kinds of tastes, as if multiple seasoning bottles were overturned and poured on the ground and mixed together, the taste became indescribable. Thinking for a long time, Yang Ming finally recovered from the truth, and his back was soaked with cold sweat and became wet. System, I will still call you this for the time being. Since you told me this matter frankly, it means that you don't want to die either. You must have thought of a way, right? The hoarse male voice sounded again. Although I already have an idea in my mind, it takes a little time for me. When the time comes, I will notify you. Yang Ming nodded heavily. Then, Yang Ming asked a question that he had been holding back for a long time. Since you said, system, that I am getting closer and closer to death as I continue to complete tasks. If I don't complete the tasks, doesn't that mean I can avoid this fate? The system seemed to have known that Yang Ming would ask this question. The system sighed. What a pity. If you, the host, had not relied on me from the beginning, there might still be hope. It's actually like gambling. If you don't gamble from the beginning, you will never lose. But once you start gambling and it takes a long time, it will be difficult for you to quit gambling. And once you get into gambling, it's like a deep sea. You are destined to lose. Moreover, do you think that unspeakable existence will leave you such an obvious loophole? It doesn't exist. Although Yang Ming had this guess in his mind, when he really got the news, his mood inevitably became heavy. Yang Ming thought about it. If he hadn't used the power of the system, there would be no Yang Ming shop, and he wouldn't have recruited many famous ninjas in the ninja world as employees. If that were the case, Yang Ming would be an ordinary person, at most a passerby who would not survive more than one chapter. According to the original plot, an ordinary person like Yang Ming would have died in the Konoha collapse plan. How could he have the glory he has now? Everything was already predetermined. Perhaps, sensing Yang Ming's disappointment, the system comforted him. In fact, we still have a glimmer of hope. In a certain animation world, there is a treasure that can help us. As long as you, the host, keep triggering hidden tasks, there is always a chance to be able to get a chance to go to that world. Hey! Yang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled the suffocation in his chest, feeling much better. In that case, I'll be busy. The system comforted, host, don't worry, we are actually grasshoppers on the same line now, we all prosper together and suffer together. To survive under the hands of that unspeakable existence, we need to work together. Yang Ming clenched his fists tightly and nodded heavily, I understand. Host, you have to work harder, my accumulated energy has been used up, and my consciousness has to return to the seal. After that, the system fell silent and never spoke again. It was as if everything just now was a mirage, and it was like a dream, so unreal. But Yang Ming knew that all this was real, not a dream. Looking up at the sky, a few seagulls flew by from time to time in the blue sky. The sun was shining, but Yang Ming could not feel the slightest warmth. To be honest, Yang Ming did not believe the abnormality of the system and what it said. But Yang Ming felt deeply worried about the unspeakable existence it mentioned. Perhaps, it was this unspeakable existence that made him travel to the world of Naruto. Who is it? Finally, the dark line laid down in hundreds of chapters of this book has been concluded. Spoiler part, the new book, Konoha Supreme System, is the sequel to this book, the first chapter of the new book, about the finale. Chapter 620 The Ruthless World Government. Navy Headquarters. Since the last incident of the 10,000 blood letter, they thought that they could force the world government to give in, so that they could bid for Yang Ming's resurrection food and revive martial warring states. At first, the Navy was jubilant, thinking that victory was in sight. Unfortunately, it has been 5 days since the last time. But since then, the world government has been dumb, and no news has been passed. Even though the Navy generals tried to contact the 5 elders, they were always evaded by the 5 elders for various reasons. It was obvious that they were playing Tai Chi and trying to delay them. Depression. Extremely depressing. After experiencing the jubilation, the Navy went from initial hope to disappointment in the world government, and finally despair of reviving martial warring states in these 5 days. If the world government does not take action, what can they use to revive martial warring states? Navy meeting room. Many generals sat down together, all with gloomy faces. Bang! Garp was the first to lose his temper. With a face full of anger, he slammed his fist heavily on the table and said angrily. This time, the world government is too abominable. Are they really not afraid that we will defect and become pirates? Garp, be careful with your words. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded softly. I don't care. Sengoku is dead, and he died for the world government. Now they don't give us an explanation. I'm not going to do it anymore. As an old comrade who entered the Navy at the same time as Marshal Sengoku, Garp has always been a partner with Sengoku and has an unparalleled comradeship. If Garp is really pushed to the limit, he will really dare to become a pirate. Alas! Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed immediately, knowing how Garp felt at the moment. Now the attitude of the 5 elders towards us is ambiguous. Even for our requests, they will delay as much as possible. I'm afraid they have already made a decision. Vice Admiral Tsuru is worthy of being the chief think tank of the Navy. Through the intelligence collection during this period, he unraveled the mystery and slowly said. You all know the temptation of resurrection food. Whoever possesses it means having a second life. For the world government, especially the celestial dragons, they can do whatever it takes to get the resurrection food, even if they sacrifice Marshal Sengoku or even the entire Navy. I am afraid they will not frown. Everyone present is the leader of the Navy, and each of them is a smart person. How can they not understand the truth? The clearer they are, the more chilling they will be. Each of them has been a soldier since they were teenagers, and has dedicated their lives to the Navy and justice, but the result is such a sad and chilling end. Even Akainu, who has always claimed to be a government-running dog, couldn't help but feel sad and lowered his eyelids. Zayahi, what do you think we should do? Seeing this, Garp looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru hopefully, hoping that she could give him some advice. But as soon as he finished speaking, something strange happened. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the conference room was suddenly slammed open by brute force, and a cold voice came. What should we do? Of course, leave it alone. Who is this? All the Navy officers present stood up and glared at the uninvited guest. Without any prelude, he directly brute forced the door of the conference room, which was like slapping all the Navy officers on the spot. How could they not be angry? But when they saw the people coming, Everyone's faces suddenly changed. There were 3 people coming, of different heights, in white clothes. Among ordinary people in the outside world, these 3 people were at most dressed in strange clothes, nothing unusual. But the people present were all the best in the navy, knowing many secrets that others did not know. Although these 3 people were not well known, each of them was not easy to mess with. Because the 3 of them came from an organization under the jurisdiction of the world government, a notorious department, CP0. These 3 people were like the white impermanence who was asking for his life, with a cold and piercing look, looking around. The leader snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I heard that there are Navy officers here who want to defect to become pirates. Who dares to stand up?" Garp, who has a bad temper, was already furious. When he heard this, he was like adding fuel to the fire. How could he bear it? Garp took a step forward, his eyes were like lightning, and he roared like a mad lion. "I said it. What can you do to me? Really?" The leading CP0 sneered, and then made way for Garp in his surprised eyes. "Commander Kong, you have also seen what the Navy has become now. Please take action yourself and eliminate these unstable stubborn elements." When the 3 CP0s made way for the aisle, a big man who was unexpected by all the Navy came slowly. This burly man with white hair and a broom head was the former Admiral of the Navy and the commander of the entire world government army. His full name is Steelbone Kong. "It's you." When he saw Commander Sora, even the fearless Garp couldn't help but change his face. When Garp was still an ordinary Navy officer, Sora was already a Navy Marshal, a senior whom Garp admired very much. Not to mention Garp, even nearly half of the other Navy generals present showed a look of retreat. After all, Commander Sora still has a deep-rooted influence in the Navy. Garp. Although Commander Sora is very old, an ordinary old man would have been lying in bed waiting to die at this age, but Sora still speaks in a deep voice, not like an old man at all, making people feel that he is still in middle age. Commander Sora shook his head at Garp, with a strange look in his eyes. "You really disappoint me. You actually forgot the justice of the Navy and said such irresponsible words." He waved his hand and sighed, "Garp, go away. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Navy." "What?" As soon as Commander Kong finished speaking, his words were shocking, and immediately set off a storm. All the naval commanders present had never expected that Commander Kong would not help them speak, but instead dismissed Garp as soon as he arrived. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Commander Kong in shock, and then glanced at the 3 CP0s, but saw that they all showed disdain and ridicule, and he immediately understood in his heart. All this is actually the intention of the world government. In order to prevent the entire Navy from jumping ship to become pirates, the world government has made great efforts to bring out Commander Kong, the great god, to reorganize the Navy instead of the people of the world government. In this way, with the prestige of Commander Kong, even if there are still many opposing voices within the Navy, they can be suppressed in a short time, delaying time for the world government, so as to free up their hands to compete for the resurrection dishes cooked by Yang Ming. The world government is so cruel and calculating. New book, Konoha Supreme System, extremely shameless. Chapter 621 I am a Navy, I am proud. Navy Headquarters. Since Commander Sora came to the Navy headquarters and swept away all dissidents with thunderous tactics, Garp was dismissed, Akainu's 3 former admirals were retained for observation, and the rest of the Navy generals were demoted, and those who changed their ways changed their sides and joined Commander Sora. In just one day, the entire Navy's upper echelons changed, which immediately caused an uproar in the Navy. But what shocked the Navy even more was that after the high-level Navy was reorganized, no one mentioned reviving martial warring states. Without a leader, even if most of the Navy had this idea, no one with prestige came out to preside over the work. Even if some individual Navy stood up and once again raised the slogan of reviving martial warring states, they would soon be surrounded by a group of Navy and arrested, and then they would never be seen again. It is said that they were thrown directly into the city of Impel Down. Seeing that Yang Ming's food auction was getting closer and closer, almost all the Navy was in despair. Is there really no way out? Kobe looked at the blue sky and white clouds with a gloomy look. Although the scenery was so beautiful, it could not heal the scars in his heart. Marshal Zhang Guo used his life to protect Kobe, preventing him from being slapped to death by Hashirama Senju. That scene is still in Kobe's mind. Lingered in my mind for a long time. Perhaps, people are forgetful creatures. After this storm, when the Tianlong people auction Yang Ming's resurrection food, the Navy will return to the previous track and do what they should do. Perhaps, By that time, the memory of Marshal Zhangguo will be forgotten in the day-to-day toil, people will no longer forget the justice he swore with his life, and the navy will also forget the blood they once had. Then, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and everything disappears in this strange calm. No. This is not the justice I want to see, nor is it what Marshal Zhangguo wants to see. Kobe clenched his fists fiercely, and a firm look flashed in his eyes. Kobe has not forgotten that even when Marshal Zhangguo was dying, he rarely wiped the tears from his face gently. The future is up to you. Kobe still remembers the last words of Marshal Zhangguo when he was dying. Kobe stood on the playground, looking at the Navy headquarters building from a distance, shook his head and smiled. The future of the Navy is definitely not like this. As if he had made a great decision, Kobe took a deep breath, and his eyes were no longer dark, but became energetic. Then, Kobe left the playground, specifically looking for a white dress, tied a white belt on his forehead, and looked like he was wearing sackcloth and mourning. Then, he carried a long pole on his back, with a flag hanging on it, with 2 capital letters of justice. Under these 2 words, Kobe wrote, "The Navy will not die, justice will not die." Kobe held a box in his hands, with a passionate heart, and an indomitable expression on his face, like Jing Kai stabbing the king of Qin, and walked towards the Navy headquarters building resolutely. The wind is whistling and the Yishui River is cold, and the warrior will never come back once he leaves. Without the awareness of committing suicide, Kobe would not take this risky step. When Kobe was walking on the road, he was already a famous figure in the Navy. With his strange clothes, he immediately attracted the attention of countless Navy officers. An ordinary Navy officer saw this and couldn't help asking, "Kobe, what are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Kobe walked up to him and pointed the box in his hand at him. "Raise money to save the marshal." Kobe's action was very obvious. Although his words were brief, they were concise. He hoped that the Navy officer would be eager to do good deeds and give up some money to put into the box. But the Navy officer hesitated. Wouldn't it be too good to do this? Seeing this, Kobe didn't say much, but turned around silently and walked towards others. The Navy officer thought Kobe would spend some time talking, but he never expected that the other party would leave without saying a word, making the words he had originally said useless. He was just an ordinary Navy, the kind that was not noticeable in the crowd. At a time when the Navy was changing, it was understandable for him to do this for his own job. He even felt so himself, without any guilt in his heart. But when he saw the flagpole on Kobe's back, rustling in the sea breeze, the word justice on it was so dazzling. "The Navy will not die, justice will not die." When reading this sentence, this Navy passerby felt a surge of blood in his heart. He remembered why he joined the Navy. Wasn't it because his hometown was destroyed by those hateful pirates? His father, mother, wife, children, relatives, friends, neighbors, all died in the fire, under the arrogant laughter. The Navy passerby looked at his rough palms. The hands were originally cracked by the sea breeze because of fishing day and night. Now there were many calluses on them, all left by the usual training. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes were full of tears, and he ran towards Kobe frantically, with a large sum of money in his hand. "Kobe, wait a minute." Kobe suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at him strangely, not understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" The Navy passerby suddenly ran fast, a little out of breath, took out all the money he had on him, and put it in the box that Kobe was holding. Although the money was not much, and it was his salary for several months, he still donated it all. Kobe looked at him in surprise and couldn't help asking, "Why did you? You want to ask me why I suddenly changed my mind?" The Navy passerby had a bright smile on his dark and thin face. Although he was not handsome, his 2 rows of white teeth sparkled in the sun. "Although I have just joined the Navy not long ago, my strength is not very strong. But..." He stared at the flag behind Kobe, with a pious look like a believer worshipping God. "I am a Navy, I am proud." When he said, "I am a Navy," for some reason, a warm current flowed through Kobe's heart, as if something was blocked in his chest, and he couldn't help but vent. Perhaps, he had no ability, and even had no name in the novel, just a passerby. However, it was because the Navy had thousands of these passersby that they took up the banner of justice. Kobe was moved, and now he finally understood what Marshal Zhangguo said. A spark can start a prairie fire. The seeds of justice have long been planted in the hearts of the Navy. When the time is right, they will break through the ground and grow into a towering tree. New book, Konoha Supreme System, Pit You to Death. Chapter 622 The Proud Akainu. In order to participate in Yang Ming's food auction, Kobe walked alone on the road with a box for raising money. Kobe hopes to raise enough money to bid for the resurrection dish. Although he knows that the hope is slim, who knows if it will work if he doesn't do it. Kobe was wrapped in a plain white dress, with the flag of justice fluttering on the flagpole behind him. First, the passerby marine donated several months' salary, which seemed to have touched the marines who were still watching. One after another, they came to Kobe and solemnly put their hard-earned money into the box. However, when a figure appeared at the door of the Navy headquarters building, the marines who had originally planned to come stopped and dared not come forward. This person was Akainu, one of the original 3 admirals who was kept in office by Commander Sora for observation. At this moment, Akainu walked towards Kobe, his face full of solemnity, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and the marines who were touched by his eyes were as if they were cut into pieces, and their hair stood up immediately, like frightened birds, and they scattered like birds and beasts, and never dared to approach Kobe again. Akainu snorted, and it was not known whether he was unhappy with these Navy cowards or what, but he made people feel like a volcano about to erupt, and he was not easy to mess with. Then, Akainu's eyes condensed, and his murderous intent became a knife, as if it was real, staring straight at Kobe. Akainu was burly, much taller than Kobe, and the thick black shadow covered Kobe, giving people a deep pressure, making people suffocate and uncomfortable. Go back to where you came from, this is not what a kid like you should do. A low voice sounded, and Akainu's eyes burst into a terrifying cold light, and his momentum was like a rainbow, like a mountain lying in front of Kobe, trying to crush him to the ground. Kobe was just a small school officer, and his strength was nothing compared to Akainu. How could he withstand this pressure? For a moment, drops of cold sweat broke out and dripped from Kobe's forehead. Even the terrifying pressure from Akainu was about to bend Kobe's spine. However, even though his bones were crackling, Kobe's face turned pale, and he still gritted his teeth and held on to prevent his waist from bending. Kobe gritted his teeth too hard, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he held on tightly. Can't fall down. Akainu's face sank, but a strange color flashed in his eyes. What do you want to do with this? Kobe stretched out his hand tremblingly, pulled out the flagpole from behind, and suddenly stuck it into the ground to support his body. Kobe's face was covered with sweat, and he barely squeezed out a smile. Under the banner of justice, his body stood straight, like a sharp arrow shooting through the sky. Facing the almost aggressive Admiral Akainu, Kobe did not flinch. He took a step forward, as if to vent the anger in his chest. He said it all in one breath and roared loudly. Because. Kobe stared straight into Akainu's eyes without fear, I am a Marine. Akainu's body shook almost imperceptibly. Akainu's eyes were like lightning, as if he had just met Kobe for the first time. He looked him up and down and said in a deep voice. In that case, then you can try to see if you can take my move. As he said that, Akainu's remaining one arm clenched his fist fiercely. As if he was ready to go, his fist turned into hot magma, emitting an extremely terrifying temperature. In the steaming heat, even the surrounding air was distorted. A gleam of light flashed in Akainu's eyes, and he punched out with a loud shout. Meteor volcano! Akainu roared, punching repeatedly in his hand, turning into a lava fist, whistling across the sky, and then forming a breathtaking meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Kobe was confused, even the Navy watching from a distance was confused and bewildered. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated to deal with Kobe? But no matter what, as the person involved, Kobe's eyes flashed with determination, holding the flag of justice in his hand, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of him, he will still rush forward to show you. Kobe is still quite a distance away from the Navy headquarters building. The distance, at this moment, was like an abyss, lying in between. Kobe didn't care about that, he lowered his head and roared, squeezing all the potential in his body, and flew out like a sharp arrow. Then, a miracle happened. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Kobe had a meteor on his head, as if he was the protagonist's halo, and was not hit at all. At most, it fell not far from him. It looked dangerous, but in fact it was safe. Then, amid the exclamations of everyone, Kobe actually came to the Navy headquarters building. Behind him was the land ravaged by the lava fist, which became bumpy in a hellish scene. But he was dressed in white, without a trace of dust, and stood firmly on the ground. A gust of wind blew. The flag in his hand rustled, and the word justice swayed in the wind, showing an inexplicable brilliance. Seeing this, Akainu's face darkened, and he kept his promise, no longer blocking Kabi's business, and walked straight into the Navy headquarters, as if staying here for a moment would be a disgrace. For a moment, a thunderous cheer rang out from the Navy watching from a distance. Kobe suppressed the shock in his heart, placed the box in the middle of the entrance of the Navy headquarters building, and said to the Navy, "I won't say much, I hope everyone can help me raise enough funds to bid for the resurrection food to revive martial warring states." As soon as Kobe finished speaking, the Navy came forward to raise funds. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground sounded, and Akainu went up the stairs with a dark face. When he was about to turn the corner, a cold voice came from the darkness under the stairs. "Akainu, you let him go. It's not like you to let Kobe go so obviously." Akainu didn't even turn his head, but his face was not very good. He snorted coldly, "Aoki, mind your own business." Aoki leaned against the wall with a slight smile on his face. "I'm just curious, why did you suddenly change your ways?" When Commander-in-Chief Kong was cleaning up the upper echelons of the Navy, although Akainu was angry, as the most loyal lackey of the government, he still stood on the side of Commander-in-Chief Kong and helped him suppress the voices of dissatisfaction within the Navy. Upon hearing this, Akainu's face darkened, and he suddenly threw his cloak behind him, and the word justice was clearly in his mind. "I just know that I am also a Navy. Although, to some extent, they have different positions. But this point has never changed." Chapter 623 A Military Salute. After Akainu failed to deliberately let him go, no one stopped Kobe, allowing him to raise funds. From the admirals to the ordinary servants, they all generously donated money, more or less, into the box in front of Kobe. In front of Kobe, there were 2 long queues, and there was no end in sight. They were all people who came to donate. The Navy headquarters building, the office of the former Marshal of Warring States, now Commander Kong. The leader headed by CP0 stood in front of the French window, watching all this coldly, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Commander Kong, but he seemed to be oblivious to what was happening outside the window. He was only focused on his work and had no intention of stopping Kobe at all, so he couldn't help but get angry. Seeing this, the leader of CP0 said sinisterly, "Commander Kong, isn't this a good thing for you?" Commander Kong withdrew from the state of working at his desk, raised his head suddenly, and looked at the other party with a blank face. "Ah!" Commander Kong pretended to be innocent. "What did you say?" "I am also wrong in my work." "Commander Kong, how long are you going to play dumb?" The CP0 leader suppressed his anger and stared at Commander Kong with gloomy eyes, like a vulture predator, full of cruelty. The world government arranged the 3 CP0s to be with Commander Kong, not to travel around, but to monitor Commander Kong. Once the other party does not listen to the world government's command, extraordinary measures must be taken. "Commander Kong, have you forgotten the task assigned by the 5 elders? The world government does not want to see any news or activities about the former Marshal Warring States in the Navy." Seeing that he could no longer pretend, Commander Kong's expression was restrained, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Although Commander Kong was old, at this moment, he seemed to have returned to the moment when he was young, with a look of contempt and a majestic atmosphere. Commander Sora chuckled, "I have followed the orders of the world government and done what I should do. Kobe is just a child, why make a big deal out of it?" Originally, the world government hoped to eliminate GARP, the unstable element, and deter other disobedient Navy. However, when Commander Sora came to execute it, he only dismissed GARP. Although Commander Sora had to do this due to his position, he had tried his best to preserve the strength of the Navy. "Commander Sora." The tone of the CP0 leader suddenly dropped, and one hand he had already touched his waist and was about to take out his weapon. "You are making it difficult for us to do this. Since it is difficult, please take a break." A voice suddenly appeared behind the leader of CP0. I saw that the tall figure of Akainu had arrived at some point. Before the other party could react, he suddenly punched him hard on the head and knocked him out. Seeing this, Commander Kong looked up at the sky, as if something in the sky was attracting him, pretending that I didn't see anything. "Akainu, you are still so impulsive." Commander Kong smiled and ignored CP0, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog in mud. Commander Kong turned his chair and moved to the window, looking at the enthusiastic fundraising activities below, and sighed with emotion. Zhang Guo is worthy of being brought up by me, he is really great, he left us a very precious thing for the navy. Akainu looked at the justice flag, which was slightly childishly written with 8 big characters, the navy will not die, justice will not die, and a rare smile squeezed out of his stern face. Commander Kong turned his back to Akainu and said faintly, Akainu, if the world government asks in the future, you can say that CP0 was knocked unconscious by me. Akainu trembled, knowing that Commander Kong was going to take the blame for him, and his heart was warmed. One day later. This day was the day of Yang Ming's food auction. Early in the morning, before dawn, Kobe brought the donations to the Navy dock, where there was a very simple boat that could carry him to the Sabayati archipelago. But when Kobe arrived at the dock, he was suddenly shocked. A huge monster was occupying the dock, as huge as an aircraft carrier. This is a brand new Navy warship. But what surprised Kobe even more was that there were already Navy guards on duty on the warship. One by one, they followed his example, wrapped a white scarf around their foreheads, and were dressed in silver and white. What are you still daydreaming about, little bastard? Come up quickly. At this time, a voice that Kobe was very familiar with sounded. When his eyes turned, they suddenly lit up, and he saw Garp standing on the deck calmly, looking very energetic, waving at him. Garp, the naval hero, can be said to be Kobe's guide and teacher. Kobe never thought that after Garp was dismissed, he would appear on this warship. Then, in Kobe's sight, familiar generals appeared one after another, including Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and others, all dressed in white. You! Kobe's jaw dropped in surprise. Weren't some of them swept away by Commander Sora? What was going on? Kobe came to Garp with a confused and bewildered face, and was pulled over by the other party, pointing down and said, Silly boy, if Commander Sora hadn't helped you secretly, you would have died countless times. Kobe was stunned. In the pitch-black darkness, a figure stood there quietly, with a straight back, facing the sea breeze, and his cloak rustling. Commander Sora looked at Kobe kindly from afar, stretched out a hand, and made a military salute in the world of One Piece. The military salute was majestic, solemn, and inviolable. The Navy will not die, justice will not die. The long night has passed, and a ray of light breaks through the dawn, tearing through the endless darkness and bringing dawn to the world. This ray of light shines on Commander Kong, as if gilding this soldier, and emitting a dazzling light all over his body. At this moment, Kobe's heart was shocked. He remembered that Commander Kong was also a navy before this. Justice is not an empty phrase, it has long been integrated into the blood of every navy. Justice is not only to eradicate pirates, but also to be fearless of power and oppression. Suddenly, Kobe stood in awe of Commander Kong, and saluted him solemnly with other navy. Both sides were speechless, and the warship set sail. On the horizon of the sea, the sun just came out, driving away the darkness and bringing light. With the slight shaking of the ship, the outline of the Sabayati archipelago appeared in Kobe's sight. He clenched his fists suddenly, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Resurrection food, will decide. I wrote about the Navy in 4 chapters, but I can only write a little bit. I originally planned to write something more touching, but unfortunately I can't do it now. Chapter 624, The Opening of the Food Auction. Sabayati Archipelago. On this day, the sky was clear and the sea of clouds was floating. Early in the morning, the residents of the island suddenly found that there were many unfamiliar faces. Generally speaking, the Sabayati Archipelago is a transit station connecting the second half of the Grand Line, and the residents of the island should be used to it. But today is different. All the new faces, some with noble looks, some with domineering aura, none of them are simple characters. In fact, if it weren't for the food auction prepared by Yang Ming, which was too tight in time, there would be several times more people coming here. Some residents compared these people on the road with their past memories, and soon found out in shock that among the people who came, even the king of a country came in person. Not to mention, when the Tianlong people wearing oxygen masks and shaped like astronauts made a grand appearance, it made everyone silent. But these troublesome people who are famous outside, or notorious for killing people, are now more anxious than one another, and they rush to Yang Ming's food auction in 3 steps and 2 steps. A simple big house, covering an area large enough for several football fields. In the past, these big figures who came here would simply disdain such a house. But now, contrary to their usual behavior, they come here one by one with pleasure. Each of these big shots has a few bodyguards around them, and sometimes dozens or even hundreds. Even the kings of small countries even bring maids from the palace with them to show off. So much so that a long queue formed early in the morning on the road leading to the auction, which looked magnificent. As the world's nobles, the celestial dragons have been arrogant since ancient times. When they realized that their noble bodies had to queue up with these low-class pariahs, they immediately felt unhappy. Those rubbish in front, pariahs, you didn't give way to the great celestial dragons, do you want to die? A short and fat celestial dragon shouted angrily, not ashamed at all, but held his chest high like a fighting cock, looking heroic and high-spirited. The originally noisy scene became quiet. Standing in front of the celestial dragon was a burly old man with a kind face and a 12 on his forehead. He was from the New World and his name was Qing Jiao. He was once a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. But even though he was a pirate, he didn't dare to refute after being scolded by the celestial dragon and planned to give up his position to the other party. After all, the name of the celestial dragon was like the sword of Deimos, which could kill people at any time. However, just then, Zabuza came over. His wolf-like eyes glared at the short and fat celestial dragon in a very impolite manner. "Fatty, you want to cut in line? Our boss Yang Ming said that anyone who dares to cut in line will be kicked out and don't even think about coming to the auction." Wow! Zabuza's domineering declaration immediately caused an uproar. Eyes were cast over him. They didn't expect Yang Ming to be so tough. If he broke the rules he set, he would be kicked out. You. The celestial dragon felt bad when Zabuza called him a fat guy in front of everyone. He was so angry that his face turned blue, and his fingers pointing at Zabuza were trembling. Zabuza raised his head, his eyes were full of mockery, and he raised his hand suddenly. The beheading sword blew up a whirlwind, and the blade pointed directly at the neck of the short and fat celestial dragon. "What do you mean you? If you want to die, I can help you. I don't care what a shitty celestial dragon you are. I only know that if he dares to violate the rules set by boss Yang Ming, he must die." For a moment, the whole audience was silent. For the first time, people were shocked to find that the celestial dragons were arrogant, and Yang Ming and his gang were even more arrogant. You know, they are the celestial dragons, a small group of people who hold the power of the world. But what surprised these people was that facing Zabuza's threat, this short and fat celestial dragon didn't even dare to fart, and actually became cowardly. Tisk, so boring. Seeing this, Zabuza curled his lips, raised his hand, carried a man-high beheading sword on his shoulder, turned around suddenly, and said faintly, "I thought I could attract a few generals to fight with me. I'm going crazy these days because of boredom. Everyone. Arrogant. Madmen. Poisonous." Hearing Zabuza's almost mumbling words, these words came to almost everyone's mind. But he, or rather, Yang Ming and his group are indeed qualified to say so. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They just felt that coming to participate in the food auction held by Yang Ming today was really a great experience. Even if they couldn't get the resurrection food at the auction today, these people felt that even so, they would have something to brag about for the rest of their lives after they returned, which was enough to make people envious. Damn it! Hateful! The short and fat celestial dragon felt ashamed and angry, and his face was full of jealousy, with muscles squeezed together, looking extremely twisted and hideous. He pulled the servant beside him over, and in the other's horrified eyes, he stabbed a gun into his mouth. Accompanied by a click. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the poor servant didn't know what he had done wrong until he died. He stared with horror and resentment on his face. Humph! After firing the gun, the short and fat celestial dragon felt that he had vented a lot of anger. He threw the servant away with disdain, just like throwing away a bag of garbage. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, staring at Zabuza's back. "Wait and see, you damned guy, and your leader Yang Ming, I will definitely cut you into pieces." Of course, he could only say a cruel word. But he was weak in his voice, but he didn't seem to notice it. He turned his head suddenly and shouted at a maid, "You said it." The maid had been very shocked by the inexplicable death of the servant just now. When she was suddenly asked, she was speechless. Are you questioning the great celestial dragons?" This short and fat celestial dragon was obviously taking his anger out on others, and roared loudly, "You damned lowly people, you dare to look down on the celestial dragons, you all deserve to die, deserve to die. Almost hysterical like a madman, he raised his gun and shot the poor maid in the head without any reason. However, the people around saw this scene, but no one came out to say a fair word, and even did not notify the employees of Yang Ming's shop, allowing this tragedy to happen. Even these famous pirates, or nobles from famous families, only had deep selfishness and indifference in their eyes, as if the dead pig was just a pig. New book, Konoha Supreme System, has 100,000 words, it's fattened up and you can read it. Chapter 625 Appetizer. The scene of the celestial dragons killing the maid naturally fell into the eyes of the navy. Seeing this, Kobe was so excited that he really wanted to go up and save them. However, Garp was quick-witted and held Kobe down, preventing him from doing anything stupid. Kobe turned his head suddenly, with a puzzled and angry look on his face. Are we just going to watch two innocent people die? Where is our justice? No matter how excited Kobe was, Garp's hands were like iron hoops, tightly holding them. Garp naturally knew Kobe's mood, and a helpless expression appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice. Justice can be small or big. Sometimes, we must turn a blind eye to save ourselves and achieve great justice. Kobe only seemed to understand this. Garp knew it well, just touched Kobe's hair and said in a deep voice. You will know this later. The important thing now is to auction the resurrection food. Garp brought out the card of Marshal Sengoku. Even though Kobe was unwilling, he couldn't say anything. He just nodded, patted behind the crowd, and slowly entered. Time passed unknowingly. When it was the turn of the navy to arrive at the door of the auction, Kobe saw that Zabuza and Kisame, who were comparable to admirals, were acting as bodyguards at this time, standing quietly on both sides of the road like a statue. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Among the navy generals, there are many who have fought with the two of them, and they glared at them immediately. In response, Zabuza was too lazy to look at it, and Kisame grinned, revealing shark-like sharp teeth. Kisame's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he looked around the navy. We are all old acquaintances of the navy. Why, do you want to fight? I'm afraid that you will fall before I can exert my full strength. Navy. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such arrogant people. Almost all the navy were like a bull, breathing faster, chest heaving, hands clenched fists, veins bulging, and they wanted to rush up and deal with Kisame. But when they thought of the gap between the two sides, it was like a basin of cold water poured on them, making most of the navy look gloomy. Garp frowned and shouted. You bastards, why are you panicking? I'm here for everything. After Garp's reminder, the navy was not so depressed and their morale was slightly boosted. Interesting. Kisame raised his lips, revealing a cruel look, staring at Garp. Are you interested in going out to fight with me? Being looked at by Kisame like this, Garp felt like being stared at by a giant shark, and his scalp suddenly numbed. However, Garp was not afraid at all, and laughed loudly. After the auction is over, I will play with you again. After that, he took the lead and stepped into the auction. But until he was far away from Kisame, Garp felt relieved, secretly touched his back, and it turned out that he had already broken out in a cold sweat. Garp was afraid that Kisame would not follow common sense and directly take action. At that time, I am afraid that Yang Ming and other people in the group would also provide assistance, which would not be in the interests of the navy. When he walked into the auction, Kobe was like a bumpkin from a small village to the city. He looked around, looking around, as if he had never seen the world. Only when he came to the auction house did Kobe find that it was not as simple as it appeared outside, but full of low-key luxury. Yang Ming would never tell others that these were the things they got from the last time they robbed someone's auction. Don Quixote, one of the dead Shishibukai, was about to cry in the toilet. Kobe stepped on the soft carpet, which was a white fox skin. Even if so many people stepped on it, there was still no dust on it. Directly above his head, there was a gorgeous lamp hanging, full of Western characteristics, extremely brilliant, reflecting the bright lights of the auction house, luxurious and beautiful. Kobe, along with a group of naval generals, sat down one by one under Bai's guidance. Garp was anxious about the auction and couldn't help asking Bai. When will the auction of resurrection dishes begin? Although the two sides were once enemies, Bai Ben, as a guest, naturally showed a gentle smile on his face. Please wait for a moment, guests. Before the auction officially begins, Boss Yang Ming has prepared a very rich dish for everyone to entertain everyone who has come from afar. Hearing this, it seems that they can taste the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, and Akainu and Kizaru's faces are a little unnatural. Akainu and Kizaru were once captured alive by Yang Ming and his gang. Those days were originally thought to be a difficult hell life. Unexpectedly, after eating the boiled fish cooked by Yang Ming, they immediately changed their minds and became foodies. Finally, I can eat Yang Ming's dishes again. Akainu and Kizaru's throats moved up and down, and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, trying not to let their colleagues find their abnormality. The two of them looked at each other inadvertently, and lowered their heads in tacit understanding, preparing to eat more before others reacted. Otherwise, if Garp ate it, with Garp's personality as a big eater, there would definitely be no share for the two of them. Garp smacked his lips and said, "Then you should serve the dishes quickly." Bai smiled slightly, and did not care about Garp's rudeness, and still maintained a good attitude. "Okay, please wait a moment, guests, I'll be back soon." Not long after Bai turned around and left, Kimimaro, dressed in a suit, came out of the kitchen with Bai, pushing a small cart. In the order of near first and far later, Kimimaro and Bai worked together to bring the delicacies to the tables in an orderly manner. "Guests, this is the first appetizer that Boss Yang Ming specially prepared for everyone. I hope you like it." Bai smiled and brought a very small plate to the table. "How small is this plate?" "It is only about the size of a palm, so you can imagine the amount of food inside, which is naturally pitiful." This is the first time Yang Ming has tried to make the Manchu Han banquet since he got the recipe. For today's auction, Yang Ming started cooking a few days in advance. Of course, due to different schools and historical issues, the Manchu Han banquet has different methods and different dishes. Yang Ming just picked the ones he likes to make. This first appetizer, although it is small, is not simple at all. It has a very unique name, called Jade Cold Green Radish. This radish must have grown underground for more than a year, so it is green and delicious. In addition, Yang Ming cleverly used the jade color and his imagination to reasonably use the green and white background of the jade to carve a green jade lion. Chapter 626 Shrimp and Shark Fin Soup Dumplings. For today's auction, Yang Ming started cooking a few days in advance. Of course, due to different schools and historical issues, the Manchu Han banquet has different methods and dishes, so Yang Ming just picked the ones he liked. This first appetizer, although it is small, is not simple at all. It has a very unique name, called Jade Cold Green Radish. This radish must have grown underground for more than a year, so it is green and delicious. In addition, Yang Ming cleverly used the jade color and wonderful ideas to reasonably use the green and white background of the jade to carve a green jade lion. How wonderful is this jade lion! Yang Ming used superb knife skills to cut the radish into thin strands like hair, and then cut it into different lengths according to needs, from bottom to top, and stacked them one by one to form the body. As for the lion's head, it was carved from the radish head, and combined with the body, it formed a majestic lion, as if lying on the ground with its head hanging down to sleep. Seeing this, Kaba certainly wanted to eat it very much. However, as a navy, there are also unwritten rules, that is, the highest-ranking navy generals, that is, the 3 admirals and Garp present, must eat first, and then other navy generals can eat. If Kobe does not follow this rule was crossed. If they picked up food before them, even if Garp and the others admired Kobe, they would lose points in impression. This is also a common problem of all large organizations. Even if Kobe was jealous, he could only watch them take a bite first. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other very tacitly and spoke first. "Let's eat together." That's what they said, but the other generals didn't move their chopsticks. Akainu and others looked like they were used to it and took the lead in picking up some shredded radish and putting it in their own bowls. It's worthy of being called emerald radish. Under the dim yellow light, each shredded radish was crystal clear, like a real emerald gem. Bring it close, and even vaguely, you can see your own reflection appearing on it, which is quite strange. Akainu and Kizaru had eaten Yang Ming's cooking before, so they were even more looking forward to it and took a bite. Click! A crisp sound rang out slightly. These radishes were not soft at all, but as crisp as potato chips. When you bite them, the radish juice inside slowly flows out, exuding a light sour taste. This sour taste is just right, not sour enough to make your teeth sour, nor too bland, and can well arouse people's appetite and make people's appetites open. Even if people who are used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas are not willing to eat, after tasting this sour radish, they suddenly feel like they are seeing Nanshan again tomorrow, and their stomachs are empty, and they can't wait to open their gluttonous mouths and eat a big meal. After Akainu and the others had eaten, the other navy had already been eager to move, and pairs of chopsticks flew over. When it came to Kobe, there was only a few shredded radish on the plate, which made people want to cry but not cry. Kobe didn't know what to say. Although these people said that they left a shredded radish for Kobe, it was not enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Kobe sighed in his heart, and simply opened his mouth wide, swallowing it whole. A faint sour taste came out, and before Kobe could taste it carefully, it had disappeared. At this time, Kobe said in his heart that it was bad, and his face was full of regret. If I had known that it was so delicious, I should have tasted it slowly. Just as Kobe was struggling, Bai came again pushing a small cart. Kobe's eyes lit up, and he stretched his neck suddenly, looking over expectantly. Bai put several boxes of steamers on the table one by one, and smiled, "This is shrimp and shark fin soup dumplings, please enjoy it slowly." Before Bai opened the steamer, everyone saw that hot steam came out from the gap of the steamer, like a white snake hovering in the air, breathing out a fragrant breath. When Bai opened the steamer, the rich aroma of the soup dumplings was carried out by the hot air and burst out suddenly, sweeping over like a surging sea wave. For a moment, the unique aroma of the soup dumplings, the fresh fragrance of the shrimp, and the deliciousness of the shark fin, the three mixed aromas blended together and gushed out. When the smoke dissipated, the scene inside the steamer was suddenly visible, causing the naval generals to swallow their saliva. Gurgle! 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 This soup dumpling is so fragrant and beautiful. The folds of the soup dumpling are evenly spaced, and each dumpling is composed of 9 folds. In the steaming steam, it looks like a budding autumn chrysanthemum in the mist, which is pleasing to the eye. The soup dumpling is different from ordinary dumplings. It is not a round individual, but the lower body is drooping and straightened, so that it can hold the soup inside. The delicate soup dumpling skin is thin and even. Although it is not as thin as wonton skin, you can vaguely see the full filling inside from the outside, which makes people salivate. Through this thin layer of skin, everyone can see that the shrimp inside the shrimp and shark fin soup dumpling is almost protruding, and the bright red figure is extremely conspicuous. As for the shark fin, Yang Ming cooked it together with the soup, and it has long been almost transparent, wrapped around the shrimp, and it is difficult to see with the naked eye. As a big foodie, Kapu has already been salivating at the smell of the fragrant aroma. At this moment, he was impatient and picked up a soup dumpling with chopsticks. At first, Kapu did not dare to use force, for fear that he would accidentally pierce this thin skin. But then he found that these skins seemed thin, but they had a kind of flexibility, which was not that simple. No wonder they can hold the soup inside. Kapu is a rough man, and he didn't think too much, and ate it directly. Ouch! So hot! Hiss! What Garp never expected was that the soup in the soup dumpling was still boiling hot, as if it had just come out of the oven. Caught off guard, his entire tongue was almost numbed by the heat. Seeing this, Akainu was secretly proud of himself. "I am a man who has turned into magma." He calmly picked up the soup dumpling and put it in his mouth, bit it lightly with his teeth, and with a hiss, the seemingly flexible thin skin slid down the sides like a woman's clothes, squeezing out the thick soup inside. This is made of shark fin as the soup made with the main ingredients and ginseng as the auxiliary ingredients is sweet, mellow, and fragrant. It can be said that this is a tonic soup. After just a sip, Akainu felt a heat in his denshin, and his whole body became hot, and he felt younger. Of course, in addition to the rich soup, the shrimps are also excellent, fresh, and fragrant, and chewy. Akainu couldn't imagine that this was just the second dish, and there would be some amazing dishes later. New book, Konoha Supreme System, also has delicious food. Chapter 627 Akainu and Kizaru recovered. In order to make this shrimp and shark fin soup dumplings, Yang Ming came to cook several days in advance. The beautiful skin of this soup dumpling is in the soup. Yang Ming used shark fin as the main ingredient and ginseng as the auxiliary ingredient, and matched it with a variety of other ingredients. It took a full 7,749 hours to put it in the Wanbao purple sand pot and simmer it slowly over a slow fire. Therefore, Akainu could see that the sweet and mellow soup was flowing out from the bitten skin. The shark fin had been boiled to be transparent and melted into the soup. The smell was refreshing and unforgettable. A soup dumpling fell into his stomach, and Akainu felt a warm current flowing to his limbs. Then, something happened that moved and surprised him. There was a burst of itching at his broken arm. Akainu's heart skipped a beat, thinking that something had happened. Could it be an allergic reaction? But it wasn't. A gleam of light flashed in Akainu's eyes. He saw that his broken arm had grown strips of buds, entwined with each other, and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it grew bones, turned into flesh and blood, and condensed skin. Amid the exclamations of other naval generals, a white and red arm was born. Of course, since this is a newly grown arm, it looks as soft as a baby, with elastic skin. Compared with Akainu's other rough, dark yellow and dark arm, it is just like a young boy meeting a sloppy uncle. Amazing! Akainu sighed in his heart, thinking that this scene he had never seen before completely overturned his past 3 views. At this moment, Kizaru also exclaimed. Originally, Kizaru's 2 legs that were torn off in order to break free from the sea stone handcuffs were regenerated just like Akainu. It's a miracle. A sound of sucking in cold air sounded. Kobe seemed to be still in a dream, looking at everything in front of him with a confused face, still couldn't believe it was true. It turns out that Yang Ming really has the ability to cook magical dishes. Seeing this scene, everyone put down a big stone in their hearts, and finally believed that resurrection dishes really could exist. Hey? Wait! Where are our soup dumplings? At this time, the Navy came back to their senses. When they looked at the empty steamers, there were no shrimp and shark fin soup dumplings. They were all gone. As the culprit, Garp pretended to be indifferent, looked left and right, and said angrily, "Who stole it? Who knows?" As soon as he said this, he burped. Burp. Garp quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. A pair of eyes, with a trace of scrutiny and full of anger, stared at Garp. Yang Ming only made 2 dishes, how could he be full? Obviously, Garp ate all their soup dumplings. Kobe looked at the empty table, and there was only one word in his heart, fuck you. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. Just now, this group of foodies still had a conscience and at least left him a shredded carrot. Now they didn't leave anything. It's really unreasonable. Just when the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, their angel came. Wheel. 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 There was a sound of wheels rolling on the ground. Not long after Bai Gang returned to the kitchen, he and Kimimaro pushed the cart again, each responsible for a direction, and went their separate ways and slowly came towards the crowd. With the experience of the previous 2 times, not many people would question Yang Ming's cooking. They were all looking forward to it, their eyes shining, and they stretched their necks like giraffes, looking around. What will be the dish this time? According to the general banquet attendants, the first dish is the appetizer to whet the appetite of the guests, and the second dish is the soup. The soup dumplings just now can be regarded as a unique soup, which is not stereotyped and innovative. Then, according to the general process, the third dish starts, which is the real banquet cuisine, which is often called the main course. My big knife is already thirsty. At this moment, this sentence echoed in everyone's mind. The process of waiting for the food seemed to last a century. Just when everyone was almost starving, Bai pushed the cart slowly and came to the Navy's table. Different from the previous small and exquisite ones, this time as the main dish, the plate was very large, with a wash basin size. As a ninja, Bai did not have any difficulty in bringing the basin-sized silver plate to the table. Bai smiled brightly, spoke in a voice as sweet as an aureole, and spoke clearly. "Dear guests, in order to welcome you, Boss Yang Ming specially made this dish for you." Bai pointed to the braised pig's trotters on the plate and said with a smile, "This dish has a very interesting name, called Marshal Tianpeng's Good Luck. According to Boss Yang Ming, Marshal Tianpeng is a famous general, and I hope that everyone here can have good luck." Hearing this, the generals of the Navy looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. If the 2 sides were enemies before, it was because of the different camps of the 2 sides. But now, Akainu and Kizaru, thanks to the food cooked by Yang Ming, have recovered from their injuries, and it is difficult to say clearly the relationship between the 2 sides. Bai also knew the embarrassment of the Navy, smiled, and left on his own. After he left, the Navy members all breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't know what to say about the situation just now. Everyone focused their eyes on the dining table. Perhaps, because the livestock in the One Piece world are relatively large, the pig's trotters on the table appear to be unusually large, occupying the entire space of the basin-sized plate. The braised pig's trotters have a bright red firework color. Just look past it, and the whole site is covered by that bright red. But here comes the problem. How to eat such a big pig's trotter? The Navy members first stared at the old thief Garp with vigilance, fearing that he would break the rules and stuff the pig's trotter into his mouth. As a big foodie, Garp can be shameless for food. He is really capable. Ahem. Garp's old face turned red, and he glared back fiercely. Why are you looking at me? Am I the kind of person you imagine? You are that kind of person. Everyone rolled their eyes secretly and silently raised their middle fingers to Garp in their hearts. Seeing them so slow, Kobe was anxious for them. If you don't eat, I will. In a flash, all the naval commanders present seemed to have reached a tacit understanding and started at the same time. For a moment, pairs of chopsticks swept a shadow in the air, covering the braised pork trotters. When Kobe came to his senses, he was stunned. These foodies didn't even leave him a little food. No, at least, there was still a pig bone. Chapter 628 Braised Pork Trotters. Originally, everyone thought that this plate of braised pork trotters was so big that it would be very hard. But when the chopsticks were inserted, they suddenly found that they were wrong. The chopsticks seemed to be inserted into tofu, and there was no resistance at all, and they sank in easily. At the same time, with a squeak, a little bit of gravy flowed out along the small hole made by the chopsticks, and a pleasant meaty aroma floated down the wind and flowed into everyone's nose. It smells so good. A gleam of light flashed in everyone's eyes. In order to avoid the tragedy of Garp swallowing the soup dumplings alone, everyone started to work, and the wind blew and the chopsticks flew. Akainu picked up a palm-sized piece of meat, with a layer of red pig skin attached, which seemed to glow under the light. With previous experience, Akainu knew that when dealing with the food cooked by Yang Ming, he couldn't swallow it whole, that would be a waste of food. Akainu opened his mouth and blew gently at the pork that was close to him. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by bursts of exhalation, wisps of fairy-like smoke lingered and entangled at the tip of the nose, accelerating the secretion of saliva and stirring people's hearts. Akainu took a closer look. The small piece of pig's trotter he picked up had thick, gelatinous skin and was covered with chewy and soft tendons. It was simply the best. A gleam of light flashed in Akainu's eyes. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. The palm-sized pig's trotter entered his mouth and immediately swelled up, with his cheeks bulging like a bullfrog. But at this time, Akainu no longer had the time or the leisure to pay attention to his current image. Just because this pig's trotter was so delicious. After Yang Ming's boiling water, the heavy smell of pigs in the pig's trotter was completely removed. Then, Yang Ming stewed it over a slow fire for a whole day to boil out the impurities in the pig's trotter. As we all know, pig's trotters are rich in collagen, and many girls are crazy about eating pig's trotters, hoping to use it for beauty. However, what most people don't know is that in addition to collagen, there are many dirty things in pig's trotters. You know, what are pig's trotters? They are pig's feet. Pigs are creatures that usually live in a very sloppy way and live in a bad environment. As their feet usually touch so many dirty things, many bacteria or weird things mixed in. Simply washing and boiling with hot water is not enough. So, during Yang Ming's cooking process on this day, the pig's trotters will constantly secrete gray-black impurities. Only after these things are removed can the seasoning be put in for cooking. The pig's skin, which is originally rich in collagen, is very tough. Even if you use a sharp knife to cut it, it will be very difficult. But after a long slow cooking, the pig's trotters will gradually change and become sticky and soft, so that the pig's skin will melt in your mouth. Akainu couldn't imagine that the pig's trotters could be so delicious. Akainu chewed slowly. The pig's trotters were so soft and sticky that they were a little sticky to the mouth, like the feeling of glutinous rice, but not so dry, as if you are careless, your mouth will be stuck. Akainu couldn't believe the impact of this pig's trotter on the tip of his tongue. In addition to the unique taste of pork, he always felt that there was a foreign seasoning flavor, like a fairy from the sky, just like the finishing touch, making this dish alive. When Bai came again with the cart, Akainu didn't bother to look, and asked anxiously. What did Yang Ming put in this pig's trotter that tastes so good? Ah! Bai was obviously stunned, and didn't expect someone to ask this question. He naturally didn't know how Yang Ming did it, so he had to run to the kitchen and ask Yang Ming. When Bai came again in a hurry, he showed a confident smile on his face. At the same time, he had an extra jar in his hand. In fact, the answer is very simple, the secret lies in this fermented bean curd in my hand. What the hell? Akainu was confused and took the can of fermented bean curd from Bai. What came into view were square pieces, white in color, soaked in a red unknown substance, which made them white with red, and also emitted a pungent strange smell. Akainu quickly covered his nose, frowned like a knife, and turned his head away with disgust. What is this thing? It smells so bad. Bai seemed to have expected this, and smiled. This is what Boss Yang Ming specially prepared for this dish several days in advance, with the characteristics of salty, spicy, and slightly spicy. According to Boss Yang Ming, before braising the pig's trotter, he first picked out a few pieces of fermented bean curd and put them in a bowl to crush them into mud, and then applied it on the surface of the pig's trotter. One is dyeing, and the other is flavoring. No message is added to give everyone the most natural pig's trotter taste. Hearing Bai's explanation, Akainu was confused. Such a small jar of fermented bean curd has such a great effect? Akainu said, I have little education, don't lie to me. Unconvinced, Akainu inserted chopsticks into the can and picked up a small piece of fermented bean curd with a little red pepper on it. It looked white and red, bright and delicious. Unfortunately, the aroma of fermented bean curd floating on it was hard for Akainu to accept. He simply turned his neck and closed his eyes, as if he was going to eat something terrible, and swallowed it in one gulp. Hey! This taste! At first, the fermented bean curd tasted mellow, and with the crumbs chewed by the teeth, it was like mustard. The unique taste of fermented bean curd made people feel uncomfortable. But after enduring it for a while and getting used to it, Akainu suddenly felt a different kind of deliciousness. Akainu was not good at describing the taste of fermented bean curd, but he felt that after eating it, he felt more appetizing. Seeing this, Bai smiled slightly, having expected this to happen. Then, he took out the Coke on the cart and distributed it to everyone one by one. Dear guests, please have some Coke and rest for a while. We will start the first half of the auction later. Please wait and see. Akainu's ears moved slightly, he put down his chopsticks, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Bai with his eyes, as if he wanted to reveal all the secrets. So, the resurrection food is the finale. But, what else can compare to the resurrection food? Akainu said, shaking his head. The people who came here are powerful. Even if they are auctioning devil fruits, at least they have to be natural ones to be worth mentioning. Otherwise, they are all worthless in front of the resurrection food. Seeing this, Bai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. If you think so, guest, you are wrong. That is an auction item that shocked the world. Shocked the world? What else can be comparable to the resurrection food? Chapter 629, Auction of the Four Emperors. Generally speaking, after tasting the appetizer, fresh soup, and a normal dish, the guests will be full of anticipation for what will be served next. However, as the host of the auction, Yang Ming obviously has a bad taste. He did not allow the guests to continue tasting, but instead pulled up the first half of the auction. With a click, all the lights on the entire auction site were on. It was getting darker, and a darkness enveloped it, so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. There was a little uproar and commotion in the crowd, but they generally remained calm, believing that Yang Ming and his group would not disappoint them. Then, 4 searchlights lit up at the same time, shining on the center of the stage. Yang Ming had already changed out of his chef's clothes and put on a suit, standing upright on the stage, welcoming the scrutiny of the crowd. Finally seeing the legendary Yang Ming himself, 1 or 2 exclamations were heard from the crowd from time to time. There was no other reason, it was just that Yang Ming was too young, only in his teens. It was hard to imagine that he led a strong man like Uchiha Itachi to attack the Navy headquarters and announce the news of the auction to the world. But after being surprised, these people suddenly thought, is Yang Ming really that young? When they thought of the resurrection dishes promoted by Yang Ming, which could resurrect people to the peak age of their bodies, and then compared it with Yang Ming's current appearance, a sense of enlightenment awakened in their hearts. Everyone was thinking about it, and they suddenly realized something. They looked at Yang Ming with a little more enthusiasm. Facing all this, Yang Ming was calm and natural, as if he was traveling in the countryside. He had a relaxed expression on his face, without any stage fright. Instead, he gave people a sense of transcendence, as if he was a fairy. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I have to say thank you for your hard work. It must be very tiring to have you come from afar, so I specially prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. I hope you will like it. Yang Ming was modest, and the guests at the scene also gave him face and responded with warm applause. Clap. Clap! Clap! The applause was like a tide, rolling in, as if it was going to overturn the roof of the auction. Seeing this, Yang Ming stretched out his hand and pressed it down, and the applause suddenly disappeared, gradually becoming isolated, and finally disappeared. Ahem! Yang Ming moistened his throat, and a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I believe that everyone has come from afar for the resurrection dish. But today, I want to tell you a good news. In addition to the resurrection dish, we are also auctioning another unparalleled auction item. Wow! Yang Ming is really a man who never stops talking until he is shocked. His words startle thousands of people. Obviously, many people in the crowd showed interest. After all, there is only one resurrection dish. Seeing that he had aroused everyone's enthusiasm, Yang Ming suddenly turned sideways and raised his hand. Please look! As Yang Ming fell, the dark curtain behind him slowly pulled up. First, there was a huge iron cage, and then a pair of very thick legs appeared. The guests present were all knowledgeable people, and they immediately guessed, could it be a giant? However, for others, giants are very valuable, but for people like them, they are very ordinary and meaningless. Just when many people were disappointed and shook their heads in disapproval, the curtain finally lifted to reveal the true face of the caged person. But when they saw this person, everyone was shocked. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Everyone was shocked and their bodies were burnt black. They couldn't control themselves. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. There was no other reason, it was just that the identity of the caged person was too high. She was Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors. A big deal. An unprecedented big deal. Everyone never thought that Yang Ming would actually auction off one of the 4 emperors. That was the supreme emperor who ruled the new world, but now he has become an auction item. For a moment, even the Tianlong people who were originally bored and wanted to yawn suddenly shuddered, and a fiery look shot out of their eyes, wanting to auction off the ant. In the strange thoughts of these Tianlong people, they were thinking how cool it would be if they could use this 4 emperors as a mount. In fact, Yang Ming took out Aunt Charlotte Lingling for auction after very careful consideration. First, Aunt Charlotte Lingling was cruel, and often killed innocent people at any time. Once she was let go, it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain and helping the tyrant. Second, as an auction of resurrection dishes, there must be some prizes, otherwise it would be boring to auction it directly. Third, even if Yang Ming was merciful and let Aunt Charlotte Lingling go, with her personality, she would not only not thank Yang Ming, but would even team up with a large group of people to cause trouble to him and affect the auction. So Yang Ming simply sold her. Anyway, auctioning Aunt, the murderous devil, would be beneficial to Yang Ming. Of course, there are special tools to control Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. In this regard, the One Piece world already has a set of tools specifically for slaves, so there is no need to worry about backlash. Among the people present, there are local overlords and big pirates who dominate a place. At this time, looking at Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, it is like a cat smelling fishy smell. Showing a very interested look. At the same time, there were also a lot of eyes looking at the corner of the auction with a hint of teasing. There, it was the main cotters of the Big Mom Charlotte Lingling pirates and her children. They first showed a surprised expression, and then looked at Yang Ming with eyes that were almost spitting fire, and immediately gnashed their teeth. They originally thought that Big Mom Charlotte Lingling would never return because she was killed by Yang Ming and his gang, but they never expected that Big Mom Charlotte Lingling would not only be captured alive, but also be auctioned. For a while, shame, anger, resentment, and hatred were endless. Facing the eyes of the crowd with various emotions, Yang Ming was unmoved, and still had a calm expression, as if nothing could change his expression. This could not help but make everyone's view of Yang Ming go to a higher level and have a deeper impression of him. Unfathomable. A variety of means. Yang Ming put his hands behind his back, looked around calmly, and said loudly. In order to show respect for the 4 emperors, the auction for Aunt Charlotte Lingling will be 1 billion as the reserve price. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Treasures can be used instead, but they must be appraised by me. The entire auction will last for 1 day, and the interval between bids must not exceed 10 minutes, otherwise it will be considered a waiver. Then, Yang Ming raised his hand. From now on, the auction begins. When Yang Ming finished speaking, the whole scene was going crazy. Whether it was pirates, government officials, navy, nobles, or disguised revolutionaries, they all participated enthusiastically. Chapter 630 Auction Smoke. In order to show respect for the four emperors, the auction for Big Mom Charlotte Linlin will be priced at 1 billion. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. Treasures can be used instead, but they must be appraised by me. The entire auction will last for 1 day, and the interval between bids must not exceed 10 minutes, otherwise it will be considered a waiver. Then, Yang Ming raised his hand. From now on, the auction begins. When Yang Ming finished speaking, the whole scene was going crazy. Whether it was pirates, government officials, navy, nobles, or disguised revolutionaries, they all participated enthusiastically. In the world of One Piece, although money is not valuable in most ordinary times, a random big pirate has a bounty of more than 100 million. But you have to know that a devil fruit is only about 100 million, and it is expensive if it is more precious. In comparison, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, has a reserve price of only 1 billion, which is relatively low. When Yang Ming just finished speaking, the ant's subordinates squeezed in the corner shouted loudly, 2 billion. Wow! Their bidding, far from scaring off others, was like a bomb that instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the auction. 2.1 billion. 2.2 billion. 2.3 billion. Everyone present was a god-level tycoon from all over the world, spending money without blinking an eye, very generous. As soon as someone started to bid, someone else followed up before the voice fell. Like a vegetable market, the whole auction was noisy, and the bidding sounds came one after another, very lively. The whole scene was filled with a thick smoke of gunpowder, and the guests looked at each other with hostility, as if they were mortal enemies. If it weren't for the powerful strength of Yang Ming and his group, I'm afraid these angry guests would have rolled up their sleeves and fought hard. After all, that was Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors. If it can be auctioned, not only can it control Aunt Charlotte Lingling's original territory, but also get a powerful bodyguard. More importantly, it's very face-saving, isn't it? Just think about it, when you go out, walk the dog in one hand, hold Aunt Charlotte Lingling in the other hand, and walk on the street in a swaggering manner, facing the surprised and angry eyes of the people around you. This picture is too beautiful, it's simply eye-catching. But it's very enviable. Kobe stared with wide eyes, looking at these local tycoons spending money like water in astonishment. The whole person was stunned, as if his worldview was baptized. For people like Kobe who come from a small place, earning 10 million is already an unattainable goal. But here, 10 million is just a fraction, which can't make these local tycoons feel heartbroken at all. I want to be quiet. Kobe sighed secretly, and his eyes shifted to the coke that Bai had just handed him. In the world of One Piece, there is also coke, so Kobe didn't show any surprise, just took it for granted. Kobe opened his mouth slightly, took a sip of coke, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered a new world, emitting a dazzling light. Then, he opened his mouth wide, gulped down the coke, and drank it all in one breath. Burp. Because coke is full of carbon dioxide, therefore, after drinking it, Kobe burped loudly. What is even more surprising is that Kobe got up before dawn today to attend the auction. He seemed to be very listless. After drinking this cup of Coca-Cola, he seemed to have changed into a different person, and became energetic. His eyes glowed with a different spirit again. Good. 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 Kobe said good 3 times in a row, with an unprecedented sense of comfort on his face. Originally, he wanted to drink it slowly, so that he could better enjoy the taste of Coca-Cola. However, the taste of Coca-Cola is so unique that he wants to drink more. In just a blink of an eye, a full cup of Coca-Cola fell into Kobe's stomach. Ha! So cool! Coca-Cola is filled with ice cubes, and the thorough coolness permeates the whole body, making people feel as if they are in an ice cellar. Kobe felt that every cell in his body was moaning comfortably, which made him feel very comfortable. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Kobe smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Kobe had drunk Coke before, but the taste was nothing like the Coke carefully made by Yang Ming. It was like a pheasant compared to a phoenix, the difference in strength was huge. Kobe's eyes slid around, and he saw that other naval commanders were paying attention to the news of the auction. He didn't have time to pay attention, and he didn't drink a single bite, and his heart suddenly itched. He didn't forget how these naval foodies treated him before, and they only left a little for him to eat. It was simply too much. So, Kobe quickly drank all their Cokes in a flash. Cool. Really cool. Not only was the Coke cool, but more importantly, the feeling of drinking it secretly behind everyone's back was really cool. No wonder so many people like to eat alone from ancient times to the present, it turns out to be this feeling. At the same time, the auction also attracted a heavyweight guest to bid. The short and fat celestial dragon wearing an oxygen mask looked around with disdain, almost looking up, pretending that you scum are not qualified to sit with the noble me, and raised the sign arrogantly. 5 billion. He raised the price to a higher level in one go. Big Mom and her subordinates were so angry. You know, as a pirate, if your captain is auctioned off by others, it is an insult that will be branded on you for life. What's more, the target is a celestial dragon. The celestial dragon is already a more notorious figure than the pirates. They know with their toes that if Big Mom Charlotte Linlin falls into their hands, she will definitely live a life worse than death, suffer inhuman torture day and night, and even her dignity will be trampled underfoot. When they thought about it, whether for the sake of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin or for the survival of their pirate group, they gritted their teeth and continued to bid. 5.5 billion. The celestial dragon looked at them with contempt, snorted, and looked arrogant. You think too much about having more money than the celestial dragon. 7 billion. The celestial dragon said arrogantly, and the whole scene was silent. Seeing this, Garp's two white eyebrows frowned slightly, squeezing out the lines of old age. It seems that the celestial dragons are well prepared this time. His words made the Navy generals silent for a while. Garp sighed in his heart and reached out to the cup of Coke, just wanting to use Coke to calm down. Who knew that the feeling was wrong? Garp looked shocked and unbelievable. He was the only one who stole others' money, but today he was upside down. He looked at the empty cup. Who stole my Coke? Chapter 631 Dog Bites Dog. Garp sighed in his heart and reached for the cup of Coke, just wanting to use Coke to calm down. Who knows, the feeling is wrong. Garp looked at the empty cup with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Who stole my Coke? Garp looked left and right, and the others looked serious, not like they stole Coke at all. But it was precisely because of this that Garp felt even more distressed, feeling that everyone was wrong and suspicious. Garp stared at Akainu and Kizaru with a suspicious look on his face. These two guys were the most excited when they were fighting for the pig's trotters just now, which was completely inconsistent with their previous performance. Who could have imagined that Akainu, who was usually serious, would actually be a foodie? No one would believe it if he told others. Akainu complained silently in his heart, "This is not my fault, this is all Yang Ming's fault, who told him to cook such delicious food." Akainu. Garp looked at Akainu with a serious face, "Tell me honestly, did you drink my Coke?" Akainu opened his mouth and was about to speak. At this time, the auction came a loud shout. "I'll pay 10 billion. Garp didn't have time to pay attention to such details. Together with other naval generals, they all turned their eyes to the direction where the sound came from. There, it was the place where Aunt Charlotte Linling's subordinates were located. Aunt Charlotte Linling's subordinates and her children, except for a few, were mostly murderous. At this time, they all showed unruly eyes on their faces, staring at the short and fat celestial dragon provocatively, as if saying, "If you have the ability, keep raising the price." It was obvious that they had already risked everything and took out their capital. Even if they gave up the auction of the resurrection food, they would buy back Aunt Charlotte Linling. The short and fat celestial dragon was so angry that his face was purple and he was shaking with anger. He pointed at them with one hand. "You bunch of scum!" Of course, he didn't dare to do it. Not to mention that Yang Ming didn't allow it, just the small bodies of him and his men were not enough. Of course, if you underestimate the wealth of the celestial dragons, you are totally wrong. As the nobles among the nobles who control the world, every year, a large amount of heavenly gold is transported from the member countries around the world to honor the celestial dragons. The wealth of the celestial dragons is built on countless bones, which is not comparable to that of the four emperors. 12 billion. Almost spending a lot of money, the short and fat celestial dragon roared. Then, he looked smug, looking at the look of grief on the faces of the subordinates of Aunt Charlotte Linling, and laughed wildly. "You scum, dare to compare with me in wealth? You are dreaming. I grew up with a golden key in my mouth and brushed my teeth and washed my face with bird's nest. It's not something you country bumpkins can imagine." At this moment, the short and fat celestial dragon seemed to be emitting a dazzling light. It was the light of a god-level tycoon, which could make the poor calf sad and frustrated. Seeing this, countless people were silent. Kabi's heart trembled, and he silently recalled in his heart that the money he raised by crowdfunding seemed to be useless. Kobe secretly pulled the corner of Garp's clothes and whispered. The celestial dragons are so rich, do we still have a chance? Garp showed a mysterious smile on his face and touched Kobe's head. Don't worry, Commander Kong has a good plan. Hearing this, Kobe was even more confused. However, seeing that Garp was unwilling to say more, Kobe knew that this was a very confidential news, so he didn't intend to break the casserole to ask the truth, but watched the situation change quietly. Seeing the silence of the whole audience, the short and fat celestial dragon laughed heartily. I just want to ask, who else dares to compete with me? The short and fat Tianlong people were too arrogant, even a little too proud of themselves, but with their weird brain circuits, this can be understood. After all, they are all people with holes in their brains. The short and fat Tianlong people pointed at a king present, who was one of the few kings of countries that did not join the world government. Just listen, the arrogant voice of the short and fat Tianlong people echoed in the auction. I have been very unhappy with you for a long time. You actually did not join the world government and did not give us the heavenly gold. After I buy the ant, I will be the first to destroy your country, ha ha ha. I heard that your wife and daughter are very beautiful. When the time comes, I must take them back and have fun. When I get tired of playing, I will sell them to the dark world and let them live a life worse than death. When the Tianlong people finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at the king with pity. It's very miserable to offend the Tianlong people. Being insulted in public by the celestial dragons, the king was so angry that his face turned blue, veins popped out on his forehead, his breathing was rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. His eyes were bloodshot, like a devil, and he made a hoarse voice. Celestial dragons? So great! Today, I will fight you to the end. As he said that, the king turned around suddenly and yelled at Aunt Charlotte Lingling's subordinates. Aren't you short of money? I will sponsor you 100 million. Tisk. The short and fat celestial dragon looked disdainful. What a poor ghost, we only eat 100 million, what's the use? But what the short and fat celestial dragon never expected was that his seemingly arrogant words just now not only hurt the king's dignity, but also attracted the vigilance of other foreign countries. They would naturally think, if this king who dared to fight against the celestial dragons fell, would it be their turn next? The lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Smart people acted decisively, followed his example, and lent a helping hand to Aunt Charlotte Lingling's subordinates. I'll donate 50 million. I'll donate 200 million. I'll donate 80 million. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. Can the face of the celestial dragons, it is simply something that everyone likes to see. What's more, the law does not punish the masses. Seeing so many people donate money to help and fight against the celestial dragons together, it immediately aroused the common hatred of the rest of the people, and they all pointed their spears at the celestial dragons. After all, in the world of One Piece, almost everyone has suffered from the oppression of the celestial dragons. This resentment has been suppressed for too long. At this time, a fuse has led to a surging public resistance. Seeing this, the subordinates of Aunt Charlotte Linlin were shocked at first, and then overjoyed, and they were more generous. We will pay 15 billion. Seeing this scene, although Yang Ming still remained calm on his face, he did not let others see his mood. But in his heart, Yang Ming was already very happy. Fight! Fight! The harder you fight, the more I earn. If you have seen Dog Bite Dog, you will deeply feel that this feeling of watching others suffer and yourself profit is really great. New book, Konoha Supreme System, 100,000 words and 10,000 collections, a masterpiece of the end of 2017, not to be missed. Chapter 632, Soup-Filled Yellow Croaker. 15 billion. This is just the first half of the auction. In order to redeem Aunt Charlotte Lingling, her members have done their best. When they made an offer, the whole audience suddenly gasped. The price was so high that many people backed off. After all, even if many of them had the money, they were planning to buy resurrection food. Seeing this, the short and fat celestial dragon opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Although he was still thinking about increasing the price, he was not representing himself alone. Another celestial dragon beside him pulled him back in time and reminded him. Resurrection food is important. The short and fat celestial dragon's eyes flickered, and he had to hold his breath and sit down. Without the intervention of the short and fat celestial dragon, Aunt Charlotte Lingling would undoubtedly be redeemed by her subordinates. However, after this big move, Aunt Charlotte Lingling's power will also suffer a great loss. Seeing this, Yang Ming shook his head. He originally thought that they would continue to argue and let him make more money. However, 15 billion is also a windfall for Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming smiled and said to the guests, "The first half of the auction is over. Please continue to enjoy the delicious food and relax your mood." As soon as the voice fell, the music sounded. In the long and quiet music, Bei Kimimaro pushed the cart and slowly came into everyone's sight. What kind of food would this be? Everyone was looking forward to it. The short and fat celestial dragon was still a little indignant and didn't look at anyone well. Even though Bai pretended not to see it and didn't care, the short and fat Tianlong still wanted to get angry at Bai to vent his anger. However, this short and fat Tianlong was not a fool after all. He folded his hands in front of his chest and watched coldly as Bai brought the dish to the table. When the lid was opened, the short and fat Tianlong rubbed his eyes. The short and fat Tianlong thought he had hallucinations, and a beam of light actually appeared from this dish. Ouch! In the short and fat Tianlong's horrified eyes, what did he see? He actually saw a dragon. This is not a Western dragon in the general sense, but an ancient Chinese dragon. The blue dragon soared up, attracting the attention of many eyes, and exclamations rang out. The five-clawed green dragon, flying in the clouds, was ethereal and full of fairy spirit. But if you look closely, you will find that all this is actually an illusion, which is the effect of the beam of light. The short and fat Tianlong believed that if he had not sat on the table but stood like he did just now, he would have fallen to the ground with weak legs. Seeing this, Bai's eyes flashed with contempt. However, as a waiter, Bai restrained his little emotions very well and did not let anyone notice. Bai smiled lightly and introduced the dish. This is a dish carefully cooked by boss Yang Ming, called Fish Leaping Dragon Gate, which is a stewed yellow croaker. Stewed yellow croaker is a famous dish in the Manchuhan banquet. Its preparation method is exquisite, the ingredients are precious, and the presentation is gorgeous. It has very high requirements for the chef's skills and cannot be achieved by a master chef with profound skills. For this stewed yellow croaker, you need to use a yellow croaker weighing 8 jin. Without damaging the fish body, only a small incision is made at the mouth of the moon, when viewed together, and all the internal organs of the yellow croaker are taken out from the mouth, and sorghum wine is poured in to remove the fishy smell. Then, Yang Ming filled the fish with high-quality ingredients such as aged ham, snow clam oil, shark fin, fish lips, pearl soup balls, thick chicken soup, and large kale. After frying and roasting, the fish body was not broken. When eating, the fish body was broken open and the ingredients inside were eaten. Among them, the pearl soup balls that absorbed the essence of the ingredients and soup are particularly valuable. The degree of its exquisiteness, from the selection of ingredients to the production, is first class and strict. It is not too much to list it as one of the national dishes because it is something that ordinary people can do. What is fish leaping over the dragon gate? After a period of worldly polishing and hardships, the inner body is cultivated, and it can be used to pacify the world and cultivate oneself and manage the family. In other words, it can also be used in this soup yellow croaker. You can enjoy the yellow croaker on the outside, or you can peel open its belly, take out the treasures inside, and enjoy them slowly. At first, the short and fat Tian Longren was very disdainful of this yellow croaker, thinking that this dish was an insult to his IQ. Well, although his IQ is not online at ordinary times, he will never admit that he hates this dish because he almost lost face in front of everyone for it. But watching others pick up their chopsticks, but only he was dumbfounded and motionless, the short and fat Tian Longren felt a little uncomfortable, as if everyone looked at him with a meaningful look. Humph, I'll see what this is all about. The short and fat Tian Long man looked disdainful on the surface, but his body was very honest. He first picked up a piece of yellow croaker meat. He opened his mouth and ate it. After frying, the yellow croaker had a crispy skin with a little brown aroma. Even after complicated cooking, it remained unchanged. You could feel a snapping sound as soon as you put it in your mouth. Surprisingly, the skin was crispy, but not dry, and it looked very tender, smooth and juicy. The short and fat Tian Long man chewed it slightly, as if he felt that he was in the water, swimming happily and freely. Of course, this yellow croaker today is no longer comparable to ordinary fried yellow croaker. Yang Ming filled it with high-quality ingredients such as aged ham, snow clam oil, shark fin, fish lips, pearl soup balls, thick chicken soup, and large kale. All these condiments were cut into small pieces by Yang Ming, mixed together. After cooking, the mixed fragrance had already evaporated into every inch of the yellow croaker meat. So, when the short and fat Tianlong people chewed slowly, they would be surprised to find that a sweet but not strong, sweet but not greasy taste, like a little song slowly played, slowly spread out, the warm but not hot soup, like the amniotic fluid that wraps the fetus, wraps the entire tip of the tongue, and can feel a taste that is difficult to describe in words. If there is a paradise in the world, and there are dishes in paradise that are not available in the world. The short and fat Tianlong people only felt that they were already in paradise at this time, and what they tasted in their mouths was the paradise food. Even if the Tianlong people claim to have grown up with a golden key in their mouths, wash with precious shark fins, and eat dishes cooked by famous chefs from all over the world every day. But, in front of this yellow croaker soup, these are no longer important, because they are not even qualified to carry Yang Ming's shoes. It's so delicious. The short and fat Tianlong people were stunned, and they were fully immersed in enjoying the food. It was completely unbelievable that there was such a delicious dish in the world. Wait. It seems that the best part of this dish is the condiments hidden in the belly of the yellow croaker, right? Especially the pearl soup balls? Chapter 633 Pearl Balls. Wait. It seems that the best part of this dish is the condiments hidden in the belly of the yellow croaker, right? Especially the pearl soup balls? Although Yang Ming chopped up most of the soup balls, he still left a small part, which was only the size of pearls, so that it was easy to stuff into the body of the yellow croaker. Soup balls? The short and fat Tianlong man folded his hands over his chest, frowned, and pretended to be a thinker, muttering to himself, "What is a soup ball?" When the short and fat Tianlong man picked up the knife and fork and carefully cut open the belly of the yellow croaker, the thick soup inside poured out like a long dragon, like the Yangtze River breaking its dike. The yellow soup, with a strong fragrance, seemed to be wrapped and clamped by a long white dragon. Chi! 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 When the hot thick soup touched the cold silver plate, it immediately made a slight hissing sound. Wisps of smoke steamed and lingered, like the ribbons around the waist of a fairy fluttering, intoxicating fragrance. As the thick soup spilled, the food hidden inside was wrapped and clamped out. The condiments that had been cut into small pieces and mixed together were no longer distinguishable from each other. The short and fat Tianlong was sharp-eyed and immediately found the pearl swastika in it. In a hurry, he quickly took out the spoon, put it carefully, and brought it in front of himself. If you look carefully, you will find that the pearl meatball is round and plump, with white skin, just like a pearl, reflecting a yellow halo under the light. Even, the short and fat Tianlong found that his image was reflected on the pearl meatball, but it was not very clear. It's really curious. The short and fat Tianlong smacked his lips, stuck out his tongue, and licked his mouth. He felt that the food he saw today had already broken his past stereotype thinking and showed an extraordinary pattern. The short and fat Tianlong took a light bite and was stunned. Originally he thought that he could easily bite the pearl meatball, but suddenly found that he thought too much. The pearl meatball was surprisingly tough, and his teeth felt elastic, so it was not so easy to bite it. In desperation, the short and fat Tianlong had to swallow it in one gulp and chew it slowly in his mouth. Swish! 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 The sound of chewing came out without any concealment. Along with the biting between the teeth, the pearl meatball, which originally seemed very tough, was like a widow who was very strong at the beginning, but surrendered under the attack of the strong man. If he slowly took off his clothes, the tough skin of the pearl meatball would gradually be torn apart. Until then, the short and fat Tianlong suddenly discovered that the outer skin of the pearl meatball was actually fish bladder. Generally speaking, fish bladders are cut into slices and fried, so that they are delicious. But Yang Ming did the opposite and used the fish bladder to make the skin of the pearl meatballs. No wonder it is so flexible. At this time, the fish bladder was torn open, and the meat juice inside suddenly poured out. Mutton juice. The mutton soup that Yang Ming had removed the fishy smell was thick and white, and it suddenly splashed out, filling the entire throat, making the tongue warm and feeling extremely refreshing. Hiss! The short and fat Tianlong people stared with their eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. Such a seemingly simple dish, but it turns out to be hidden. There is another set in one set, linked together, waiting for the interested person to slowly lift the mysterious veil. This strange and fresh feeling brings diners a very diverse and multi-layered feeling. Tired of eating yellow croaker? It doesn't matter, we still have pearl meatballs. Tired of eating pearl meatballs? It doesn't matter, we still have mutton soup. Moreover, these pearl balls have been hidden in the body of the yellow croaker. After Yang Ming's careful cooking, the concentrated essence has gathered in the pearl balls. When the boiling soup was sprinkled on the tip of his tongue, the short and fat Tianlong man immediately stuck out his tongue and panted, but his face did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he smiled and looked like he had found a treasure. It was not just the short and fat Tianlong man who felt this way. This scene was just a microcosm of the auction. At the same time, what happened to the short and fat Tianlong man was constantly happening at other tables. Yang Ming hid behind the scenes, watching the guests from all over the world tasting his carefully cooked dishes, and they all showed a happy look on their faces, thinking that these days were not in vain. You know, there are many dishes in the Manchu-Han banquet. Because of limited time and limited materials, Yang Ming has only used a part of them now. And just to make these dishes, Yang Ming has started cooking a few days in advance. Just like the fish bladder used in the pearl meatballs, it is not the kind of freshwater fish bladder we usually eat, but a kind of salmon from the world of One Piece. Don't be misled by the name, it is not the kind in the real world. This is a fish that lives in the ocean, up to 1 meter long, and the fish bladder inside is as long as an arm. After Yang Ming removed the fishy smell from the fish bladders, he also had to scrape off the fish fat inside and cut them with a sharp dragon-slaying knife according to the proportion of 1 finger length. Anyone who has cut fish bladders knows that this is a thankless job, not only tiring, but also very difficult. Just to do this, Yang Ming spent half a day and was so tired that his waist and back ached. Perhaps because this dish was so delicious, in just a moment, everyone ate it up like hungry ghosts, leaving only the bones of the yellow croaker, alone on the silver plate. Just when everyone was showing that they were still not satisfied, Bai and Kimimaro seemed to be the angels in their hearts, pushing the cart again and walking out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled gently. It's time for that dark dish. In the Manchu-Han banquet, there are very top-level ingredients, which are collectively called 8 treasures. For example, the familiar bear paws, monkey brains, and camel humps are all 8 mountain treasures in ancient times. Of course, in addition to these, there are also various kinds such as the 8 treasures of the sea, the 8 treasures of birds, and the 8 treasures of grass, which can be said to be protected species in various fields today. However, these precious ingredients, in the world of One Piece, no one will protect them, so they can be cooked by the chef. Among them, there is a very terrifying dish. At first, Yang Ming was also shocked when he saw the cooking method of the Manchu-Han banquet provided by the system, and there was such a crazy method. However, after trying to taste it, Yang Ming suddenly found that if he put aside the visual disgusting impact, it was indeed a very wonderful dish in terms of taste. High energy warning ahead, please be prepared. New book, Konoha Supreme System, a masterpiece without moral integrity. Chapter 600 Chapter 34 Monkey Brain. High energy alert ahead, not recommended to watch. People with strong tastes, those who like dark cuisine can take a look. I have already given so many hints. If you still feel nauseous after watching it, you can't blame me. The original noisy sound of the auction weakened and gradually became silent. Everyone stopped their work and quietly watched Bai and Kimimaro push the cart out of the kitchen, then go their separate ways and deliver dishes along different routes. Bai pushed the cart and slowly came to the table of the short and fat Tianlongren. This time the dishes seemed very mysterious. Each plate was covered with a black curtain, making it impossible to guess what it was. When it was placed in front of the short and fat Tianlongren and the curtain was lifted, only the tofu as big as a bowl was seen. The other parts were all invisible and locked tightly by the iron box. What is this? The short and fat Tianlongren asked, tentatively removing the covering objects with both hands, wanting to see who was inside. Naturally, it was all in vain for him to do so, and he couldn't move it at all. The short and fat Tianlong people were curious, and they always felt that the shape of this dish looked very strange, so they came up to smell it. A faint fishy smell came to his nose, which did not make people feel uncomfortable, but aroused the wildness deep in people's hearts, just like a pervert meeting a beautiful woman. Bai smiled slightly and explained, because if you knew about this dish, you would lose your appetite, so Boss Yang Ming specifically told us not to let you know. Please understand, guests. After saying that, Bai bowed slightly to the guests, doing all the etiquette, which made people unable to find fault, but instead felt good about it. In the Manchu-Han banquet, there are very top-level ingredients, which are collectively called 8 treasures. For example, the familiar bear paws, monkey brains, and camel humps are all mountain 8 treasures in ancient times. Of course, in addition to this, there are also various kinds of sea 8 treasures, bird 8 treasures, and grass 8 treasures, which can be said to be protected species in various fields today. In fact, this is a dish of monkey brain. It is a very classic dish in the Manchuhan banquet. Of course, due to the modern protection of natural animals, most people no longer eat this dish. But in the past, not to mention the lack of regulations to protect wild animals, many people could not even eat enough, and even had to eat tree bark in the fields. If they were more miserable, they would even eat their own children. So in ancient times, especially in the country of big foodies, the cooking of monkey brains has a long history. After all, if you can't eat enough, you can always eat it to fill your stomach. As we all know, in this country, there is a superstition called like to fill the shape, which means eating what you lack. Although this has been scientifically proven to be nonsense, there are still many people who blindly believe in it and don't listen to others' advice at all. For example, if you have impotence, you can eat tiger penis and deer penis, and if your brain is not working well, you can eat monkey brain. Even in modern society, the practice of eating monkey brains has almost disappeared, but in Guangzhou, a country of gourmet food, there are still a few countries where you can still find the practice of eating raw monkey brains in those hidden dark cuisine restaurants. In the past, cooking monkey brains was quite bloody. They would knock open the skull with an iron hammer on the spot, and then lift the white cloth on the monkey's head. You would find that the hair on the monkey's head was shaved off, revealing a big hole. In addition, due to anesthesia, the monkey seemed to be smiling and blinking. The chef seemed to be as professional and focused as a doctor, pouring a large spoonful of boiling oil into the hole on the monkey's head. There was immediately wisps of green smoke and hissing inside. The monkey struggled in vain in great pain. Then, diners chose their favorite seasonings and scooped them out with a steel spoon to taste. Of course, Yang Ming would not do this. Yang Ming carefully took off the monkey's skull with both hands and put it on a plate. The incision of the skull surgery was neat and there was almost no bleeding. The main blood vessels were tied and other blood vessels were closed by local anesthesia. According to classical culinary science, the brain must be soaked, squeezed, and then frozen overnight to make it hard. The most difficult problem in dealing with absolutely fresh brain is to prevent it from turning into a jelly. As for the method, just treat it lightly. The short and fat Tianlong found that there were a lot of condiments next to the dish served on the white side. As a Tianlong who grew up with a golden key and grew up with the luxury of washing with shark fin, this short and fat Tianlong can be said to be a well-informed foodie. He added winter onions to the butter that looked like it was boiled yellow, and the fragrance immediately rose, and he added chopped capers, and then scooped a mouthful and ate it. This is. After eating, the short and fat Tianlong frowned, raised his eyebrows, and squeezed out a Sichuan shape. Then, the taste gradually spread, and his frown slowly relaxed, his eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a look of slow appreciation. The taste of monkey brain is not like tofu brain as imagined, it is very fishy and smooth. Those who say that monkey brain tastes like tofu brain must have never eaten it and are just bragging. In fact, on the surface, the taste of monkey brain is more like the taste of parsley and thyme pickle sauce mixed together. It gives people a very strange feeling when they taste it for the first time. If you are not familiar with these two feelings, you can imagine that the mixture of mustard, vinegar, and miso sauce is so strange that it makes people feel goosebumps. But don't say it, the taste is really good. It's like eating mustard. It's hard to accept at first, but if you taste it slowly, you will find that, hey, why is it so delicious? Of course, if you eat it without knowing the truth, the taste is still acceptable. It slides into your throat with a sip and feels delicious. In particular, after the monkey brain enters the stomach, it actually gives people an unprecedented feeling, and a heat rises from the dantian. Hiss! The short and fat Tianlong people first took a breath of cold air, felt the hot blood rushing to his head, and the whole person's spirit suddenly became much clearer. This taste is really unique. The short and fat Tianlong man smacked his lips. He had just eaten the monkey brain and felt a little uncomfortable at first, but later the aftertaste came back, giving people a strange feeling. It was hard to explain, but it made people more eager to taste it. It should be said that this dish is very rare no matter which world it is in. It is precisely because of its strange and dark ingredients, coupled with the rough and simple preparation, that people who are used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas, or those who eat simple meals, have a different and novel feeling. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Yang Ming raised his hand, "Bye," and Kimimaro immediately understood, and walked forward to take away the tableware, and then launched the next dish. Chapter 635 Braised Bear Paws. Since it is a full banquet, how can there be no bear paws besides monkey brains? Nowadays, people use the four words exotic, fresh, clear, and nourishing to describe the four treasures of Longjiang, namely bear paws, flying dragons, elk noses, and monkey head banquets. Among the delicacies rated as 8 delicacies, bear paws are listed alongside leopard fetuses, orangutan lips, dragon livers, phoenix marrows, carp tails, and crispy cicadas. They are the delicacies on the court. Bear paws are rich in nutrition and are the top of mountain delicacies. Among them, the only bear paw is the most delicious. You should know that even on Earth before Yang Ming traveled through time, few countries ate black bears. Only the nation of big foodies who are called eating everything flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water began to study how to eat black bears many years ago. However, this has changed in the world of One Piece. It's just because the world of One Piece is vast and rich in products. There are many creatures like bears, and Yang Ming can easily obtain materials without much trouble. Of course, in the world of One Piece, Western cuisine is more respected, so even the top chefs here rarely study bear paws. In the past, Yang Ming had cooked bear paws. But this time, it was very different from the past, and the main difference was the cooking method. In the past, it was braised, but now it is made similar to beggar chicken, which is also the most orthodox way of Manchu-Han banquet. This time, Yang Ming did not remove the hair on the bear paw, but directly put it into boiling water. Before that, Yang Ming first wrapped the bear paw with lime powder and put it in a jar to air dry for a few days to let the water vapor inside evaporate. The dry bear paw has hair, so Yang Ming has to cook it while soaking the bear paw in hot water until it becomes soft, and remove the hair at the same time. The dry bear paws, which were originally wrapped in lime powder, will gradually dissolve in the boiling hot water. The bear paws, which originally looked dry and thin, will quickly absorb water vapor under the principle of thermal expansion, and then become full, and the entire volume will increase, so that the bones and flesh inside it will be slightly separated, making it easier to dissect later. Yang Ming boiled the hairless bear paws until they were half cooked, removed the bones, and kept the shape intact. Without the bones, the bear paws will collapse and become soft. You can imagine a person lying on the ground like a pool of mud after the bones are taken out. At first glance, the whole bear paw with the nails looks scary, but these must not be removed. Then, Yang Ming wrapped it with mud, and mixed it with straw, flour, and salt, otherwise it would not be sticky enough, and when it was heated, it would either crack or fall off, which stumped many chefs. Then, Yang Ming put the bear paws on the fire and cooked them until they were cooked. Finally, the mud was cracked open and the bear paws were opened. The remaining coarse hairs were all removed, and they looked particularly fresh. To judge the cooking temperature of the bear paws, if the meat is not cooked properly, it is not enough, and if the nail falls off, it also proves that it is overcooked. This is the most famous dish of the Manchu-Han banquet, known as the white braised bear paw, which is fresh and fragrant, crispy and smooth, and white as jade. When Bai pushed the cart to the table of the navy group, gurgle, gurgle, a sound of hunger came from Kobe's stomach. Kobe burst into tears. He didn't eat much of the previous dishes, and drank more than a dozen cups of Coke. Now he is almost dizzy with hunger. This time, Kobe felt extremely fortunately, everyone was given a bear paw. Sizzle! Sizzle! Yang Ming placed the bear paw on the hot iron plate with a layer of onions underneath. After it was served, it gave off a strong aroma, accompanied by the curling smoke, spreading around. Gulp! Seeing this, Kobe swallowed hard, his eyes almost popped out. It smells so good. Kobe stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth, looking impatient. Although, the bear paw didn't even have its nails peeled off, and it looked a bit hideous and scary. But Kobe heard the sizzling sound and smelled the fragrance, so why would he care so much? Kobe tried to pick up the chopsticks and poked the bear paw hard. Originally, he thought that the bear paw looked so thick and full of fat, so it should be hard. But in fact, it was unusually tender. With a puff, the chopsticks easily inserted into the bear paw, as if there was no obstacle. If you must say, this layer of bear paw skin, like pig's trotters, has become very soft after being carefully cooked by Yang Ming. Then I won't be polite. Kobe was already very hungry, and regardless of table manners, he gently picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a taste that he had never enjoyed before exploded instantly. The richness of the bear paw is not like pig's trotters and beef tendons, but more like a very thick top-quality fish lip, and the small strips of muscle inside are particularly soft, tender, and delicious. When Kobe chewed, he couldn't help but scream with joy. It's so delicious. That kind of strong chewing power is enough. Kobe slowly tasted the taste of the bear paw, which was accompanied by the fragrance of onions, as if a small whirlwind blew up and spread in the tongue, making the bear paw not so greasy to eat, but more attractive. Yang Ming's cooking of the bear paw was also very interesting, using a method similar to beggar's chicken, and it looked like there was no sauce at all. But when Kobe bit off a piece of the bear paw meat, he found that the meat was loose and tender, and the thick juice was flowing out from the broken part, which made people salivate faster and couldn't help but be happy. People in the One Piece world have a relatively large appetite, and as a pirate, he is even more outstanding among them. In a short while, Kobe ate all the bear paws, leaving only the disgusted nails on the silver plate. Hey! This time I'm saved. Kobe touched his slightly bulging belly, with a satisfied and comfortable look on his face. And at this moment, with a click, the lights in the whole venue went out again. This time, with the previous experience, there was no commotion, and everyone sat quietly and watched the changes. When 4 searchlights were cast on the center of the stage, Yang Ming appeared again. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think everyone is already 70% full. Then, it's time to show you what the resurrection dishes look like. As Yang Ming finished speaking, the ceiling of the auction opened to both sides, allowing everyone to see the outside clearly. The originally clear sky had been covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Everyone looked curiously in the direction Yang Ming pointed, and saw a shark that was 100 feet long, poking its head out from the dense dark clouds, and slowly stretched out its entire huge body surrounded by lightning snakes and thunder. Then, everyone was shocked to see that this huge shark did not care about being hit by thunder, but instead had a physique that attracted thunder. More and more thunder gathered around it, and it was like a god descending to the earth, stepping on thunder and thunder. Chapter 636 Fierce Competition. The originally clear sky had been covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Everyone looked curiously in the direction Yang Ming pointed, and saw a shark that was 100 feet long. It poked its head out from the dense dark clouds, and slowly stretched out its huge body in the midst of lightning snakes. Then, everyone was shocked to see that this huge shark did not care about being hit by lightning, but instead had a physique that attracted lightning. More and more lightning gathered around it, and it was like a god descending to the earth, stepping on lightning. Shark! 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 Kobe looked up, and the huge shark fell into his pupils, occupying most of the space, making him drop his jaw in surprise. Oh my god, am I seeing it right? The shark is so big and can fly. Not only Kobe, but also many knowledgeable guests present were stunned and dumbfounded. So this is the resurrection dish. Gurgle. 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 One could clearly hear the sound of people swallowing saliva one after another at the scene. Facing the fierce gazes of the people, Yang Ming waved his hand and said loudly. Dear ladies and gentlemen, see? This is the resurrection dish you most desire. As long as you touch the resurrection dish and silently recite the object you need to resurrect in your heart, you can summon it back from the world of death. And the object summoned back will return to youth and be at the peak of strength. Wow! As soon as the words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Yang Ming could feel that the eyes of the people present were even more fiery. He did not let everyone wait too much, and immediately said. The reserve price of the resurrection dish is 3 billion, each bid increase must not be less than 10 million, and the time between 2 bids must not exceed 10 minutes. Now, I declare that the resurrection dish is officially auctioned. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, the short and fat Tianlong man immediately stood up excitedly. It can be seen that he was even so excited that his fat body was trembling, as if it was swelled up like a wave, swaying like a wave. I offer 5 billion. The short and fat celestial dragon did not give any explanation and immediately raised the price of the resurrection food by several levels. Before this, the subordinates of Aunt Charlotte Lingling, who had a bad relationship with the short and fat celestial dragon, saw this and immediately said in a gloomy tone. We offer 5.1 billion. Just an extra 100 million was deliberately made uncomfortable for the short and fat celestial dragon and made him uncomfortable. This bunch of low-level scum. The short and fat celestial dragon clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and he was obviously on the verge of going berserk. Fortunately, at this moment, the celestial dragon next to him suddenly held him down and said coldly, "It's important." The short and fat celestial dragon shuddered suddenly and glanced at the celestial dragon beside him in awe. Although the short and fat celestial dragon is jumping up and down now, he is not the one in charge. The one who really has the right to speak is the celestial dragon, who doesn't speak much beside him. As the celestial dragons who rule the world, how can they all be fools? Just like the deceased former 7 warlords of the sea, Tenyasha Donquixote da Flamingo, he is a celestial dragon, but he is not stupid at all, he is very smart. However, those smart celestial dragons are more cunning than Don Quixote, hiding their merits and fame, hiding behind the scenes. The short and fat celestial dragon swallowed his saliva, stiffened his neck and said loudly, "I'll pay 10 billion. As he said that, he glanced fiercely at the subordinates of Aunt Charlotte Linling, signaling them not to mess with him. Unfortunately, facing the temptation of resurrection food, it is not the same as when Aunt Charlotte Linling was auctioned before. Those god-level tycoons who had not made a move before, had already formed alliances in secret during the process of tasting the banquet just now. Led by the leader of the revolutionaries, Long, they secretly connected the big men of the dark world, made many promises, and worked hard to pull up this alliance that should not be underestimated. For Long, once he gets the resurrection food, the revolutionaries will surely usher in unprecedented development, and they must not miss it. At this time, these people pushed out a representative, who was Qing Jiao, who had a conflict with the short and fat celestial dragon. Qing Jiao is a burly and strong old man with a kind face. There is a number 12 engraved on his forehead. He is from the New World and was once a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million. But even though he was a great pirate in the past and was very powerful, he was just as weak as an ant trying to shake a tree in front of this secretly formed alliance, and could only serve as a spokesperson. "Old man, I'll pay 15 billion. King Jiao's strong and vigorous voice echoed in the auction venue, making the short and fat celestial dragon embarrassed in public, and his face changed again and again. The short and fat celestial dragon stared at Qing Jiao, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance in his mind to facilitate revenge later. The short and fat celestial dragon gritted his teeth and spit out word by word. "I'll pay 20 billion. Gurgle." Seeing this, Kobe swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face was confused, and he felt that his worldview was about to collapse. 20 billion. Oh my god! Kobe counted on his fingers, one by one, to see how much money there was. But the more he counted, the more shocked Kobe was. You know, although the world of One Piece is vast and rich in products, the tax revenue of each island town is obviously very small. Kobe calculated carefully. If the celestial dragons did not use the money to buy resurrection food, but used it to benefit the people, it would be enough for his hometown in the East China Sea to be tax-free for 50 years. It is conceivable how ruthlessly these celestial dragons usually extort the people. No matter what world you are in, it is so unfair. You work hard all your life, and the money you earn may not be as much as the privileged class spends on a cigarette or a bottle of wine. The short and fat celestial dragon glanced at Qing Jiao with a smug look, as if to say, if you have the ability, keep raising the price. But obviously, he completely underestimated people's determination to get the resurrection food. Qing Jiao returned to the group of people who had formed an alliance in secret. After being whispered in the ears of a group of people, he stood up again. "I offer 30 billion. Qing Jiao made another offer, as if he had slapped the short and fat celestial dragon in the face, and it was still crackling, and his face was about to swell. For a moment, the short and fat celestial dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But seeing that the offer was so high now, Kobe's heart was in a knot. Just because the money he raised through crowdfunding was only enough for a fraction of theirs. Kobe looked helplessly at Garp and other senior generals, but found that they were still calm and indifferent, and he was immediately suspicious. What exactly are they sure of? Chapter 637 The Four Emperors Alliance. As soon as Yang Ming took out the resurrection food for auction, the atmosphere of the whole scene changed, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The alliance organized by the revolutionary leader Long is secretly hostile to the Tianlong people. Although many bigwigs in the dark world don't know why Long, as the leader of the revolutionaries, is so persistent in wanting to auction the resurrection food. But when they think of the various benefits that Long promised them, these usually lawless bigwigs in the dark world are tempted, and they generously donate money and become hostile to the Tianlong people. Seeing this, the short and fat Tianlong people gritted their teeth, creaking, and almost broke their teeth. Damn it! I want to pay 40 billion. As soon as he finished the offer, he seemed to be in a bad state. Even with the wealth of the Tianlong people, it is not an easy thing to take out such a large sum of money. This will make them restrain themselves a little in the next few years and not be extravagant. Note that this is just restraint, not a serious injury. 40 billion. What a sky-high price. The alliance led by Long was silent in front of this sky-high price. After all, they were just an alliance temporarily formed by interests, and their centripetal force was still far from enough. Most of the people were unwilling to make another move. Hey! Seeing this, the short and fat celestial dragon snorted complacently, comparing your wealth to mine, it's really funny. As he said that, the short and fat celestial dragon aimed his eyes at Yang Ming and urged. Yang Ming, announce the result quickly. Yang Ming's face remained unchanged, and he still had a calm expression, as if he was not affected by anything. However, he occasionally glanced at a corner, which caught the attention of many people. They followed Yang Ming's gaze and focused their eyes there. But when they saw the people there, their faces suddenly changed. Red-haired Shanks. Whitebeard Edward. Kaido the Beast. These three great men who galloped over the sea and called the wind and rain, at this moment, seemed like ordinary people, gathered at a table, quietly tasting food, as if they didn't care about the news of the auction. But the existence and every move of each of them were involved in the hearts of the people. Before, they were too low-key, and coupled with the temptation of the auction items, most people didn't notice it. Now that they noticed it, how could they ignore the influence of the three of them? What's more, these four emperors actually sat at the same table. What does this mean? You know, the four emperors are not to mention that they are all ironclad. If they meet each other, they are lucky if they don't fight. While everyone was shocked, they had a strange feeling of excitement, as if they were going to witness the birth of history today. Seeing this, red-haired Shanks saw that he couldn't keep a low profile anymore, coughed a few times, and said, "Sorry, I'll offer 50 billion. As he said that, Shanks turned his head and stared at the short and fat celestial dragon, with a bright smile on his face. "Brother, give me some face and give me the resurrection food." The short and fat celestial dragon's face was blue, white, and red, as if he was changing his face. He never expected that a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway. And it seems that red-haired Shanks got the support of Whitebeard and Kaido, so he could spend money so generously. The short and fat celestial dragon's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, staring at Shanks, and said firmly, "Impossible." Seeing this, Shanks shrugged with an expression that he had expected it. "Then there is no way. In order to revive the captain, I can only fight you to the end." The captain Shanks mentioned was none other than the pirate king who opened the Great Pirate Era. People who knew Shanks' background were shocked and looked at Shanks in disbelief. If the pirate king returned to this world, what would it be like? The picture was too beautiful to imagine. We must not let him succeed. At this time, the celestial dragon next to the short and fat celestial dragon said with a final word, revealing a great majesty. The short and fat celestial dragon nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and he naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. The pirate king knows too much, which has threatened the foundation of the celestial dragon's rule. If the pirate king is resurrected, coupled with the current booming revolutionaries, I am afraid he will really have the ability to subvert the world government. That is what the celestial dragon, who is high above and rules the world, does not want to see. The short and fat celestial dragon has already made a plan with his mind turning quickly. Even if the celestial dragon's savings are emptied this time, the resurrection food must be auctioned off. When he thought that after this, even he would have to tighten his belt and live a hard life, the short and fat celestial dragon looked at Shanks with even more unfriendly eyes. "I offer 51 billion. Edward Whitebeard picked up the wine gourd, took a few gulps, and swallowed them down with a gulp. He sat on the chair with his arms and legs slapped Shanks on the back. "Wow! How can I stand by and watch such an interesting thing? Red-haired boy, I will sponsor you another 5 billion. Whitebeard said proudly, as if he didn't care about the money at all. And it can be seen that after eating the food cooked by Yang Ming, Whitebeard's body has recovered a lot and he looks younger. But Whitebeard was happy to spend money, but his group of subordinates showed bitter expressions. "Dad, you have to leave some money for us, right?" Whitebeard glared and said unhappily. "You are so useless. If you don't have money, you won't rob the celestial dragons." Domineering. Extremely domineering. Only Edward Whitebeard dared to say this. After eating the food cooked by Yang Ming, Whitebeard felt full of strength and wanted to find a partner to stretch his muscles. The short and fat celestial dragon's face twitched. He didn't know what to do when someone accused him of robbing his money in front of him. However, the matter is not over yet. Perhaps because he realized that Whitebeard had stolen the limelight, Kaido, who had become a little lowly, suddenly twitched his nose unhappily and wanted to fight back. He said in a delicate voice, "Red hair, I will sponsor you another 6 billion. Don't be polite to me. Don't be stingy with me. At most, I will go to the holy land of celestial dragons, Marijoa, and come back." Puff. Hearing Kaido's words, the short and fat celestial dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "What do you think of us celestial dragons? Do you think we are your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? However, in fact, it seems to be true. This is really embarrassing." For a moment, the short and fat celestial dragon opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and was completely confused. Chapter 638, The Furious Celestial Dragon. With the support of Edward Whitebeard and Kaido the Beast little Lolita, Red Hair Shanks immediately had a bulging pocket and his waist was straightened. Shanks looked at the short and fat celestial dragon with a little apology. "Sorry, I want to pay 52 billion. Shanks received 11 billion in support, so of course he couldn't just give it all away. After all, the current price is already very uncomfortable. Of course, this doesn't mean that Shanks and his men can't come up with the money. You know, they are the 4 emperors, dividing up the most abundant new world. It's just that the 4 emperors have a lot of money because they are big and powerful, and they have a lot of places to spend money. They have so many territories and so many subordinates. Every day, they have to spend a lot of money to maintain the status quo. So, Shanks and his men are not without money, but they don't have any extra money. If they have a little more, they might be hurt. The celestial dragons are the same in this regard. Just like a country, the annual tax revenue seems to be a lot, but the money spent is even more, and there is nothing left." The short and fat celestial dragon's face turned purple, and he only had one word in his mind, "Fuck you," but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. At this moment, the celestial dragon next to him snorted coldly. Suddenly, the short and fat celestial dragon seemed to have found a magic needle to stabilize the sea. After all, the celestial dragon next to him was the leader of the current 19 royal families. "Go ahead and do it. Don't let people look down on us celestial dragons." After getting the tip from this person, the short and fat celestial dragon suddenly shuddered and felt a bloody smell coming towards him. Obviously, this celestial dragon who was unwilling to show his face was already dissatisfied with the 4 emperors. The celestial dragons have been able to maintain their rule over the world. How could they be as weak as the outside world Imagines? The short and fat celestial dragon raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "I offer 65 billion. At this price, even if Shanks gets Whitebeard and Kai more support and feel overwhelmed." As the host of the auction, Yang Ming did not expect that the auction of the resurrection food would reach such a high price, which was beyond his expectation. With such a large sum of money, after Yang Ming returns to the Naruto world, the construction of the food capital will be able to develop comprehensively. Although if this is done, the main task 3 will be quickly approaching completion. According to what the system said before, when task 3 is completed, something bad will happen. But in the final analysis, Yang Ming is actually only half believing and half doubting what the system says. It is necessary to be on guard against others, not to mention the inexplicable system. Just as Yang Ming was thinking in his mind, a little change happened in the auction venue. As the leader of the revolutionaries, Long is destined to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons over the world. And Shank's idea of reviving One Piece just fits the interests of the revolutionaries, because One Piece travels around the world and once knew the blank 100-year history, which happened to hold the handle of the world government. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Helping Shanks is like helping revolutionaries. Long had realized this long ago, so he said simply, "Shanks, I will lend you a helping hand and sponsor you 4 billion. Previously, Long could afford the high price because he united with a group of big men in the dark world. Now he can't afford it alone. However, Long is worthy of being the leader of the revolutionaries." He immediately persuaded others. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a suggestion. Let's sponsor Shanks together and let him revive the Pirate King. As we all know, the treasures hidden by the Pirate King are rich enough to rival a country. Once we revive him, it will be like lending him money. It will be easy to get some interest back. Faced with such a temptation, what are you waiting for? Since ancient times, routines have won people's hearts, and wealth has moved people's hearts. Obviously, what Long said was the truth, which immediately aroused the greed in everyone's hearts. Back then, when One Piece traveled around the world, he had collected countless treasures. Now that so many years have passed, the value of those treasures must have increased several times. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in most people's eyes. Shanks raised his lips, and he understood Long's intention. He smiled kindly at Long, used his eyes to indicate that he understood, and threw out an attractive suggestion at the right time. As long as you can help me revive the captain, when he is resurrected, I guarantee with my own personality that I will definitely give you a generous reward. The red-haired Shanks brand is still very good, a word is a deed, a well-known trademark. Even when Yang Ming promoted the news of the food auction, he specially brought him along, so you can imagine his influence. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was shocked. It has been said to this point, how can it be let go? What's more, most people now understand that they are not qualified to compete for the resurrection cuisine. In this case, it is better to take a ticket back. Then, the king, who had been at odds with the short and fat celestial dragons before, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly stood up and said, "Well, Shanks, I will sponsor you 100 million. Seeing this, the short and fat celestial dragons were so angry that their faces twisted. "You damn guy!" The king was not afraid at all. Since the two sides had already torn their faces apart before, why should he be timid? With the first one to step forward, the pressure on others suddenly decreased, and they all donated generously. "I will sponsor 70 million. I will sponsor 500 million. I will sponsor 200 million. Some people sponsored more, some sponsored less, but with so many people present, the support of hundreds of people, all in all, gave Shanks a huge gift package, which made him a little unimaginable. There is strength in numbers, this sentence is really not exaggerated. What's more, there are many forces at the scene who are unhappy with the celestial dragons, and now they have also taken action, which makes the wealth that Shanks can currently control reach an astonishing level." Shanks smiled as he looked at the short and fat celestial dragon's face changing constantly, revealing an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry, so many people helped me, I was embarrassed to do it. Get out of here." The short and fat celestial dragon rolled his eyes. "You are not ashamed to say this." "So." Shanks stood up calmly and said loudly, "I'll pay 99.9 billion. 100 million less, because you are afraid that I will be proud. You." The short and fat celestial dragon was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing his finger at Shanks, and he was so angry that he couldn't say anything. This must be intentional. Intentional. The successive blows, coupled with such a high price, are unbearable for anyone. The short and fat celestial dragon breathed rapidly, his chest rose and fell violently, and then his eyes went black, he foamed at the mouth, and his body leaned back, and fainted on the ground. As soon as Shanks said this, the celestial dragons were immediately furious. "My brother is so awesome." Chapter 639, White Cut Chicken. The blows one after another, plus such a high price, no one can bear it. The short and fat celestial dragon breathed rapidly, his chest rose and fell violently, and then his eyes went black, he foamed at the mouth, and his body tilted back, and he fainted on the ground. As soon as Shanks said this, the celestial dragons were immediately furious. No one expected it. Seeing this, the celestial dragon who had been sitting next to the short and fat celestial dragon was immediately unhappy. But because Shanks's offer was too high, it was beyond his expectation, and the celestial dragon leader did not bring that much money. So he had to take out the Den Mushi and contact the 5 elders to ask them to send the money quickly. At the same time, he came to Yang Ming and whispered a few words in Yang Ming's ear, in exchange for half a day of buffer time. "If you have money, you can really do whatever you want." Seeing this scene, it's not that no one was unhappy. But soon, Yang Ming used the newly cooked dishes to shut them up. Bai and Kimimaro pushed the cart, and walked quickly, carrying the dishes in different directions. Before Bai came, Kobe looked at Garp with a worried look in his heart. "Do we really have a chance to revive Marshal Sengoku? They offer such a high price, even if we sell our navy, I'm afraid we can't get so much money." Garp raised his eyebrows, gave Kobe a chestnut punch on the head, and scolded with a smile. "Where do you get so much sadness and sentimentality, kid?" As he said, Garp folded his hands in front of his chest and snorted. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Do you know that there are actually more than Akainu and his admirals in our navy? What? Kobe was confused. Garp and the navy all had a look of nostalgia in their eyes. Back then, that guy was in the same navy as me. Who is he? Kobe asked curiously. He is the man known as Black Arm Zephyr. Garp was full of memories, and he spoke faintly about this name that is now never mentioned in the navy. Black Arm Zephyr is a former admiral of the navy. After his family was killed by pirates, he still had a little trust in the navy. He stayed in the navy headquarters as an instructor and taught students such as Akainu. It can be said that more than 50% of the senior generals of the navy were once his students. However, after the world government came up with the 7 warlords of the sea system, Zephyr was completely disappointed with the navy, so he left the navy headquarters with a group of navy and established an organization outside to hunt pirates. Garp sighed. If the celestial dragons want to auction the resurrection food, they will definitely need a lot of money, and they will have to transport it with warships. And this is our only chance, and it is also the only chance that Commander Sora has created for us. At that time, only Commander Sora will have the qualifications and ability to ask Zifa to take action once. What? They actually asked the former Navy Admiral Zifa to rob the Celestial Dragon's money-carrying warship? A big deal. An absolute big deal. Kobe's heart seemed to be in turmoil, and it couldn't calm down for a long time. Kobe opened his mouth and felt a little depressed as if something was blocking his chest. Then, our navy also paid a great price to ask Admiral Zifa to come out. Garp's face sank, and he said in a deep voice, "We promised Zifa that we would do our best to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system and the navy's practice of not killing pirates. Admiral Zifa has been fighting pirates all his life, and these 2 points are in his interests. Moreover, Zifa dared to take on this task because he was already 70 years old and had only a few years left to live, so he might as well use this opportunity to exchange for a more peaceful future." Suddenly, Kobe was in awe of the former admiral whom he had never met. At this moment, grind, grind. The sound of the axle came from far away, and Bai pushed the cart to the navy table. Bai smiled and put the plate on the table. "Dear guests, this is boiled chicken, please enjoy." Boiled chicken? What a strange name. Kobe turned his eyes and looked at the small plate, and suddenly felt a toothache. There was only this little, and he couldn't grab it from others again. There was no extra way to cook boiled chicken. Yang Ming put a whole chicken that had been plucked and cleaned in the steamer and stewed it until it was 70% cooked. Then he took it out and put it in a basin soaked in ice. Based on the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the temperature of the hot chicken drops sharply when it touches the cold water, and the chicken shrinks immediately. In this case, the surface of the chicken, the small bumps on the chicken skin will disappear, becoming very smooth and shiny, and seem to reflect light under the light. At the same time, after the expansion and contraction, the chicken will taste better, and the residual fishy smell will be squeezed out, making it look particularly transparent. In the end, Yang Ming cut the whole chicken into pieces, spread a layer of ginger and scallions on it, and then boiled a pot of oil and poured it on it, which immediately made a series of crackling sounds. Now, Kaba looked at the white-cut chicken under the light, which was as yellow as jade, and the fragrance of ginger and scallions in the sesame oil was looming, floating over, and his saliva was almost flowing out. This time, Kaba learned from countless painful experiences before, and without waiting for them to use their chopsticks, he took the lead in grabbing a handful with his hands. When he got closer, Kaba could clearly see that the skin of the white-cut chicken was yellow and the meat was white, with distinct layers, which made people very appetizing. He took a bite. This taste. Kobe lowered his head suddenly, with an unbelievable look on his face. This white-cut chicken doesn't seem to have any sauce, but it tastes just as good. After Yang Ming's pure cooking, the original flavor of the chicken permeates every inch of the chicken. It tastes fragrant and smooth, light, and a little delicious. Not only is it not greasy, but it is full of fragrance, which makes people want to continue eating. The most amazing thing is that the chicken cooked by others is either very loose or too dry, and it tastes a bit dry and uncomfortable. But the chicken in this white-cut chicken is not like this at all. Sui Yuan Food List calls it white sliced chicken. He said, chicken is the most useful, and all dishes depend on it, so it is ranked first among the feathered tribes, and other birds are attached to it to make a list of the feathered tribes. There are dozens of chicken dishes on the list, which are used for steaming, roasting, stewing, braising, and pickling. The first one is white sliced chicken, which is said to have the flavor of Taiganjai Yuan wine. The chicken is soaked in ice water, and after heat expansion and cold contraction, the skin becomes crispy and the meat becomes tender. It tastes very refreshing and you will never get tired of it. Kobe was surprised and ate up the chicken in the wind and cloud. With half a day of buffer time, Kobe is looking forward to what kind of dishes will be waiting for him next. Chapter 640 Big Lobster. Just when Kobe was looking forward to it, Bai came again with a small cart as he expected. And when Kobe saw the dish that Bai brought out, his breathing quickened. Just because it turned out to be a big lobster. As a Navy officer, he naturally has a special liking for marine cuisine, let alone lobsters. This is really great. Facing the fiery eyes of the Navy commanders, Bai smiled slightly and brought the plate to the table. Dear guests, please enjoy. Lobster is undoubtedly a great dish. The exquisite knife skills, perfect cooking skills, transparent lobster meat, and the lifelike shrimp head are simply the masterpieces of top chefs. As a chef, Yang Ming has demonstrated the art of plating very well this time. The silver-white plate is engraved with green kelp patterns, as if these lobsters are still in the ocean, swimming proudly among the kelp. The lobster is placed in a posture of raising its head and bending its waist, with its head and eyes looking up to the sky, and it has a spirit of upward spirit. The shrimp is 40 centimeters long, and its white flesh is wrapped in a hard dark red shell covered with thorns, like armor. Each lobster has 2 pairs of tentacles, and the second pair of tentacles is very thick and majestic. Lobsters rely on their appearance to make a living. If the tentacles or feet are missing, not only will the price be greatly discounted, but the plating will also reduce a lot of points. Therefore, this job of picking lobsters requires experienced people to be competent. You can't be impetuous or irritable, and you need to be very careful. At the same time, when cleaning lobsters, it is not as simple as others imagine. It is absolutely wrong to throw them directly into the basin and wash them with clean water. You know, the lobsters cooked in this way will still have gravel in them, which will hit your teeth when you eat them, and the taste will be sour. Just to clean these lobsters, Yang Ming spent a whole day. Yang Ming first put these lobsters in the basin for a day or two, and waited for them to spit out the waste in their bodies before cleaning them. When cleaning, Yang Ming needs to use a very fine toothbrush, like treating a treasure, to brush the whole body of the lobster little by little, brushing them shiny, and brushing out the gaps in the connection parts of their shells with the fine toothbrush. Lobsters are red, and the color is particularly bright after being cooked. In the world of One Piece, red means to remove evil spirits and bad luck, so it is a color that people like to use during festivals. Lobsters can be made into sashimi. The meat is sweet and elastic, but it is so beautiful that if it is not presented in a shaped shell, it would be a shame to the skin. Tisk tisk tisk, it looks delicious. Kobe's eyes lit up, and he felt his saliva secretion accelerate, almost flowing out of the corners of his mouth. The shell of the lobster's body was peeled off, leaving only the pink tender meat, which was cut into crystal clear shrimp slices by Yang Ming. Under the dim yellow light, the shrimp meat was shiny and looked beautiful, which greatly aroused people's appetite. After serving this dish, Bai also gave everyone a plate of sauces, including vinegar, soy sauce, miso, and chili sauce, all kinds of which met the tasting habits and needs of different people. Thank you Yang Ming for cooking so many sumptuous dishes for us. Kobe prayed in his heart, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of shrimp meat. The shrimp meat was very small and thin, about the size of an eraser. The pink tender meat was crystal clear, and after adding a little soy sauce, it was stained with a layer of dark red, which had a unique charm. Ah! Kobe opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. When he first took a bite, the tip of his tongue touched the shrimp meat first. Perhaps because it was sashimi, it was previously chilled, so Kobe felt a little cold. But after rolling his tongue, the temperature in his mouth was enough to offset this discomfort. When he rubbed his teeth carefully, the freshness of the shrimp meat came out immediately, and it felt very fresh and delicious. This is much better than those lobster sashimi outside. Kobe ate all the shrimp meat in his mouth in a few seconds. Just as he was about to pick up the second piece, he was embarrassed to find that while he was stunned, all the shrimp meat had been eaten by others. Why is it like this again? Kobe was angry and looked at Carp and the others unhappily, but he saw that they were fine and picked up toothpicks to pick their teeth. Seeing this, Bai smiled slightly and kindly reminded him. Actually, the shrimp meat and shrimp tail can also be eaten. Hey! Kobe suddenly came back to his senses and looked straight at Bai, with an expression on his face that said, "I'm not well educated, don't lie to me." Bai reminded Kobe in a low voice. "You, put the shrimp head in the miso soup, peel off the shell of the shrimp head, let the shrimp paste inside flow out, and then stir it, it will make the soup more delicious." Hearing this, Kobe's heart moved, feeling that Bai knew a lot of things, and couldn't help asking. "Then, what about the shrimp tail? It can't be the same as the shrimp head, right?" Bai shook his head slightly. "In fact, don't look at the shrimp tail like that. In fact, it has been fried by Boss Yang Ming a long time ago. You can pick it up and eat it directly. It's absolutely crispy." Hearing Bai's introduction, Kobe suddenly understood and followed the steps Bai said to get the shrimp head. In fact, many people don't know how to eat shrimp. Why? Because most people who eat shrimp only eat the shrimp meat. However, the most nutritious part of the shrimp itself is the shrimp head, which contains a little shrimp paste, which is rich in protein. Although it looks a little bit worse, it is particularly delicious. The sticky yellow shrimp paste flows out from the shrimp head and dissipates in the delicious miso soup. In just a moment, the originally clear and transparent miso soup turns dark yellow. A wisp of shrimp's unique fragrance floats along the wind and falls into Kobe's nose, making all the cells in his body feel comfortable. Slurp! 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 Kobe scooped up the spoon and tasted it spoonful by spoonful. The miso soup, which originally seemed relatively light, became extraordinary after the shrimp paste was added. The taste was fresh and rich, which was very touching. Ha! Kobe put down the bowl with a satisfied look on his face and touched his stomach. A wave of heat spread in his danchan, making people feel as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. But the next moment, when Kobe's eyes were fixed on the silver plate, he couldn't help but stare. It turned out that other Navy officers saw that even the shrimp heads could be eaten, and they took the shrimp tails that Kobe wanted to eat first. Kobe was confused and looked at Garp and others blankly, just wanting to complain. Where is your moral integrity? Chapter 641 Xianyuan Noodles. Kobe was dumbfounded. Seeing that the whole plate of lobsters was eaten up in less than a while, he suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. In fact, after Kobe came to the auction, he suddenly woke up. It turned out that these Navy generals were all big foodies. Hey, Akainu, can you eat more reservedly? The shrimp tails in your mouth are exposed. Hey, what are you doing? Don't spray lava without saying anything. My cute and delicious shrimp tails are being ruined by you. Also, Kizaru, why did you lick the remaining soup on the plate? How can you be so disgusting? I wanted to try it. That guy, is he still my male god King Z? Why did you use the power of the evil fruit to freeze all these dishes? Are you going to take them home and continue eating? If you don't want to eat now, forget it, why don't you leave some for me, won't you feel heartbroken? As for their leader Garp? Forget it, Kobe rolled his eyes and could only cover his face and pretend that he didn't know this guy. It turned out that Garp thought he didn't eat enough, and actually ran to the four emperors' table to grab food. It was just because their table was a special supply, and the dishes on it were several times more than those in other places. Can you imagine that Garp, Whitebeard, Red Hair, Beast, and Big Mom, 5 people, were at the same table, fighting for food? The picture was so beautiful that I couldn't look at it directly. Even, they almost fought. Those with devil fruit abilities wanted to use their abilities, and those with domineering power planned to use domineering power. In the end, Yang Ming came forward and asked them to use rock paper scissors to resolve their personal grievances. How embarrassing! Just when Kobe kept slandering a group of naval generals in his heart, Bai pushed the cart and came to the naval table again. Oh? This time it's noodles? Kobe asked in confusion. Bai smiled, the dishes I made before were very high in protein. Boss Yang Ming was worried that you would eat too much, so he made this Xianyuan noodles for everyone to help you digest your stomach. Xianyuan is the name of the ancestor Huangdi. Huangdi ruled the world with the virtue of earth, which corresponds to the central China, and the color yellow, which is in line with the secrets of heaven. In ancient times, it was related to the emperor and was called Yu, just as yellow is only the color of the emperor, which is different from the rest of the people. As the Xianyuan noodles in the Hanman banquet, it is the best among noodles, which can be said to be unique. When Bai brought the Xianyuan noodles to Kobe, he immediately felt a bright feeling. I saw that various condiments and noodles were mixed together, and a layer of coriander floated on the soup, which looked very fresh and natural. The fragrant coriander smell spread like it was free, constantly stimulating Kobe's sense of smell, making him feel that the saliva in his mouth was constantly secreted and accelerated, and he had to swallow it into his stomach. Gulp. Kobe's throat moved up and down. With the delicious food in front of him, he finally couldn't help it. I'm going to eat. Kobe picked up the chopsticks, put them on his chest and prayed, and then really started to taste. He picked up a column of Xianyuan noodles, and saw that the yellow noodles were light and thin, each as thin as long hair, but surprisingly very tough, and did not break when the chopsticks were pinched. Slurp. 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 Kobe opened his mouth wide and ate wildly, making bursts of crisp and loud sounds. To test whether a bowl of noodles is delicious, just look at the sound made by the guests when eating the noodles. The louder the sound, the more delicious the noodles are. Kobe made a loud sound, which directly attracted the attention of other naval generals. Is it so delicious? Qingji suddenly put down his right hand that exuded a cold breath. He originally wanted to freeze this bowl of noodles and pack it up to eat slowly. Well, as an ice fruit user, Qingji can freeze a passage in the sea to ride a bicycle, enjoy the scenery and eat delicious food. Just thinking about it makes him happy. Under doubt, Qingji decided to make an exception and try this bowl of noodles. When Qingji picked it up with chopsticks, a beautiful wave was drawn in the emerald soup, and bursts of fragrance were emitted from time to time, which really made him salivate. You can see that between these noodles, there are also slices of very thinly cut sea king meat. When Qingji's upper and lower teeth began to stir, a thick juice suddenly splashed out. The unique smooth, tender, and tough of sea king meat slices were brought to the extreme, making Qingji feel that he was not eating a thin slice of sea king meat, but chewing a piece of gum. Especially, when chewing back and forth between the teeth, the thick juice contained in the sea king meat slices spilled out without cost, occupying the entire tongue, making Qingzi's tongue numb and tingling, which was very comfortable. Oh my god! Qingzi looked at the noodles in front of him in disbelief. Such a delicious food was not meat, but vegetarian noodles. If someone told him this in the past, Qingzi would definitely sneer, but now he couldn't put down this bowl of Xianyuan noodles. What surprised Qingzi even more was that these noodles were actually just one from beginning to end. Even Qingzi enjoyed it so much. The Navy looked at each other, looking at the bowl of Xianyuan noodles in front of them, and a wave of emotion suddenly rose in their hearts. As big foodies who would die if they didn't eat meat, they had never thought of eating noodles. But now, they were shaken. A ray of desire flashed in Akainu's eyes, and he suddenly picked up a string of noodles. The finely crafted noodles were mixed with green coriander, and an undisguised strong aroma filled the nose, making people drool. With a slurp, Akainu opened his mouth and swallowed them immediately. Cool. At this moment, that was all Akainu thought about. As soon as the elastic noodles entered the tongue, they bounced back towards the teeth, as if what he was eating was not noodles, it was a rubber, which was unusually strong and smooth. The unique aroma of coriander, mixed with the taste of noodle soup, spread instantly like a volcanic eruption. So delicious! That taste, like an octopus sucker, firmly occupied every inch of Akainu's mouth, constantly stimulating his taste buds, and strongly stimulating Akainu's senses. There was a feeling that Akainu erupted magma and wrapped his whole body, merging with each other, indistinguishable from each other. Then, Akainu picked up the big bowl and gently inhaled a mouthful of clear soup. The clear soup was indeed made of angelica, cinnamon, cloves, wild mushrooms, local eggs, seafood, and coriander. It was clear but not light, fresh but not greasy. It entered the stomach through the throat, making the whole person suddenly warm and comfortable. Ha! Akainu put down the bowl and uttered a satisfied sound. The whole person revealed a lazy grace from inside to outside. Chapter 642 Dragon and Phoenix. Then, Akainu picked up the big bowl and gently took a sip of the clear soup. The clear soup was indeed made of angelica, cinnamon, cloves, wild mushrooms, local eggs, seafood, and coriander. It was clear but not light, fresh but not greasy. It entered the stomach through the throat, making the whole person suddenly warm and comfortable. Ha! Akainu put down the bowl and uttered a satisfied hey. The whole person revealed a lazy grace from inside to outside. Akainu touched his slightly bulging belly and felt very comfortable. If he could taste Yang Ming's cooking every day, what a wonderful thing it would be. Only when he tasted Yang Ming's cooking would Akainu's nerves relax and feel that he was in a hot spring, which was quite comfortable and cozy. As a Navy admiral, Akainu had to bear much more pressure than others. Others can only see the brilliance of Akainu's appearance, but it is difficult to see his inner fatigue. Many times, Akainu wants to slow down, stop, and take a good look at the surrounding scenery. Unfortunately, people in the rivers and lakes cannot help themselves. Even if Akainu is exhausted physically and mentally, he can only bite the bullet and keep moving forward. Just when Akainu's eyes were blurred and his mind was wandering in the void. Wheel! 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 A sound of axles sounded, and Akainu's ears moved and he woke up immediately. When he saw that it was by pushing the cart over, Akainu breathed a sigh of relief and laughed secretly that he was really overreacting. "Dear guests, I've been waiting for a long time." Bai smiled slightly, like a spring breeze, which made people not angry at all. "This is the dish that Boss Yang Ming just cooked. It's called Dragon and Phoenix. I hope you will like it." Dragon and Phoenix? What a domineering name! Is this true? That's of course true. In the One Piece world, although dragons are rare, they still exist. As for phoenixes, they are almost extinct, so Yang Ming had to use another material to supplement and replace them. Dragons are thousand-year-old dragons. Every once in a while, they will return to the East China Sea to reproduce. Phoenixes are a kind of bird and beast similar to the phoenix, living on the rare beast island. Each of them is a dish that cannot be found in the Naruto world, and they are extremely precious. If Yang Ming had not had a good relationship with 3 of the 4 emperors and had their help, he alone would not have been able to find such ingredients. When Bai brought the plate to the table and opened the lid, a beam of light rose up. Ah! Cry! Dragon roars, Phoenix cries. The figures of a dragon and a phoenix, one sacred and the other luxurious, suddenly appeared above the plate, adding a lot of color to the Mantang auction, making this place look like a fairyland on earth. The two are entangled with each other, as if they were one, competing to fly up to the sky. Gorgeous! Great atmosphere! Seeing this, not only Akainu, but also other navy and guests at other tables all turned back and stared, their eyes showing shock. The beam of light lingered for a long time, and the gorgeous light reflected on everyone's face, with a faint glow. A breeze blew, and the aroma of meat came to the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy. This unique aroma of dragon meat and phoenix meat permeated the air. After people inhaled it, it seemed that every cell in their body was groaning, making people feel extraordinarily comfortable. It was as if the strong spirit in the dragon and phoenix affected other people. There is a poem that can express Akainu's mood at this time. "I would rather die with fragrance on the branches than blow it down among the flowers." At this moment, in the ocean of fragrance, Akainu really wanted to immerse himself in it for the rest of his life and didn't want to come out. "It smells so good, I want to eat it so much." The dish of dragon and phoenix, in the original Manchuhan banquet, naturally does not use real dragons and phoenixes, but chicken breasts and shrimps. However, in the world of One Piece, there is a supply of ingredients, so Yang Ming will naturally not give them to everyone. You're welcome. As dragon meat and phoenix meat are very tough, like stones, they are easy to break teeth. Therefore, a few days before cooking, Yang Ming tried every possible way to soften them. The simplest and most direct method is to soak them in aged wine, so that the high concentration of alcohol in the wine can loosen the meat. Yang Ming cut the dragon meat and phoenix meat into cubes the size of fingers, and fry them in oil. Then he picked up the dragon meat and phoenix meat. Each piece of dragon meat and phoenix meat seemed to be rejuvenated, like old wood in spring, exuding an attractive fragrance. In addition to dragon meat and phoenix meat, Yang Ming also cut celery and radish into small pieces. Under the invasion of the meaty aroma of dragon meat and phoenix meat, the other originally ordinary materials, like the down-and-out ministers in the folk, met the wise monarch who appreciated them, and suddenly glowed with a different kind of splendor and exuded an extremely attractive fragrance. When the red, yellow, black, and green dishes appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted by them, as if there was infinite charm there. Gurgle! 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 A look of desire flashed in Akainu's eyes, his throat moved up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Akainu looked at such bright dishes, and the lingering fragrance lingered around his nose, and his appetite was whetted. He picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful. There were all 4 ingredients on it, with different colors, which looked very rich and appetizing. "Eat it in one bite." "Hot! Very hot. It was as if a fire ignited the tip of the tongue, and a scorching temperature swept over instantly. In the whole hot tongue, these ingredients seemed to come alive, and they actually jumped on the tongue, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, and they had life again. Celery is green and refreshing, phoenix meat is soft and delicious, radish is sweet and refreshing, dragon meat is fragrant and soft, 4 different flavors, as if they were sent into a washing machine to stir, blending together, giving people an ultimate taste and touch experience. Delicious. Super delicious. Akainu's eyes lit up. Whether it is the processing of ingredients, the combination of dishes, or the color, aroma, and taste, this dish is simply the most typical textbook, impeccable. Even if Akainu wants to find faults in the egg, he can't find any faults for a while. What's more, Akainu never thought of finding faults at all. It's perfect. The whole dish seems to be natural, giving a feeling that one more point is too much, one less point is too little. Akainu put down the spoon with difficulty, frowning, and continued to savor the deliciousness in his mouth. This dish is too perfect, giving him an unreal feeling. This dish should only be in heaven. How many times can you taste it in the world? Whether it is dragon meat or sword meat, these are all legendary dishes. At this moment, tasting such precious dishes, many people present feel that it is worth it. Even if most people can't buy resurrection dishes this time, this dish alone is worth the return ticket. Since even the dragon and the phoenix have come out, will there be other dishes? Akainu thought greedily. Chapter 643 Dinosaur Dishes. Akainu put down the spoon with difficulty, frowning, and continued to savor the deliciousness in his mouth. This dish is too perfect, giving him an unreal feeling. This dish should only be in heaven. How many times can you taste it in the world? Whether it is dragon meat or sword meat, these are all legendary dishes. At this moment, tasting such precious dishes, many people present feel that it is worth it. Even if most people can't buy resurrection dishes this time, this dish alone is worth the return ticket. Since even the dragon and the phoenix have appeared, will there be other dishes? Akainu thought greedily. The answer, of course, is yes, and it is beyond everyone's expectations. It can be said that the One Piece world is so rich in resources. For Yang Ming, it is not about how much money he makes, but an inexhaustible treasure trove. There are many ingredients that are not available in the Naruto world. For example, dinosaurs. This primitive and huge creature is not a rare species in the One Piece world, and there are even more on the Rare Beast Island. However, in the past, chefs in the One Piece world were not good at cooking dinosaur meat. Most of the time, it was used to make barbecue. The method was stereotyped and lost its vitality, just like other pork. But in Yang Ming's hands, these are not a problem. He immediately turned decay into magic and created unique dishes. Among the Manchu and Han banquet dishes, there is a dish called Strength to Pull Mountains and Courage to Gain the World. It was originally made of tiger meat, but now it is replaced by dinosaur meat by Yang Ming. Using dinosaur meat to cook this dish is worthy of the name of Li Pu Shan Xi. Of course, since dinosaurs are also a very new topic for Yang Ming, it is difficult to control the heat when cooking at first, and he often makes mistakes. Fortunately, there are a few days of buffer time, so it is ready on the day of the auction. Wheel. 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 A sound of axles rang out, immediately attracting the attention of many guests. Wow! Wow! Edward Whitebeard suddenly poured a few mouthfuls of wine into his mouth, made a sound of HA, wiped the corner of his mouth, and showed a happy expression. What kind of food will you present to me this time? Hearing this, Garp, who secretly ran to grab food, picked his nose without any image. I will help you eat all your share. Whitebeard glared at Garp with his tiger eyes, and he was about to fight. Bai slowly pushed the cart forward, and saw this. His face was embarrassed. The guests at other tables were all well-mannered. Why are they like this every time they come here? You foodies, you should also be serious foodies. Bai calmed down, forced a helpless smile, and tried to speak in a friendly tone. Dear guests, this is Yang Ming's new dish, called Strength to Pull Mountains and Courage to Overcome the World. Please enjoy it slowly. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up. In front of the 4 emperors and Garp was a plate of exquisite dishes. Because the dinosaur meat was very firm, Yang Ming cut it into relatively large slices, spliced them together and put them on the plate, and kept the dinosaur head to decorate the facade. At this moment, what was reflected in everyone's eyes was a triceratops dish. The triceratops head lay peacefully on the silver plate, with layers of slices piled up behind it, and a tail left at the end, making it look not at all vulgar and arrogant, but elegant and noble, as if it were alive, which immediately raised the overall dining level and made people feel superior. It can be seen that the Triceratops meat is cut into pieces according to the meat grain. Yang Ming cut each piece of meat into large thin slices with a knife and glued them together. They are indistinguishable from each other and look like a whole. As the Triceratops meat has just been out of the oven, steam is coming out and mist is lingering, as if entering a fairyland. Just from the appearance, it is simply beautiful. Seeing this, the four emperors and Garp are drooling, right? Edward Whitebeard habitually took a sip of wine and felt even hungrier. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Don't even think about snatching from me, these are all mine. As he said this, Whitebeard picked up a pair of chopsticks and looked at the head of the Triceratops head that seemed to be alive. A strange feeling suddenly emerged in his heart, as if he was like a savage, eating raw meat and crying blood, which was quite weird. He gently picked up a thin piece of dinosaur meat with chopsticks and put it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. The dinosaur meat slices are very wide and large, about the size of a palm, and look very appetizing, especially for a big foodie like Whitebeard who will die if he doesn't eat meat. If you look closely, you will find that the dinosaur meat slices are very thin, pink, and tender, crystal clear, and you can see the scenery on the other side through the patterns on the dinosaur meat. Just this amazing knife skill is worth a thumbs up. The dinosaur meat was just picked up from the boiling water not long ago. A stream of hot air was steaming on the dinosaur meat, with a wisp of dinosaur's unique freshness, flowing into Whitebeard Edward's nose along the wind direction, and the fragrance was overflowing and intoxicating. What a good smell! Whitebeard praised, and without ordering any sauce, he opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This is it. Whitebeard opened his eyes wide, as if he had eaten some incredible food. Cool. Really cool. These dinosaur meats are extremely crispy and not greasy at all. Moreover, Whitebeard did not order any sauce, so he could taste the freshness of the dinosaur meat most directly. The unique flavor of dinosaur meat was like dropping a bomb, exploding with a bang and emitting an extremely fragrant aroma. Meat is delicious and is an indispensable dish on any top table. But it is obvious that the deliciousness of dinosaur meat is not comparable to any other dish. In the Manchuhan banquet, this powerful dish was originally cooked with tiger meat. Of course, tiger penis is absolutely indispensable. As for why this dish was so popular in the past, any man would understand. The dinosaur meat dish cooked by Yang Ming is better than the original. Not only Whitebeard, but also other guests were conquered by Yang Ming's dinosaur dish. And Yang Ming's dinosaur dish, whether in terms of knife skills, visual impact, delicious taste, and fresh smell, is impeccable and is a textbook classic. In front of this delicacy, all guests have no resistance. Everyone's appetite was aroused. They picked up the dinosaur meat, put it in front of their mouths, opened their white teeth, and pulled it. As soon as the dinosaur meat entered their mouths, a burst of cumin fragrance came surging, like rolling up thousands of piles of snow, penetrating the entire tongue. Fragrant. Very fragrant. While enjoying the fragrance, the guests did not forget chew slowly. That kind of taste, you have to eat it slowly, penetrate it slowly, and go straight into your throat, that's the most refreshing. Chapter 644 Buddha's Hand Golden Scroll. In front of this delicacy, all the guests have no resistance. Everyone's appetite is excited, pick up the dinosaur meat, put it in front of their mouths, open their white teeth, and pull it. As soon as the dinosaur meat enters the mouth, a burst of cumin fragrance surges, like rolling up thousands of piles of snow, penetrating the entire tongue. Fragrant. So fragrant. While enjoying the fragrance, the guests did not forget to chew slowly. That kind of taste, you have to eat it slowly, penetrate it slowly, and go straight into your throat, that's the most refreshing. There are dragons and phoenixes in front, and dinosaurs in the back. Although Yang Ming said that he also wanted to get more rare ingredients, due to the short time, with the help of the power of the four emperors, he could only collect so few materials and cook these two dishes. Next, of course, it is to return to nature and ordinary dishes. It has an interesting name, called Buddha's Hand Golden Roll. In order to more perfectly reflect this dish, Yang Ming used a white radish as long as an arm and used his knife skills to carve it into a lifelike Buddha statue. Squinting eyes, big ears, round face, kind eyes, sunny and upright. Yang Ming made this Buddha statue half leaning on a silver plate, looking half asleep and half awake, with a leisurely mood, and 2 hands lying on the silver plate, golden and magnificent. The name of Buddha's hand golden roll sounds very cool, but it is made of pork, water chestnuts, and eggs. These ordinary ingredients are mixed together, fried, and after Yang Ming's amazing cooking, it becomes a delicious dish on the table. Because the dish looks like a human hand and has a bright golden color, it is jokingly called Buddha's hand golden roll. When the steaming Buddha's hand golden rolls were served, the steaming hot air floated upwards, like an immortal swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, and the unstoppable fragrance poured out like a dam bursting, just like raising Beethoven's fascinating music, stirring people's most desired emotions. Whitebeard took a deep breath, as if swallowing clouds and mist. The long dragon-like fragrance was immediately inhaled into his nose, and he felt that his chest was full of fragrance everywhere. I want to eat. I want to eat so much. This is the pursuit of beautiful things from the bottom of my heart. A gleam of light burst out from Whitebeard's eyes. To be honest, Whitebeard had never thought of coming to this auction, but he couldn't resist the instigation of his men, so he rushed here. But once he came, he couldn't stop it. After tasting the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, Whitebeard found that this place was simply heaven. Not only were all the hidden injuries on his body healed, but the whole person seemed to be a dozen years younger and full of vitality again. Whitebeard came back to his senses and refocused his attention on the dish in front of him. People say that half covering the face is the most beautiful, but Whitebeard thinks that this kind of unbridled fragrance is the most fragrant. Whitebeard looked at the dish made by Yang Ming, like a hungry wolf seeing a beautiful woman, his eyes lit up. From the appearance, you can't guess that this is made of pork, water chestnuts, and eggs. The pork and water chestnuts were chopped into small pieces, wrapped in a layer of liquid mixed with egg whites and cornstarch, and fried, as if they were sealed in amber. The golden and crystal-like surface was like gold, which made people's appetites open. Gurgle. Whitebeard swallowed a mouthful of saliva, already hungry and thirsty, and picked up a piece of fried golden Buddha's hand golden roll. As he got closer, Whitebeard found that the Buddha's hand golden roll looked more like a human hand. It looked thin, like a layer of gauze, and a little transparent. Through the golden outer layer, you can vaguely see the other side, which is shining attractively under the light, just like gold waving to the gold diggers. Whitebeard couldn't help it, and a little saliva flowed from his mouth, and he opened his mouth. Ah! Snap! So crispy! When the crispy skin on the surface was broken, the tender pork and the refreshing horse hoof were suddenly exposed under the white teeth, rolled up by the tip of the tongue, and crushed into pieces. Suddenly, Whitebeard felt refreshing, it was simply the best in the world. So fragrant. Whitebeard's eyes burst into a gleam of light, which was different from the luxury of dragons, phoenixes, and dinosaurs. It was very down to earth and gave people a very natural and familiar taste. Whitebeard fell in love with this delicacy after just one bite. He moved his hands together, creating a dazzling phantom, and before others could react, he stuffed a handful of Buddha's hand golden rolls into his mouth. Snap! 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 Whether it is the egg skin or the refreshing water chestnut, they are all very crispy. Whitebeard doesn't need to use much force. As soon as his teeth close, the amber-like Buddha's hand golden roll is split in half. Crispy! And fragrant! These 2 points alone are enough to make Whitebeard intoxicated, just like a drunkard getting a favorite wine. A single dog who has been single for many years finds a beloved girl. This is simply wonderful. Whitebeard stuck out his tongue and licked the crumbs left on his lips, then raised the wine pot, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and made a sound of HA, feeling unprecedented comfort. Where can you find such a life? Compared with the turbulent sea life and the blind fighting on the battlefield, the feeling of sitting down quietly and enjoying the food is really great. At this moment, Whitebeard even had the idea of kidnapping Yang Ming. But the next moment, Whitebeard naturally cut off this idea and concentrated on the food in front of him. Inside the Buddha's hand golden roll, the pork does not look valuable. It is not as rare as dragons and phoenixes, nor as precious as dinosaurs. It is only the nature after washing away the hustle and bustle and settling down over time. When Whitebeard held the Buddha's hand golden roll to his nose, a strong fried aroma suddenly surged in, like a storm, catching Whitebeard off guard, and his nose was instantly filled with a strong fried aroma. It just feels good. Whitebeard laughed a few times, threw the Buddha's hand golden roll into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. After the Buddha's hand golden roll was chewed in his mouth, a light fragrance wafted out, which was difficult to detect if you didn't taste it carefully. If you feel tired of fried food, the white radish Buddha statue carved by Yang Ming will come in handy. It is fresh and natural, and it is delicious and sweet. It is definitely a very wonderful combination. With a click, the white radish broke, and the shallow sweet stream inside would flow out and penetrate into the mouth, sweet and comfortable. Of course, as carnivorous creatures who will die if they don't eat meat, how can the four emperors and Garp care about eating white radish? I can only let it be used as a decoration. After all, they are all top foodies at this table, and they are having a great time fighting for each other. If they are a little slower, let alone grabbing others' food, even whether they can keep their own portion is still a dilemma. Chapter 645 Palace Desserts. If you feel tired of fried food, the white radish Buddha statue carved by Yang Ming will come in handy. Fresh and natural, with delicious and sweet white radish, it is definitely a very wonderful combination. With a click, the white radish breaks, and the shallow sweet stream inside will flow out and penetrate into the mouth, sweet and comfortable. Of course, as carnivorous creatures who will die if they don't eat meat, how can the four emperors and Garp care about eating white radish? I can only let it be used as a decoration. After all, they were all top-notch foodies, fighting for food with great pleasure. If they were a little slower, they would have to worry about whether they could keep their own portion, let alone grabbing others. After eating the appetizers and main dishes, the banquet gradually came to the end. As the most high-end cuisine, the Manchuhan banquet naturally did not forget to put desserts in this final stage. These desserts are not ordinary desserts, but royal court desserts. Their functions are, on the one hand, to enrich the variety of food, and on the other hand, to satisfy cravings and eliminate boredom. As court desserts, naturally, they are not just a single variety, but a combination of several desserts. Due to the large number of them, this time, not only the common Haku and Kimimaro, but also Niji and Koji, also pushed out a small cart filled with delicious food, which made people drool. Wheels. 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 The familiar sound of the axle, coming from far away and approaching, attracted the curious eyes of the guests. After tasting so many delicious dishes in front, all the guests' mouths have been spoiled and become more picky, hoping to taste more eclectic delicacies. A pair of curious eyes followed the direction of Bai and the others, watching them serve the delicacies. When the imperial bean yellow, sesame rolls, golden cakes, jujube paste cakes, golden silk sparrows, and ruyi rolls were placed on the table one by one, the mixed and gathered fragrances flourished, like a volcanic eruption, erupting suddenly. Boom! A torrent of fragrance suddenly erupted, sweeping everyone present, like a storm hitting a small boat, and submerging it in an instant. Just like the beginning of the world, just like the Big Bang, this surging sweet fragrance, the whirlwind that blew up was so big and strong that it was beyond people's expectations. In a flash, Whitebeard and his crew, as well as the navy, were all sucked into the vortex of fragrance. For a moment, the whole room was filled with sweet and sticky fragrance. Whitebeard put down his chopsticks, and the serious expression on his face disappeared, revealing a comfortable expression. Not to mention Big Mom, Charlotte Linling, who is also one of the four emperors. As an extreme lover of desserts, she is almost going crazy now. Big Mom Charlotte Linling ignored her image and completely ignored the surprised looks of others. She inhaled like a long dragon, and took a long breath, sucking all the sweet and sticky fragrance into her lungs. Even her whole body seemed to be inflated like a ball, and it was several times bigger, looking particularly funny. But it's all worth it. Aunt Charlotte Lingling could feel that as the fragrance filled her body, every cell in her body seemed to scream and moan with joy. This is... how wonderful! This fragrance should only exist in heaven. How many times can you smell it in the world? It's worth it to be able to smell this fragrance in this lifetime. Aunt Charlotte Lingling made all kinds of exclamations, and even stood up happily and danced on the spot, as if only by venting in this way could she express her inner joy. Aunt Charlotte Lingling was like this, not to mention others, who were conquered with just a little resistance. Whitebeard and the others put their noses to the table, sniffed hard, and their faces suddenly showed extremely intoxicated expressions. That feeling was like ascending to heaven. It's amazing, there is such a delicacy in the world. I have lived for so long, and I have never seen such a delicious dessert. In their sight, the dessert was poured on the white plate like a hill, and the red date paste cake was evenly mixed between the golden rolls, giving people a neat sense of layering. The aroma of black sesame was fragrant, and the rich aroma of bean yellow lingered around the tip of the nose. All these things made people salivate and their appetites opened up. So, Whitebeard and Aunt Charlotte Lingling looked at each other, and they tacitly did not interfere with each other, did not grab each other, and silently picked up a piece of their favorite dessert. Whitebeard took a bite of the Imperial Bean Yellow. This is... The elastic Imperial Bean Yellow was jumping and flying. It was like countless ping-pong balls bouncing up and down in the tongue. Why, the dessert was made so elastic. Whitebeard looked at the dessert in front of him with a shocked face, and was shocked in his heart. He never knew that desserts could be made like this. When Whitebeard ate this mouthful of Imperial Bean Yellow, he felt as if he had released a terrifying dragon, and his entire tongue was ravaged by a delicious taste. Every taste bud, every inch of territory, was eroded by the dragon. In the end, there were only 2 words left in Whitebeard's mind. Delicious. It was so delicious that I forgot everything, as if all the troubles in the world were thrown away. It's so delicious, but it's a pity that there is no good wine. Whitebeard was greedy and sighed with regret while tasting the dessert in his mouth. He could only raise his wine gourd and gulp a few mouthfuls into his mouth to satisfy his appetite. Red-haired Shanks stuffed a mouthful of jujube paste cake into his mouth, and his cheeks on both sides were stuffed so full that he looked like a goldfish, which looked quite funny. However, Shanks ate too much and his mouth was too dry. After a while, he choked. In the amused eyes of others, he tried his best to slap his throat, making a banging sound, and finally swallowed it. Ha, 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 I'm alive. Shanks ate too fast. After swallowing his stomach with great difficulty, he picked up the wine gourd and poured the wine into his mouth. He said to Whitebeard with sympathy, "Oh, that's right. A man without wine is like a man without a woman's company. He feels depressed." But... Shanks rolled his eyes and said meaningfully, "I heard that there is a special wine sold in Yang Ming's own shop." "What kind of wine?" Whitebeard's eyes lit up. "For a drunkard like Whitebeard, it is better to drink good food than to eat good food." Shanks said with a longing look, "I heard that one is called gloomy wine and the other is called monkey wine. I really want to try them." Chapter 646, Winner of the Auction. Ha, 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 I'm alive. Shanks ate too fast and finally swallowed his food. He picked up the wine gourd and poured the wine into his mouth. He said to Whitebeard with sympathy, "Oh, that's right. A man without wine is like a man without a woman. He feels depressed." But... Shanks' eyes rolled and he said meaningfully, "I heard that Yang Ming's own shop sells special wine." "What kind of wine?" Whitebeard's eyes lit up. "For a drunkard like Whitebeard, it's better to drink good wine than to eat good food." Shanks said with a longing look, "I heard that one is called gloomy wine and the other is called monkey wine. I really want to try them." Gloomy wine. Monkey wine. Hearing such a unique wine name, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly lit up. As an old alcoholic, it is really painful to be without wine. Just when Whitebeard was thinking about whether to ask Shanks where Yang Ming's shop is, the break ended and the auction was back on track. The leader of the Celestial Dragons raised his head proudly. He raised his hand and said loudly, "We, the Celestial Dragons, will take the resurrection food." As he spoke, he looked around with a fierce look in his eyes, and his momentum was overwhelming. "I hope everyone present will show mercy and not struggle in vain. I'll offer 120 billion. A sky-high price. Another sky-high price." As soon as the Celestial Dragon leader finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar, with shocked expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Kabi's heart trembled, and his eyes looked at the other naval generals, only to see that they also frowned. Damn it! Could it be that the plan failed? While Kobe was worried, red-haired Shanks suddenly laughed heartily. Then, Shanks said to Yang Ming, "Since the Celestial Dragons are so generous, how can I be inferior to them? Yang Ming, I will mortgage the land under my power. How much money do you think I can get?" "What? Is Red Hair crazy?" In order to revive One Piece, Red Hair Shanks would rather give up his own territory and take this risk. However, when the guests looked at the other 4 emperors, including Shanks' subordinates, they saw that they were indifferent. They probably already knew a lot and had some awareness. For Red Hair Shanks, what does it matter if he doesn't have a territory? As long as there is a ship and brothers, the sea is so vast that he can still swim freely. Yang Ming nodded and asked the system this question. "Host, according to statistics, the assets of Shanks' territory can be mortgaged for 30 billion. It seems that this money is relatively small and does not conform to the actual situation. But that is also because, in Red Hair Shank's territory, this is only an average of 1 year's tax revenue and some materials. Yang Ming looked at Shanks and said lightly, you can mortgage 30 billion. Shanks suppressed his ecstasy. The money obtained from the mortgage, plus the sponsorship of the guests present before, immediately made Shanks' heart soar. I'll pay 140 billion. This is already Shanks' limit. No more, Shanks can't afford it. As for the Celestial Dragon leader? He didn't look worried at all, but curled his lips, revealing a hint of pride. I'm so sorry, this time, we Celestial Dragons are determined to win, so I'll pay 150 billion. 150 billion. It can be said that this is already a huge price for the Celestial Dragons. As the highest level nobles ruling the world, the Celestial Dragons have a lot of wealth, but they also spend a lot of money on weekdays. The Celestial Dragon leader's gamble this time is destined to be a simple vegetarian for a long time in the future, so that they can slowly recover their vitality. This time, no one can compete with the Celestial Dragons. In terms of wealth, whether it is the 4 emperors who rule the second half of the Grand Line, the rising revolutionaries, or other nobles, it is obvious that they cannot be compared with the Celestial Dragons. Yang Ming looked around and said calmly, so, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Silence, still silence, the guests looked at each other, but no one spoke. Even Shanks sighed, sat on the stool like a resigned person, and watched quietly. The leader of the Celestial Dragons held his head high, with a victorious demeanor, and was extremely proud and happy in his heart. No matter how you chickens and dogs join forces, you can't compete with us Celestial Dragons. In the extremely proud eyes of the Celestial Dragons leader, Yang Ming said with a final word. Then, I declare that this Mr. Celestial Dragon has won the resurrection dish. The scene was silent, with only the footsteps of the Celestial Dragon's leader. The Celestial Dragon's leader came to Yang Ming, squeezed out a smile on his face, and acted like an aristocrat, noble and reserved. Yang Ming, please let me have the resurrection food you made. The Celestial Dragon leader pointed at the huge shark floating above his head with a greedy look on his face, but when he thought of the sacred mission he was carrying out, to resurrect the ancestor who created the Celestial Dragons, he immediately restrained this emotion. Yang Ming looked at the Celestial Dragon leader as if he was a fool, stretched out a hand, spread his palm, and said lightly. Give me the money first. Damn it, you want to use the resurrection food without paying, no way. The Celestial Dragon leader was stunned and his body was fixed in place. Then, perhaps because he felt that Yang Ming's distrust was an insult to the Celestial Dragons, he showed a rage on his face and flushed. Yang Ming, do you think that we Tianlong people are so noble that we won't pay? I just want to send it to you on a warship because it's too much money. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, in other words, you don't have any money now. As Yang Ming fell, Uchiha Itachi walked out of the darkness. He seemed to be the darkness itself, blending into the darkness, and it was difficult to detect. His steps were so secretive that the leader of the Celestial Dragons was shocked to find that the other party had come to his side until he got close. This. Facing the famous Uchiha Itachi, the leader of the Celestial Dragons suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly took out a den mushi, preparing to ask where the warship transporting the money was. But at this moment. Brew. 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 The den mushi suddenly rang, and the leader of the Celestial Dragons picked it up uneasily, but heard a panicked voice. My lord, it's not good, our money transport warship has been hijacked, and all the money in it has been robbed. What? The leader of the Celestial Dragons was like a bolt from the blue, and he was stunned on the spot. Then, he felt a surge of blood, and his eyes went black, his body shook, and he fainted. This blow was really fucking big. He just finished pretending to be cool, and he was hit head-on. No one can bear it. Chapter 647 Resurrection of Marshal of the Warring States. Brew. 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 The den mushi suddenly rang, and the leader of the Celestial Dragons picked it up uneasily, but heard a panicked voice. My lord, it's not good, our money transport warship has been hijacked, and all the money inside has been robbed. What? The leader of the Celestial Dragons was stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Then, he felt a surge of blood, and his eyes went black, his body shook, and he fainted. This blow was really fucking big. He just finished pretending to be cool, and he was hit head-on. No one can bear it. Wow. Seeing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Almost everyone was confused. In this day and age, there are actually such bold people. Just when everyone was daydreaming, with a bang, the door of the auction was opened. I saw a burly old man standing in the middle of the door, blocking the light outside, making his face flicker, but giving people a feeling of fortitude and unyielding. One of his arms was made entirely of black sea stone, which looked extremely large and heavy. He was the former admiral of the navy, the black-armed Zifa. Zifa had a cigar in the corner of his mouth, wore sunglasses and smoked cigarettes. He looked heroic and looked strong and had a majestic aura like a towering mountain. Who is he? What is he doing here? People who don't know Zifa secretly doubted and kept looking for people to inquire. People who know Zifa, however, were secretly frightened and didn't understand what kind of wind blew Zifa, the former admiral of the navy, here. Facing a pair of surprised and suspicious eyes, Zifa walked forward step by step. Behind him, a group of younger brothers carried boxes and displayed them one by one in front of Yang Ming. Hey! Zifa took off his cigar, blew out a puff of smoke, and said in a deep voice, quite experienced and skilled. Yang Ming, I will offer the price that the celestial dragons just quoted. All 150 billion are here. You come and count them. Yang Ming signaled to Uchiha Itachi with his eyes. The latter was smart and understood immediately. He nodded, then came to the boxes, opened the Sharingan, and quickly verified them. With the help of the Sharingan cheating, Uchiha Itachi quickly finished the accounting and said in a clear voice. Boss, the count is correct. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and immediately raised his hand, and all the money in front of him was collected into the system. Yang Ming's move was so unpredictable that everyone didn't react at all. They saw that all the money disappeared. They had a better understanding of Yang Ming and were more awed by his methods. This. Zifa frowned when he saw this scene, fearing that Yang Ming would not keep his word. Yang Ming chuckled and said, please jump onto the resurrection food and silently recite the person you need to resurrect. After getting Yang Ming's promise, Zifa breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, stepped on the ground, and with the help of the moon step, his body quickly stepped towards the sky. Soon, Zifa stepped on the huge shark and said in a deep voice according to the previous agreement with the navy. Resurrect, warring states. Boom. Boom. Lightning and thunder. With the sound of falling, a pillar of light fell from the sky and enveloped the huge shark. This pillar of light broke through the boundary between the dead and the living. At this time, a grand and ethereal voice sounded, echoing in the world. Soul is back. Soul is back. Soul is back. These voices, coming from nowhere, have a power to cleanse people's hearts. Even the originally furious people will gradually relax and return to their original calm. In the tense crowd as they watched, from the distant horizon, that is, the other end of the light column, a slightly frivolous soul fell from the sky. He was Marshal Zhangguo. Everyone could even see that Marshal Zhangguo was also confused at this time, and he had no idea what was going on. Really, resurrected? People were stunned at first, and then showed greedy looks. However, after seeing the employees of Yang Ming's shop and the navy showing obvious vigilance, these people with ulterior motives gave up their bad thoughts. At this time, Marshal Zhangguo only felt that he blinked and closed his eyes, and the whole world became bright, no longer monotonous in the world of the dead. Then, he saw his old colleague, Zifa, appear in his sight. As Marshal Zhangguo's eyes shifted, he also saw many familiar faces, the four emperors, Garp, the navy, and of course, the culprit who caused his death, Yang Ming, and the employees of Yang Ming's shop. So, I'm resurrected. Since Zifa stood on the giant shark, some knowledge of resurrection has been instilled in his mind. Although he was still in shock at this time, he managed to suppress it and said, Zhangguo, you need to eat this giant shark. What? Marshal Zhangguo was confused. How could he fit this shark into his stomach? Never mind, eat it first. What made Marshal Zhangguo feel amazing was that with his bite, the originally huge shark suddenly shrank at this moment, condensed into the size of a meatball, and fell into Marshal Zhangguo's mouth. This is... Marshal Zhangguo's eyes widened, and his face suddenly showed an intoxicated expression. Hiss! Oh my god, how can this be so delicious? There are such wonderful dishes in the world, it's really... Marshal Zhangguo closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the ocean of food. The meatballs made from the concentrated shark not only tasted explosive, but were also filled with concentrated juice. Concentrated is the essence, not to mention that a large amount of spices were used in it. Suddenly, Marshal Zhangguo's entire mouth, chest, and abdomen seemed to be swollen by the fragrance. At this moment, Marshal Zhangguo even had an illusion that even the sweat on his body smelled fragrant. While Marshal Zhangguo was sighing, his originally thin soul was constantly filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the skeleton, then the meridians, and then the skin. When Marshal Zhangguo opened his eyes again, he felt better than ever before. This is the peak power. Marshal Zhangguo pinched his face. Hiss. It hurts. I'm not dreaming. Moreover, the feel is also very different. Opposite him, Zifa watched Marshal Zhangguo return to his youthful appearance, and was so scared that his jaw almost dropped. Zhangguo, how come you've become so young? The two of them were startled and returned to the ground. Just when Marshal Zhangguo wanted to find Yang Ming and say thank you in person, everyone found that Yang Ming and his group had disappeared just as strangely as when they appeared. From then on, the legend about Yang Ming spread across the sea, and the news about the resurrection dishes was even more widely circulated and cited as a contemporary myth. As for Yang Ming and his group, they hid their merits and fame and returned to the Naruto world. Chapter 648 Return to Naruto. Yang Ming's shop. Yang Ming and his group only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they returned to the Naruto world. Yang Ming's new recruit, Butcher Luo, stood at the door, looking at the unfamiliar environment around him in surprise. Is this the original world of boss Yang Ming and his group? Luo looked at the sky and the surrounding environment, and felt that there was nothing special. Such a seemingly ordinary world actually gave birth to terrifying monsters like Yang Ming? Luo's heart was in a mess, and he saw Yang Ming and his group open the door and go in. Luo walked at the back, so he could slowly observe Yang Ming's shop. There were flowers on both sides of the door of the shop, and a row of lush green bamboos. The breeze blew, and a piece of floating light and green shadows appeared green. The gate was made of a 1,000-year-old sycamore tree, and the door was carved with dragons and phoenixes. Just a glance, a high-end atmosphere came to the face. The slightly old wooden door made people feel a sense of time and space interweaving in a trance. Even though Luo had a wide range of knowledge, he couldn't help but admire the superb craftsmanship of the carving. When he walked through the gate, Luo felt a sense of being in another world. This place is far away from the ocean, there is no familiar smell of sea water, only a faint wood fragrance, refreshing. What came into view was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. The environment was very unique and very ancient. Green plants, wooden tables, chairs, dim candle light on the table, and the gurgling sound of flowing water can make people who are physically and mentally exhausted find comfort here. There is a lotus lamp on the table, which reveals a hazy halo through the thin outer cover, giving people a soft visual enjoyment. It's so beautiful here. Luo nodded secretly, and the little uneasiness he had just arrived seemed to be diluted by the atmosphere here. Hey? Wait. What are they doing? Luo suddenly stopped and looked forward with a confused face. Zabuza seemed to not care about other people's eyes. He calmly put on a green robe and a green hat, looking like Guangong, like a clay statue, and walked out of the store again to work as a security guard for the store. Seeing this scene, Luo's jaw almost dropped. Because before this, they had never told Luo what their specific positions were. What shocked Luo was that Zabuza, who was comparable to a general in the One Piece world, was just a doorman here. No. Who? What the hell? What are you doing? Just when Luo Fengzhong was messy, he suddenly stared at him in surprise as he saw Kisame take off his original clothes and put on a tight-fitting Ultraman costume. Then, Kisame took a broom in one hand and a garbage shovel in the other, and started cleaning as if no one was around. Although he was away during this period and the flow of time in Naruto was stagnant, Kisame still felt that there was a lot of dust on the ground and needed to be cleaned up. Wait. Luo was confused and at a loss. Don't tell me that Kisame is just a sanitation worker? As a person who can fight against the general level figures in the One Piece world, in Yang Ming's shop, he just swept the floor, swept the floor, swept the floor. I fainted. Luo felt dizzy and couldn't accept such a fact for a while. Luo originally thought that he was a famous pirate in the world of One Piece, and it was a very cheap thing to come to Yang Ming's shop and be a butcher. But now, Luo suddenly found that he seemed to have thought too much. However, when Luo saw what Uchiha Itachi was going to do, he felt his heart beat, and he felt a little like a heart attack. In the world of One Piece, Uchiha Itachi was able to fight against the world's top 4 emperors, Red Hair Shanks, and still win by a margin, which was enough to show how powerful he was. But now, what did Luo see? He actually saw that such a powerful man who could dominate one side was just a takeaway boy in Yang Ming's shop. Puff. Seeing this, Luo almost lost his breath and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Oh my god! What a horrible little shop I entered! Luo's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock and fear. His whole body was cold, and he felt unwell. At this time, a delicate little girl's voice suddenly came from Luo's side. Uncle, are you a new employee? Luo turned around suddenly and saw that the little loli, Hanabi, was looking at him coquettishly, with big eyes that were so cute that people couldn't help but feel pity. Luo came back to his senses from the shock and squeezed out a smile on his face. Yes, my name is Luo, please take care of me in the future. After seeing the unscientific existence of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Zabuza, Luo's nerves were already very nervous. Even when facing the seemingly weak Hanabi, he still didn't dare to be careless, and his tone was slightly humble. Who knows, what kind of terrifying power is hidden in this seemingly little girl's body? Really? Perhaps it has been a long time since new employees joined. Huahuo looked very excited and asked curiously, Uncle, what do you do? Ah? This. Luo awkwardly avoided his head. He didn't want to say it at first, but thinking that they would all be colleagues in the future, Luo had to say awkwardly, I am a new butcher, providing ingredients for boss Yang Ming. Hey! Hearing this, Huahuo frowned and showed a look of disgust. After all, the job of a butcher is very rough and bloody. Thinking of this, Huahuo shook his head and turned away. Seeing this, Luo was a little confused for a while. What? Just asked and left. However, when Luo was behind and looked at Huahuo's footsteps, his eyes could not help but focus. This kid is not simple. Huahuo has already integrated the steps of the soft fist into her life, so she walks silently, and her steps contain the harmony of yin and yang, with the 8 trigrams, which can attack and defend, and already have a hint of the charm of a master. Luo's face showed a solemn expression, and his heart was already in turmoil. Luo couldn't help but recall that when he was Huahuo's age, he was just living on the line of food and clothing, but now, look at it, Huahuo is so young, but she is countless times stronger than Luo was back then. Yang Ming's shop is really amazing, it's really a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Luo was horrified, but at the same time he felt fortunate and honored. It was such an honor to be a butcher in this shop full of strong people. Luo was thinking this, but he heard Yang Ming calling from the kitchen. Luo, come and cut the vegetables. Okay. Luo said loudly and respectfully, and then walked towards the kitchen. On the way, he suddenly saw that Naruto was being chased by a boy of the same age. Chapter 649 Sasuke, don't come over. Bend chrysanthemum, make your gay friend fall in love with you. Ahem, the effect of this prop, as its introduction says, ahem, of course, has 2 meanings, one is, love, fall, with, you, the other is, fall in love with, you. As for how to understand it, it's your business. Now, what makes Naruto feel devastated is that he should never have eaten that chrysanthemum. It's really terrible. At the beginning, Sasuke was knocked unconscious by Yang Ming and his group, and was tied back to Yang Ming's shop, and then went to the world of One Piece, where Naruto unfortunately ate this chrysanthemum. After so long, Naruto almost forgot that he actually ate such a pitfall. After returning to the Naruto world, Naruto was worried about Sasuke's condition and wanted to untie him to see how he was. Who knew that when Sasuke opened his eyes and saw Naruto, he seemed to be electrocuted, and the whole person was crazy, and wanted to pounce on Naruto. That hungry look, like an old woman in her 30s or 40s, with an extremely dangerous face, made Naruto shudder and wanted to leave quickly. Brother, help me. Naruto ran to the kitchen almost for help, found Yang Ming, hid behind Yang Ming, and avoided Sasuke's sight. Sasuke glanced at the direction where Naruto was hiding with resentment, his expression faltered, stared straight at Yang Ming, and a flash of lightning appeared in his hand. Yang Ming, hand over Naruto. When Luo walked to the kitchen door, he saw the confrontation between the 2 sides. Lightning? Natural devil fruit ability. Seeing the lightning in Sasuke's hand, which was like the joyful jumping of an elf, Luo's face remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Mom, this world is so scary, I want to go home. If there is a sentence that can summarize Luo's mood at this moment, it must be the above sentence. As a new employee of the store, Luo naturally stood on Yang Ming's side, slowly pulled out the knife, and faced Shizuke diagonally. Luo's knife is sharp, and his eyes are sharp, just like his knife, which makes people look sideways. A cold light flashed from his knife, reflecting Luo's cold face. Boy, you are very arrogant. Tisk. Shizuke tilted his head and glanced at Luo with a disdainful expression. I don't remember there is a person like you in Yang Ming's shop. Who are you? Luo slowly raised his arm, the blade was straight at Shizuke, and a trace of seriousness gathered between his eyebrows. I am Luo, the butcher of the shop. Shizuke. Butcher. 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 Damn idiot, a butcher dares to talk to me like this? Just as Shizuke was thinking disdainfully in his heart, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he felt a strange power filling the surrounding space, covering everyone present. Shizuke secretly said that it was not good, and a flash of lightning flashed across his legs. He was about to use the thunder escape to stimulate the leg muscles, so as to get a very fast speed to transfer out. At this moment, Luo swung a knife at Shizuke lightly. This knife seemed to be untouched by the world, as if it came from outer space. It seemed ordinary and common, but it had an unclear, and opaque feeling, which made Shizuke extremely nervous. As soon as the word danger passed through Sasuke's mind, he heard Luo shouting in a low voice. Slaughterhouse. Room. As Luo slashed with a knife, a force not like that of the human world, as if it had crossed the distance of space, was imposed on Shizuke. No matter how fast he ran, no matter where he was, his upper and lower body suddenly separated at this time, as if he suddenly lost his strength and was cut apart. Strangely, there was not a trace of blood flowing out of Sasuke's wound, and Sasuke's life was still there, as if he was not hurt at all. But Shizuke watched his upper body fall to the ground, and watched his two legs kicking in front of him, as if he was possessed by evil spirits. A sense of absurdity suddenly surged into his heart. What's going on? Shizuke was so surprised that he asked, and we can imagine how his heart was broken at this moment. Seeing this, Naruto, as Sasuke's good friend, forgot his unhappiness just now, ran to Sasuke's side, and exclaimed. Shizuke, are you okay? Because Naruto ate the bending chrysanthemum, Shizuke was deeply affected at this moment, and immediately looked at Naruto with deep affection, his eyes shining. As long as you are here, I will be fine. This time, Naruto did not avoid Sasuke's gaze, hugged Sasuke's upper body in his arms, and looked down at Shizuke. I feel relieved to see that you are okay. Click. Seeing the scene in front of him, Luo felt that something was about to break. Yang Ming, the culprit, even covered his face and turned his head away. Damn, this scene is so hot. Luo felt a little uneasy and asked Yang Ming quietly. Boss, if this goes on, will something go wrong? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and a very bad idea emerged in his mind. He shook his head immediately, glanced at Sasuke's lower body, and immediately came up with a plan. In order to prevent the future flowers of the motherland from being broken here, Yang Ming had to take ruthless action. Luo, you don't need to unlock your ability. As he said that, Yang Ming pointed at Sasuke's cut lower body. Well, it was still alive, jumping around there, not to mention how weird it was. Tie it up for me and throw it into the room where the sundries are stored. Luo nodded heavily, came to Sasuke's cut lower body, and while Shizuke and Naruto were still looking at each other affectionately, he quickly tied up the two legs. By the time Shizuke reacted, it was too late to regret. Seeing this, Yang Ming was relieved. Without the lower body, even if Shizuke wanted to do something, it was the upper body that had the idea, and the lower body couldn't do anything. I'm so smart. Yang Ming silently gave himself a thumbs up, and then began to prepare tonight's dishes. In the process of preparing the ingredients, Yang Ming also began to recall the things he had missed. Before going to the One Piece world, Orochimaru was forced by Black Zetsu to attack Miyaboku Mountain because his child Mia was taken away by Black Zetsu, which caused Jiraiya to die in battle. Yang Ming reached an agreement with Orochimaru to help him get the child back from Black Zetsu. In the Naruto world, it has been almost a year since the last time the resurrection food was used, and it can be used again. This time Yang Ming and his team reaped a lot of rewards. With Yang Ming secretly giving Naruto a break, Naruto has already collected enough money to resurrect Jiraiya. As for getting the child back from Black Zetsu, Yang Ming has already thought of a way, which is the inheritance of the six-path sage that Yang Ming got at the auction a long time ago. With this, I am not afraid that Black Zetsu will take the bait. Chapter 656 Ikanji. Yang Ming's shop. It is still so popular, and there is still a long queue. Tsunade stood in line, stretched lazily, showing her enviable and proud curves, and attracted attention from all directions. Tsunade was no longer surprised by these prying eyes, and didn't care at all. She just smelled the fragrance wafting from the shop, and her saliva almost flowed out. I haven't come to Yang Ming's shop for a long time. What should I eat today? Well, forget about meat and fish. I'm tired of it recently. I want to eat some simple vegetarian dishes and lose weight by the way. Thinking of this, Tsunade touched the vest line on her belly. Although there was no fat there, Tsunade subconsciously felt a little fat. After all, Tsunade is a woman, and as a woman, who wouldn't want to be thinner? Time passed slowly. Tsunade finally got to the end of the line and hurriedly approached the shop. Tsunade almost subconsciously glanced at the menu first, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and she found that there was actually a new series of dishes called Manhan Banquet. This is different from the previous menu. The dishes of Manhan Banquet alone are enough to dazzle people. Looking at the dazzling array of styles on the menu, Tsunade couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and felt that she was hungry just by looking at it. Then, Tsunade looked around and quickly began to browse, and soon found a dish she was more satisfied with, called 6 Ikanji. "Bye, please give me a portion of 6 Ikanji." Tsunade smiled and pointed to the menu at Bai, not caring how expensive this dish was. After all, she was a Hokage after all, and this little money was nothing. "Please wait a moment." Bai smiled, took the menu, and walked towards the kitchen. Bai said to Yang Ming, who was busy, "Boss, Lady Tsunade wants a portion of 6 porridge." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded, and after finishing the work at hand, he started to cook this dish. 6 porridge was not in the original Manchuhan banquet, but was added later. The most bizarre thing about the Manchuhan banquet is that there are different dishes in different time periods, and later this dish was not recognized by the new government, so many of them were lost and added by later generations. Many new things were added. 6 porridge was a dish cooked by chefs in the late Qing dynasty to satisfy Empress Dowager Cixi. As we all know, Cixi loved a luxurious life. Even when cooking a bowl of porridge, she required the ingredients to be exquisite. With this in mind, Yang Ming began to cook. He poured clean water into the dragon pot and boiled it, then put the crabs and abalone in it to scald. Not long after, under the strange effect of the dragon pot, these crabs and abalone returned to the freshest moment. Then, Yang Ming began to prepare. Yang Ming soaked the rice, drained the water and set it aside for later use. Then, he picked up the blanched crabs and abalone, chopped the crabs and set them aside for later use, and cut the abalone in half with a knife, so that it would be easier to taste when cooking porridge. Yang Ming took out the Wanbao purple sand pot from the system, put the raw rice into the pot, poured boiling water into the pot, soaked all the rice, and poured a spoonful of salad oil and lard respectively, then added the chopped crabs and boiled over high heat. Cooking porridge requires careful boiling, so during the boiling process, Yang Ming was not idle, but picked up a spoon to stir appropriately to prevent the rice from sticking to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, Yang Ming could not let the water boil dry, and added hot water to the pot from time to time. When the rice grains gradually began to expand, the 6 porridge was almost done. Yang Ming added abalone, ginger slices, radish strips, chicken essence, salt, etc., and mixed well with a spoon. When Yang Ming finally took the pot off the stove, he also added chopped green onions and dripped a few drops of sesame oil. In this way, a pot of delicious and refreshing 6 porridge was successfully boiled. "I'm so hungry. Why isn't it ready yet?" Tsunade was holding her chin with one hand, and was about to be in a daze because of boredom, when Bai came with a pot of hot porridge. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." As he said that, Bai carefully brought the porridge to the table. When Bai opened the lid of the pot, a beam of light suddenly burst out, radiating in all directions. Boom! Like a pillar of heaven, this beam of light seemed to break into the sky, scattering dazzling brilliance. At this moment, whether it was the other guests in the shop or Tsunade, they were all shocked. "This is it." When the beam of light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tsunade was a swimming 6 porridge. Even if it was cut in half, the abalone was still full of vitality, floating up and down in the porridge, swimming around, and it actually gave people an inexplicable sense of joy. Tsunade was immediately interested, picked up the spoon, and scooped a mouthful. As for whether this is a meaty dish, Tsunade doesn't care at all. As long as she has a little porridge to lose weight, it's enough. Well, girls are like this. As long as they come across a dish they want to taste, why would they care about whether they are fat or not? At most, in the next few days, they will not eat meals, but only eat fruits. The pot of 6e porridge presented in front of Tsunade, the gas is curling, floating like dust, isolated from the world, like fairy porridge, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Before I took a bite, I already had a lot of expectations for it, hoping to eat it and taste it slowly. The porridge is not white, but a bit turbid yellow. When it approaches the mouth, a fragrant crab and abalone unique fragrance comes to the face, with a little salty and humid smell from the sea, making people feel as if they are there. When Tsunade drank this porridge, she was suddenly confused. Oh my god! What a delicious dish! Tsunade's eyes lit up. The light porridge carries the freshness of crab and abalone, and the deliciousness of crab and abalone makes it a perfect match. In particular, this dish is cooked in a wanbao purple sand pot, which has the wonderful effect of healing the body. When Tsunade drank the porridge, a warm current gathered in Denshin, and then rushed to the limbs and meridians. Tsunade's body, which seemed a little stiff because of frequent desk work, was like a dead tree coming back to life, and regained its vitality. Bang! Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Tsunade clapped her hands and exclaimed, not caring about her stomach that had just been full. Even if she was full to death, she would continue to drink Yang Ming's bowl of porridge. Drink, drink, drink! Including the remnants at the bottom of the pot, Tsunade greedily licked them clean, leaving no one behind. Hey! Tsunade touched her swollen belly, feeling the warm current flowing through her body, expelling the poison from her body. She couldn't help but stretching, looking more comfortable than ever before. Tsunade touched her flat belly and thought unwillingly. Oh no, why do I feel even hungrier?